Chapter 1. Late 1898. At the moment the sun never sets on the British Empire at its peak. This year's Empire of the Sun Never Sets has British colonies on every continent except Antarctica. The snowy season has arrived in prosperous Rochester. Dong dong dong. A sound of horse hoofs passed by. Chen was on the bumpy carriage. Well, I haven't had a good night's sleep lately. Chen looked at the time and put the pocket watch into his arms. In the past few months, Chen has basically traveled all over Rochester. After all, he has an entire manor under his command. The arms in the warehouse are covered with a thick layer of dust, and they have not yet waited for the right buyer. The weather was more than 20 degrees below zero, and there was snow everywhere, making it difficult for the carriage to move forward quickly. How long until? Chen asked the driver outside the carriage. Come on, we'll go back to the manor after passing the forest ahead. The voice came from outside the carriage. For Chen, a northerner from the Dragon Kingdom, this kind of weather is actually nothing, but according to the habits of the local Rochester people, basically few people go out in such bad weather. No wonder these nobles entrust me with this kind of business. Chen sighed. After all, the few British nobles, as well as a small group of gentry and warlords who came into contact, were powerful. For a native of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom like Chen, who has no one to rely on here, he really needs to build relationships with these guys. In the past 3 years, Chen has completely adapted to life in the British Empire. Not only do you master English and French here, but you also have a good understanding of its history and geography. More importantly, now I have successfully come into contact with the upper-class society, and I am even a well-known local arms dealer. He is said to be an arms dealer, but in fact he is more responsible for transporting arms. Chen's manor is located in a forest on the outskirts of Rochester. It covers a large area and has a magnificent villa, several ancillary buildings, and an open grassland. Chen's housekeeper, servants, and guards lived in the manor. Chen ran his arms business here, not only having close contacts with the British nobles and military, but also with some forces in the European continent and colonies. His arms came from the Dragon Kingdom and other countries. He used his own fleet and horse-drawn carriages for transportation and sales, and he made a lot of wealth in the past 2 years. He is a time traveler. It's just that my luck is pretty good. Just after crossing over, we caught up with a fight between local nobles. He happened to save Count Roland and found a place to stay here. Count Roland admired and respected Chen even more. After all, Chen possessed the mysterious power from the East. He also single-handedly helped Count Roland eliminate several local gangs. After a few months, he took over the entire arms transportation work and had his own manor. And these British people were even more curious about Chen, a native of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. There are rumors that this mysterious dragon countryman will use some mysterious witchcraft from the East. Boss Sue, here we are. At the moment the coachman interrupted Chen. No. Chen put on his coat and slowly got out of the car. At the moment, several distinguished guests have arrived in my manor. It seems that Chen is determined to win this deal. Chen walked into his villa and saw Count Roland and several other noble guests. Chen, you are finally back. Count Roland stood up and waved to Chen. Hello, Count Roland. Chen walked over with a smile and shook hands with them one by one. Chen, what good stuff did you bring this time? Asked a blonde nobleman. Whatever you want, I have. Chen said confidently. Then let's see. Another noble said. Okay, please follow me. Chen led them to a building behind the manor. There was Chen's arsenal, which contained various weapons and ammunition. Chen opened the door and let them enter the arsenal. Wow! They exclaimed as soon as they entered. They saw rows and rows of firearms, everything from muskets to bombs. Where did you get all this? Count Roland asked. I import these from ports in other cities. Chen said. Port. For a while, most ports were controlled by local gangs. How did you do it so easily? They all looked curious. Chen just nodded. Interesting. It seems you didn't disappoint me this time. Count Roland praised. The transaction partner will be here soon. Chen, you will be responsible for this transaction negotiation. Count Roland said. Chen nodded and slowly adjusted his collar. The person he is going to meet later is not a simple person. It is said that he is a famous local gangster. After a while, Chen saw a horse parked at the gate of the manor. Several men in black suits got out of the car, and they all exuded a murderous aura. Their leader is a middle-aged man with an angular face, sharp eyes, and silver hair. He is Rochester's biggest gang boss, Lois Silverfox Wolf. His men control the entire underground world of Rochester, whether it is casinos, brothels, or smuggling. It is his business. He is also the person Su-chan wants to trade with this time. Mr. Su-chan, nice to meet you. Lois Wolf walked up to Su-chan and stretched out his hand. Mr. Lois Wolf, nice to meet you too. Su-chan held his hand and said with a smile, Please come with me, I've prepared what you want. Su-chan led Lois Wolf and his men towards the arsenal. Count Roland and other nobles followed. Su-chan opened the door of the arsenal and let them in. Lois Wolf saw the various firearms and ammunition placed on the shelves at a glance. You are really a capable person, Mr. Su-chan, exclaimed Lois Wolf. So, how much do you want? These are worth a total of 5 million pounds. Su-chan said. 5 million. Lois Wolf frowned. You boy, you really dare to bid. The price is very reasonable, Mr. Lois Wolf. Su-chan said. Do you know how scarce these weapons and ammunition are? You won't find anyone else who can get this stuff this season. Su-chan's eyes looked a little sharp as he spoke. Ha ha ha, but what if I still think it's a bit expensive? As he spoke, Lois Wolf took out a musket from his arms and pointed it at Su-chan's chest. Duh. Chapter 2. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lois, are you kidding me? Su-chan laughed and sat down generously on the sofa beside him. At the moment, Count Roland was directly shocked by this scene, and beads of sweat flowed down his ears. Count Roland glanced at Su-chan, but at the moment, Su-chan still raised his legs generously. Humph, do you think I'm joking with you? Lois held the musket in his hand and loaded it. Can I understand that you want to get the goods, but don't want to pay? Su-chan's tone was a little calm. Ha ha ha, who doesn't know that in this generation, no one can bargain with me when doing business? Lois laughed heartily. Oh, Su-chan looked coldly at Lois in front of him. Stop talking nonsense. Brothers, get these goods into the car for me. Lois gave an order, and the people he brought immediately began to move the items in the warehouse. Good guy? It took me a long time. I was robbed today. Su-chan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and complained. Bang! A loud bang was heard throughout the warehouse. Ouch! In just a moment, Lois fell to the side, covering his arms and yelling. Why? Aren't you quite impressive just now? Su-chan stepped on Lois's head. You kid! What did you do? Lois shouted in pain. After all, it only took Su-chan a moment to knock down this strong man who was so energetic just now. I didn't do anything. I just taught people like you a little lesson. As Su-chan said this, he took out the musket in his hand and put it on Lois' head. At the moment, all Lois men were stunned on the spot, and none of them dared to act rashly. You boy, I'm from the Howlett family. If you touch me, you will offend the entire Howlett family. Think clearly. Lois at the moment was still roaring on the ground. I think clearly. As he said that, Su-chan was about to pull the trigger. Wait. Su-chan. Count Roland hurriedly stepped forward to stop Su-chan. Su-chan also seemed to detect a hint of worry in Roland's eyes. You guys, tie this guy up for me. Su-chan ordered others to control Lois and his people. Then, he quickly followed Roland to another room. Roland closed the door and slumped down on the sofa. What's wrong, Roland? If you have something to say, just say it. Su-chan got straight to the point. Alas, didn't you hear him say that he is from the Howlett family? Roland said tremblingly. I heard that. So what happened? Su-chan looked indifferent. You don't know that the Howlett family's status in this land is extraordinary. Nowadays these goods are a trivial matter. But if you offend the Howlett family because of this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive here in the future. Besides, now that we have Lois tied up, Roland said with a solemn expression. Su-chan also instantly understood the current situation, sat aside, and began to think. Well, let's take care of the original thing. He was the first to break the rules by being unethical. I will take a few people with me and hand over Lois to the Howlett family personally. Su-chan stood up as he spoke. Su-chan, you know, this time it's all up to you. Roland's eyes were full of worry. Okay, don't worry, leave it to me. Su-chan patted Roland on the shoulder. But how did you knock him down in an instant just now? I was right next to you and didn't even see clearly. Roland looked at Su-chan with confusion and asked. Oh, it's nothing. It's just some dragon country magic. Chen waved his hand and smiled slightly. This is not something ordinary people can do. It's like having supernatural powers. Roland smiled bitterly. Haha, it's okay to call it a superpower, but I have to get going. Chen said lightly, put on his coat, and prepared to set off. In fact, before Chen traveled through time, he visited many strange people in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom and learned many Eastern martial arts and immortal arts. But after traveling through time, he still seldom mentioned it to others. After all, he was an unfamiliar place, and some things should not be exposed easily. According to the map, the Howlett family can get there in about 2 hours by walking north. Chen also yawned on the carriage at the moment. That boy named Chen. I will return this shame to you intact sooner or later. Behind the carriage is the car where Lois is imprisoned. There were constant shouts and curses coming from the car. Chen looked at his pocket watch with an indifferent expression. How far away? Chen asked the driver. You'll be there just after passing the slope in front. The coachman replied tremblingly. No wonder, in this icy and snowy environment, the coachman might be freezing at the moment. Chen picked up a small iron bottle from the side and handed it out of the car. This wine is very strong. Take a sip to warm yourself up. Chen said slowly. After a while, several people came to a manor with huge amounts of money. The manor looks very spectacular. From a distance, there are huge amounts of snow-white lofts standing in the garden, and this manor seemed to be extremely vast in area. There are a few people patrolling the park. Chen ordered his men to go say hello. The Howlett family would like to invite you into the manor for a chat. After a while, his subordinates ran back to report. Okay, I get it, Chen said, and led people towards the attic. Howlett family. Chen felt that the name of this family seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried. After traveling to this world, Chen has actually been exploring everything about this world. It seems that there is not much connection with the original world. I only know that I have traveled to the British Empire. During this period, Britain was at its peak colonial period. As for the rest, Chen still didn't know anything. Please come in with me, a servant said to Chen and others at the door. Chen nodded and motioned for him to lead the way. The interior of this house is also luxurious enough. As a nobleman, Duke Roland's residence is already luxurious enough. But this Howlett family is 100 times worse. Walking up the stairs, you will see countless medieval oil paintings and gold and silver utensils covering the walls. Even the chandeliers and handrails in the house are exquisitely carved. It seems that the Howlett family is not simple. Welcome to my humble home. As soon as they entered a living room, they saw a woman sitting on a chair and saying hello to Chen and others. I am Elizabeth Howlett. I heard that a few of you came here to look for me. This woman has a luxurious temperament and is extremely graceful. As for his appearance, Chen was moved even more. Unexpectedly, in this land of the British Empire, there are women who can still reveal a hint of oriental beauty. Chapter 3. Hello, Ms. Elizabeth. My name is Chen. Chen responded politely. Oh, you are Chen. After hearing this, the woman's mouth raised slightly. Ms. Elizabeth, have you heard of me? Chen asked doubtfully. Haha, definitely. You must know that you are quite famous around here. The mysterious man from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom has been spread outside, saying that you are a person with supernatural powers. Elizabeth said as she picked up the teacup and took a sip of black tea. You're flattered, but do you know why I came to visit you this time? Chen got straight to the point and then slowly sat down on the chair beside him. If you have any questions, Mr. Chen, please just tell me, Elizabeth said calmly. Pop. Chen clapped his hands. Immediately, the person behind him also realized his consciousness and walked out. Ouch! Within a few minutes, several people brought Lois out and threw him on the ground. Lois also screamed. At the moment, Lois was also frozen and her body was stiff. It was obvious that the key of one arm had been seriously misaligned. What kind of consciousness is this? Elizabeth stood up instantly and stared at Chen with her sharp eyes. You must know that Lois is originally Elizabeth's person. Obviously, this move has angered Elizabeth. Don't get excited, Ms. Elizabeth, Chen said with a smile. Then he explained everything to Elizabeth one by one. Ms. Elizabeth, you have to know that doing business requires integrity. For this kind of person, I just teach him a lesson for you, Chen said, and looked at Elizabeth. Is what he said true? Elizabeth asked Lois calmly. Lady, this matter. Lois hesitated. Shame on you. Elizabeth slowly took out a pistol from the drawer. This pistol is very delicately made and is obviously smaller than a normal-sized pistol. It seems to be specially made for women. Chen frowned. I thought to myself, this Elizabeth doesn't want to kill this Lois in front of me. After all, this kind of thing is not what women should do. What's more, she is such a snow and ice beauty. Bump! With the sound of a gunshot, Lois seemed to have no chance to explain, and blood flowed all over the floor in an instant. Elizabeth even left her servants aside. Several people quickly cleaned up the house. Damn it! Chen was also a little shocked this time. No wonder Duke Roland is so afraid of the Howlett family. It seems that the Howlett family is indeed not simple. Especially the woman in front of me, who looks gentle on the surface, but is actually decisive and ruthless. The shot just now had no hesitation at all. It should be fine now, Mr. Chen. Our Howlett family has always followed the rules. Those who break the rules will naturally be dealt with internally by us. Elizabeth looked at Chen. No problem. I'm here to make this matter clearer. Now that the results have been obtained, I will prepare to go back. Chen responded politely and picked up his coat. Slow down. Mr. Chen, wait. I've always wanted to see you before. Elizabeth slowly walked to Chen. I guess we've been living a simple life. There's nothing to talk about, Chen said before getting up and leaving. After all, although this woman looks exquisite, she is indeed quite horny. Chen didn't want to get into any unnecessary trouble at the moment, nor did he want to have anything to do with Elizabeth. Besides, I've been working hard all day, and it's time to go back and rest. You misunderstood. The delay won't last long. Please take a step to speak, Elizabeth said again. Chen also looked at her confused. But now that he's here, let alone thinking about this kind of family power, he might be able to use it one day in the future. Thinking of this, Chen could only reluctantly nodded. Elizabeth then motioned for everyone else to get out. And Elizabeth directly opened the door of her bedroom and motioned for Chen to go in. Chen had a dark look on his face at the moment. What kind of trouble is this going on? This woman, who had just met and barely exchanged a few words with her, is progressing a little too quickly. Uft. Elizabeth glanced at Chen and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Mr. Chen, don't get me wrong. I just want you to see my son. After saying that, Elizabeth walked into the bedroom. Chen smiled awkwardly after hearing this. So he followed into the bedroom. The scene in front of him shocked Chen. I saw a child about 6 or 7 years old lying on the bed. His face was pale, and he seemed to be in a very bad condition. This is... Chen asked softly. My son contracted a rare and strange disease not long ago. I went to many doctors, but they couldn't do anything. I can't even tell what the disease is, Elizabeth said with a sigh. Chen's expression became more solemn. I heard before that you are from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. You know Eastern magic, and you also have some medical skills. So, I also want to ask you to take a look at my son's condition. If you can't see it either, then maybe... Elizabeth fell silent as she spoke. Chen walked to the bed, and the boy in front of him slowly opened his eyes. I feel so painful all over my body. As soon as the boy finished speaking, I saw a creak sound coming from his body. Chen frowned. The sound seemed to be the friction of bones in the body. The sound became louder and louder, becoming a bit harsh in the room. Ah! The boy cried out in pain. My hands hurt so much. After hearing this, Chen quickly looked at the boy's hands. I saw a pair of bone claws breaking out from between the bones of the boy's fists. The boy was constantly G on the board of his bed due to the severe pain. Ouch! The boy howled like a hungry wolf. At the moment, a man quickly pushed open the door, pushed Chen away, and took the boy into his arms. Chen took a look at the man. It seemed that he was the boy's father. He must be the head of Howlett's family. Have I become a monster? The boy looked at his hands and said tremblingly. Silly boy, how could? James Howlett. You have to be strong. Dad will find someone to cure you. The man's voice was a little deep. James Howlett. Why is this name so familiar? Chen's mind suddenly became confused. Damn it. James Howlett. Wolverine. I remembered. This is Wolverine's name. Isn't this Wolverine from Marvel? That's right. Wolverine's mother is Elizabeth and her father is Logan. It all makes sense. It seems that I have traveled to the world of Marvel in the past few years. Duh. Chapter 4. Chen immediately understood the situation in front of him. Ms. Elizabeth. Sir, I think I know what happened to your son. Chen said with a serious face. Real? Logan walked directly in front of Chen excitedly. This must be some kind of evil magic. This gentleman really has a solution. Logan asked excitedly. This is not some evil magic. It's an innate ability. Chen asserted. Nonsense. I've never heard of any similar ability. Logan grabbed Chen's collar. Seeing this, Elizabeth hurriedly stepped forward to stop him and pushed Logan's hand away. Listen first to what Mr. Chen has to say. Elizabeth said to Logan. All right. Old Logan curled his lips and stood aside. And Chen didn't say anything and directly helped James on the bed into his arms. Little James, you have to be strong. Listen to me, uncle. This is your ability, don't fight it. Try to get along with it. Learn to feel it slowly and control it. Chen said and gently touched James' forehead. This is a method of Eastern magic. By touching the other person, the internal energy is injected into the other person's body, thereby reducing the other person's pain. And James nodded sensibly. It may be that the pain has been relieved and James has more energy to spend time with ability. Really, within a few minutes, James successfully retracted the bone claw. In an instant, the skin punctured by the bone claws gradually returned to its original state. It's amazing. It's really amazing. It used to take a long time for these bone claws to disappear. Elizabeth and Logan looked at James excitedly. I feel better. Little James didn't seem to be in the same pain as before. Mr. Chen, just now. I was rude just now. Old Logan apologized to Chen. Oh, I understand. Chen said calmly. But at that moment, Chen's heart was filled with waves. It has been several years since I traveled to this place, and I always thought that I had mistakenly entered some parallel time and space. Now it seems that is not the case at all. It seems that I have time traveled into the world of Marvel. Now that we are here, we meet young Wolverine again. This is also a rare opportunity. Chen would naturally not let this opportunity pass him by. As for the rest, let's talk about it later. Ms. Elizabeth, Mr. Logan. Controlling this kind of ability doesn't happen overnight, and I can guide little James and teach him how to control this power. Chen said with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Real? At the moment, Elizabeth almost shed tears of excitement. Definitely. But Chen gave up. But what? Just ask for anything you want, as long as it's something our Howlett family can do. The two people's eyes focused on Chen. I think let little James be my adopted son. As soon as he said this, the room suddenly became quiet. As for Chen, he had naturally settled his plans long ago. Naturally, this superhero can contact everyone. After all, this is the Marvel world. Furthermore, it would be great if you adopt Wolverine as your adopted son and slowly date other superheroes in the future. No problem. Elizabeth hesitated for a moment and said. Old Logan also nodded. James, call me foster father. Logan said to James. Father. Logan slowly said these two words from his mouth. Ding. The host's strong will is detected. The system of many children and many blessings is loading. 10%, 70%, 100%. Loading successfully. What are you doing? Many children, many blessings system? I haven't even found a girl yet. So give me a system of having more children and more blessings. The more children the host has, the stronger the ability of the children, and the stronger the host. Chen had a dark look on his face. What kind of unfair system is this? However, since I have traveled to the present, I have always relied on the Eastern knowledge and abilities I had before traveling to survive. Now that I have such a system, it couldn't be better. It seems that it was also because Chen had just adopted James as his adopted son, which triggered the conditions for activating the system. Mr. Chen, you must show your respects tonight, have a meal together, and stay here. Old Logan and Elizabeth said to Chen. Chen knew very well. First, he wanted to thank himself for saving their son. The second is that these two people still know nothing about their son's ability and are still a little worried. I don't have any problem, but the few people who came with me can't keep waiting for me. It's freezing and snowy outside. Chen said awkwardly. What's this? I'll send someone back with your people immediately. As for Count Roland, I will write to him to explain. As for other things, I will arrange them. You don't need to worry about this. Old Logan said, and picked up the pen to write a letter. And Chen really didn't want to miss this opportunity at the moment. After all, his adopted son was the future Wolverine. Then it's hard work. Chen nodded and said, after dinner, Mr. Chen, I sent my servant to prepare a room for you. Elizabeth said to Chen, yes, it's getting late, and I really want to take a good rest now. Chen nodded and followed the servant to a room. This room is very ornately decorated. The style of the room is like a medieval castle, and the walls are covered with precious oil paintings. Chen secretly sighed in his heart. This old couple, Logan and Elizabeth, have great aesthetics. Well, I'm going to rest. Chen lay down on the bed and said to the maid beside him. Under the candlelight, the maid's face looked very delicate. The slender figure stood straight to the side. Chen looked at the maid with a question mark on his face. What's the situation? Are you trying to stand next to me and watch me sleep? Well, I said I want to rest. Chen emphasized again. I know, then let me serve you. The maid walked towards Chen slowly. Taking advantage of the situation, he slowly untied the collar of his jacket. Damn it. Chen looked at the maid with a dark expression on his face. What kind of operation is this? Chen swallowed. This old man Logan and Elizabeth did a great job of entertaining us. But, that's not the consciousness. I can just rest by myself. Chen said awkwardly. The maid was stunned on the spot, and after a few seconds, she turned and left the room. Chapter 5. Chen, who was lying on the bed, was also confused at the moment. After all, I suddenly understood my situation. The Marvel world. Chen murmured to himself. It seems that in this world, there are not a few people with superpowers. It seems that it is not easy to live smoothly. Suddenly, Chen remembered the many children and many blessings system he had just obtained. It seems that we must make good use of this system. Chen slowly closed his eyes. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. In his sleep, Chen vaguely heard a voice calling him from the side. Chen slowly opened his eyes. It seemed that the maid on the side was calling him to get up. Mr. Chen, it's time for breakfast. The master and his wife are waiting for you to have dinner together. The maid stood aside and said, yeah, I know. Chen nodded, stretched out, and slowly put on his clothes. The air in the manor in the morning is particularly fresh. The sun filled the entire courtyard. Looking out the window, some farmhands were starting to get busy. Chen, how did you sleep last night? Old Logan was full of energy early in the morning and shouted to Chen. Fine. Chen is still a little tired. It seems that you are very tired. Old Logan smiled and gave Chen a wink. Chen also understood instantly. It seemed that the maid's initiative last night was arranged by this guy. Although Chen directly rejected the maid last night, Logan didn't seem to know. Haha, okay. Chen didn't say much. Old Logan invited Chen to sit at the dining table. This is for you, Chen. Elizabeth picked up a letter from the table and handed it to Chen. Chen took a look at the content of the letter. It was a letter from Count Roland, and the general content was that he already fully understood the situation on Chen's side. The letter also added a sentence, saying that Chen could return to Count Roland's territory at any time, and Roland would always welcome him. Although this sentence was clearly stated, Chen knew very well that it was a tactful farewell. After all, Roland has always been timid and didn't want to get into any trouble. But after all, after traveling through time, he has been living a life of dependence on others. Although he is temporarily living here in Old Logan, he can also return to Roland's place in the future. But after all, you still have to break out of your own world. After all, a golden nest or a silver nest can never be as good as your own doghouse. Thinking of this, Chen frowned. Chen, I have something here that I want to show you. At the moment, Old Logan handed Chen a box. Yesterday, Elizabeth and I also discussed it. So don't refuse this gift. Old Logan emphasized again. Chen took the box and opened it, only to see a piece of folded parchment placed in the box. Parchment should still be a very precious thing in this era. Generally, this kind of parchment is usually used to record some important things, or Chen quickly unfolded it and saw that it turned out to be a land deed of 5,000 acres. Su Chen's eyes swept down the yellowed paper. This is a land deed transfer agreement, and old Logan and Elizabeth have signed their names in the lower right corner. Just waiting for Su Chen to sign. This transfer agreement will take effect immediately. Although these 5,000 acres of land are nothing to the Howlett family. But you must know that it is difficult for ordinary people to get it even if they work hard for several lifetimes. How can this be so embarrassing? Su Chen closed the box smoothly, and then pushed the box back from the table. I can't accept this. There is an old saying in the East, no reward for no reward. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, Alas, Su Chen, this thing is not given to you for free. It's definitely conditional. Old Logan laughed and said, What conditions? Su Chen asked doubtfully. That's what Elizabeth and I decide, and James will follow you. I'll leave it to you to train him from now on. As soon as these words came out, Su Chen was still very shocked. Although James' current situation it would be best to have him by his side. However, leaving James completely to your own care and training requires a lot of trust in yourself. Su Chen frowned and thought, No more hesitation. Elizabeth and I have always been very good at judging people. We trust you, Old Logan said very firmly. Su Chen also thought about it. This was good. It was in line with his plan. The first is to win over superheroes in large numbers, and James' original is the first step. The second is to establish your own family. At the beginning, you also need to have your own first place. Now that this opportunity is before us, there is really no reason to refuse. Okay, nothing is decided yet, but I trained James very harshly. Su Chen slowly put away the box. Ha, that couldn't be better. It's said that a strict teacher produces a good disciple. What's more, a strict father like you. Logan laughed. Where's James? What's his own wish? Su Chen asked slowly. This kid has already agreed. Moreover, he also hopes to learn some real skills from you. Elizabeth hurriedly interjected. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Old Logan then walked to Su Chen's side and put his arm around Su Chen's shoulders. Su Chen, let Jenny go with you. And the land I gave you also built a manor, which is just right for you to live there. Old Logan said with a wicked smile. Jenny. Su Chen looked at Old Logan in confusion. Logan also glanced directly at the maid from last night. Holy shit, this guy turns out to have this consciousness. But for Su Chen, it was also necessary to have an extra maid to take care of James and herself. It's just Logan's ungrateful look that makes people feel a little speechless. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen began to go back to the room to pack things. After all, Su Chen owned his own land and manor, and had an adopted son. My plan has just begun, and there are many things that need to be done. Now Su Chen can't wait anymore. Outside, Elizabeth also found some servants and brought a carriage to wait for Su Chen. James, listen carefully to your adoptive father. James nodded. Su Chen noticed James' expression. It is rare to experience such changes at a young age and stay so strong after leaving the life you are familiar with. In addition to Su Chen and James, the group also included the maid Jenny and James' little maid Rose. In addition, Logan also gave Su Chen a small team, led by a musketeer. This musketeer is quite old, and his beard has turned white. But judging from the scar on his neck, he is definitely a man who has experienced storms. After a short farewell, they quickly set off on their way. Chapter 6. At dusk in winter, snowflakes are floating in the sky, covering the ground and branches. The carriage drove slowly along the mountain road. The driver was tightly wrapped in a heavy cloak, holding the reins in his hand, whipping the two black horses from time to time. Su Chen sat in the carriage, slowly took out a book, and started reading. This I Ching Jing was originally carried by Su Chen before he traveled through time. When he was in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, Su Chen became proficient in the martial arts of various sections. But this I Ching Jing skill was somewhat mysterious, so Su Chen always carried it with him. Su Chen, what are you looking at? Little James asked Su Chen curiously. Boy, call me foster father. I'm going to teach you some rules from now on. Su Chen's tone became a little harsh. Su Chen glanced at James. It seemed that it would take some years to train him into a talented person. First of all, we must set some rules for this little guy. Father, James lowered his head and said softly. Louder. I can't hear you. Su Chen put down the book in his hand and scolded loudly. Father, James's voice came again. Very good. My book is about Eastern martial arts. Chen nodded and explained to James. Oriental martial arts. James asked doubtfully. That's right. This is what you need to learn from me in the future. Chen said lightly. Could it be those strange abilities in the legend? James was a little excited. That's about right. But don't get too happy too early, kid. Learning martial arts or magic. It all requires perseverance beyond ordinary people. You will have to endure this from now on. Chen said and yawned. Old Logan gave himself land in London. Rochester is 50 kilometers away from London. As the capital of the British Empire, London must be even more hidden than Rochester. But this is actually more in line with Chen's wishes. After all, in a place like this, opportunities and possibilities are much greater. The only headache is the initial stage. Chen looked out the car window and saw that at the moment the group of people had arrived in a suburb of London. It seems it's almost here, Mr. Chen. Ginny Novels said on the side. That's right. Chen looked at Ginny's appearance. The room was a little dark the night before, and it was the first time that Chen carefully observed the maid next to him. Her black hair was soft and shiny, tied into a ponytail by a blue silk scarf, hanging down her back. Her eyes are blue, as bright and deep as the sky. Not to mention, there is a bit of oriental beauty in it. A simple and clean white cotton skirt with some small flowers embroidered on it. The skirt swayed gently with her steps. The hands and feet are even more slender and delicate, and there is nothing to say about the figure. More importantly, Ginny always gave Chen a gentle feeling when she spoke along the way. What a sin. It was so dark that night. Otherwise I'll take the high ground for her. Chen's heart fluctuated, and he seemed to be a little distracted. Mr. Chen, we should have arrived. Ginny's delicate voice reached Chen's ears. Chen opened the curtain of the carriage and looked out. I saw a mansion appearing in front of me. The mansion sits on a vast lawn and is surrounded by a tall stone wall. It seems to be to prevent enemy invasion. The main entrance of the castle is an arched iron gate with the Howlett family crest carved on it. Behind the iron gate is a long stone road leading to the entrance of the house. The entrance is a round tower with a spire. On both sides of the tower are two symmetrical rows of buildings. Damn it. This old Logan seems to have spent a lot of money this time. For giving such a good place to himself, he must be very concerned about James. It's no wonder. Chen got out of the car and walked to the arched iron gate with a few people. Bump. Chen punched the Howlett family emblem on the arched iron door. I saw the metal badge falling from the top of the iron door. From now on, this place is the territory of my Sioux family. Chen said slowly. Then he walked into the mansion. The interior of the house is very elegantly designed, with exquisite vases placed on the left and right sides of the spacious hall. A red carpet in the center of the house directly connects the stairs upstairs. Various oil paintings are hung on the walls on the left and right sides. In the British Empire during this period, it was difficult for ordinary people to hang a few oil paintings in their homes. After all, oil paintings were also a luxury item in this era. Chen quickly settled in his room, and next door to Chen was little James' room. Father, Foster, when can I learn Eastern martial arts and magic? Little James ran to Chen's room. James, you need to knock politely to enter someone else's room. Get out. Start again. Chen was obviously a little harsh on James. But for James, this is also one of the lessons for training him. But Chen still liked this clever little guy from the bottom of his heart. Not only because he is the future Wolverine, but more importantly, Chen feels that little James seems to be stronger than other children and has a strong heart. Then James knocked on the door again and entered Chen's house. Well, let's start tomorrow. Remember, your character is also part of your practice. Although Chen spoke harshly, seeing that James listened very seriously, he still nodded with satisfaction. Actually, I saw it. James looked at Chen seriously. Oh, if you saw something, tell me directly. Chen said disapprovingly, and started to sort out the books on his desk. I saw it. When your adoptive father first arrived here, you punched the clan emblem off the iron gate. Little James continued. Oh, what did you mean? Isn't that normal? Chen didn't care at all. No. In fact, your fist didn't even touch the iron door or the metal clan emblem. It was knocked off. James looked straight at Chen. You kid. Did you really see it? Ha ha ha. You kid is a little conscious. Su Chen burst out laughing. That's right. Su Chen was using an Eastern Qigong boxing method at that time. This kind of Prajna boxing is originally a kind of Shaolin boxing method. The punch at the door was originally used by Su Chen relatively covertly. Ordinary people could not detect that the punch was actually just lightly touching the iron door without actually touching it, and the whole movement was very fast. It seems that this future Wolverine has good observation skills. This kind of Prajna fist is still too early for you now. It requires certain basic skills as a foundation. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Duh. Chapter 8. Su Chen said and directly hit a set of Taizu Chongquan in front of little James. The so-called Taizu Chongquan, also known as the 32 Shi Chongquan, is one of the basic Shaolin boxing techniques. There are actually certain reasons why we decided to let James learn this boxing technique first. It is said that the world's kung fu comes from Shaolin, and Taizu Chongquan can be regarded as the basis of all kung fu. Rather, the horse steps in this set of kung fu are wide open and close, and the boxing techniques are resolute. It is also suitable for exercising one's willpower. This is the boxing technique I used just now. When you make your body stronger, I will teach you something else. If you want to control your own ability, a strong physical foundation is essential, Su Chen said, and began to point out James. In the past few days, little James has been practicing well. Su Chen was not idle either. On the one hand, when you first come to London, the first thing you need to do is establish your own power. Without power and just land, you are destined to be unable to accomplish anything. There is no way to proceed with my own plan. Thinking of this, Su Chen decided to go around London alone. There is no problem here in my own manor. After all, there is a team of musketeers given to me by old Logan to watch here. But after all, this musketeer is still one of old Logan's. Thinking of this, Su Chen put on his coat and hat and prepared to go out. Are you going out? Seeing Su Chen getting ready to go out, Jenny asked quickly. Yes, there are some things to do. Su Chen responded calmly. Jenny quickly handed the scarf in her hand to Su Chen. Jenny took care of Su Chen meticulously, which made Su Chen gradually become more and more dependent on Jenny. If possible, Jenny should be given a title in the future. Then there is this system of having more children and more blessings. Thinking of this, Su Chen left the manor. The streets of London are infinitely more crowded than those of the suburbs. Pedestrians here are in a hurry. Su Chen shuttled among the crowd, preparing to find someone who could inquire about nearby forces and ask about the situation here. Extra number. Royal Mail Train D326. Completely looted. The government has issued a huge reward, shouted a little boy selling newspapers. On the streets of London, children selling newspapers like this often walk around the streets and attract customers by shouting. Hey, looks like the opportunity has come. The corners of Su Chen's mouth rose. I was worried that I had just arrived here and had no chance to contact all the forces, nor did I know the local rulers. The newspaper seller. Give me one. Su Chen took out a coin from his pocket and threw it directly into the hands of the little boy selling newspapers. He took away a newspaper and turned around to leave. Sir, looking for your money. The voice came from behind. You're rewarded. Su Chen didn't even look back and walked into the nearby bar with the newspaper. This customer. Is he alone? The bartender came over immediately. Just bring me a cup of coffee. Su Chen walked directly to the corner without saying a word. The bar was crowded, with groups of drunkards drinking freely. There was also a group of young people playing with musical instruments on the stage. In the noisy environment, it seems that you can't hear what the people around you are talking about. Su Chen opened the newspaper he just bought. Royal Mail Train D326. It is still very famous throughout London. It's a steam train from London to Glasgow. In this era, it can be regarded as the fastest means of transportation between big cities. But none of this matters. The important thing is, banknotes from local banks and goods from jewelers are generally transported through this train. To rob this train, some ordinary forces must not have the guts to do so, and it must be a big force of a certain scale. Su Chen glanced at the reward amount in the newspaper. £2.6 million. This amount of money is enough to last several lifetimes, and starting a family is not a problem at all. Thinking of this, Su Chen drank a cup of coffee. Brother, are you also interested in this incident? An old man about 50 years old sat opposite Chen. The old man wore an eye patch and was obviously blind in one eye. There is also a pungent smell of alcohol. It seems that he can be regarded as an old alcoholic. Chen took a look at the old man in front of him and was not in the mood to pay attention to him. At first glance, you look like you've just arrived in London. Everyone knows that this is what Reynolds did, but even the government can't do anything to them. So, no one will accept this reward. The old man muttered to himself and drained the wine glass in his hand in one go. As soon as these words came out, Chen's eyes lit up. "Waiter, give the old man in front of me a glass of whiskey." Chen immediately ordered a glass of wine. "Oh, sir, you are so kind." The old man's expression immediately became flattering. "Tell me what's going on with Reynolds. I'm quite interested." Chen asked. "Here in London, the biggest gangster force that basically no one knows about. Southwestern Gang. And Reynolds is naturally the leader of the Southwest Gang. It is said that this guy has hundreds of men. Each one is equipped with a musket." Chen listened to the old man's introduction. Probably because the Southwest Gang is very powerful, the government does not dare to provoke them easily. And this train was also hijacked by them, so the government had no choice but to issue a reward just to show off. It seems that this time it was not in vain. Since I'm here for the first time, don't do it. If we want to do it, let's do it big. Thinking of this, Chen turned around and left the tavern, preparing to go back to the manor. As soon as he returned to the manor, Chen found a team of men left by old Logan. "Mr. Chen, you are looking for me if you have something to do." According to Logan's introduction, the leader's name is Genos, who can be regarded as an old musketeer. Basically, he has climbed out of the dead man pile and has seen some of the world. The others were riders, each equipped with a musket. When I first arrived in London, I naturally wanted to do something. So I'm going to form a team. If you want to make a career, just follow me and try your luck here. I will definitely not force everyone. After all, this is a dangerous job. Chen said to several people. "Ha ha. Originally, we were the ones licking the blood from the blade. What kind of world have you never seen before? And Logan told us very clearly before that we will follow you from now on." The old man slapped his thigh, stood up, and said, "Good. From today on, the Ice Wolf team is officially established." Chen made the decision directly. "Don't worry. Everyone follow me. I, Chen, will never treat you badly." As Chen said that, he took out the newspaper from his arms and slapped it on the table. Duh. Chapter 9. "What's this?" Genos frowned. "Look at it, Genos." Chen motioned to Genik to read the newspaper. Genik and other members took turns to glance at the news of Royal Mail Train D326 was hijacked. Chen, this is a bit of a big deal. A musketeer on the side frowned and said, "So I won't force you. I said it. If you want to make a career in this land, just follow me." Chen's voice seemed a little serious. "All right. Then what do you say?" Genos said. "Just wait for my news." Chen said, and turned around and left. Chen. When Jenny saw Chen coming back, she waved to Chen from a distance. Jenny looked a little solemn. "What's wrong, Jenny? What happened?" Chen asked quickly. "You go to the basement and see James." I didn't dare to say anything. Jenny whispered to Chen. Chen quickened his pace and arrived in the basement in a few steps. I saw that the basement at the moment was in a mess. And James lowered his head and said nothing. "What happens?" Chen looked at James and asked. "Father, I got into trouble." James just whispered. Only then did Chen take a closer look at the surrounding environment. There were only iron frames and some training equipment scattered on the floor. These iron frames looked like they had been cut open by something sharp. The stone walls are also covered with various scratches. Judging from the incisions, these scratches are very sharp. Chen immediately understood what was going on. This is Wolverine from the future, using his own abilities. "You kid, am I, your foster father, so stingy? It's just a little mess in the basement." Chen touched little James' head. "But you have to tell your adoptive father what happened." Chen stared at James and continued to ask. "I found that I could release my bone claws freely. You can also take it back freely. So I just want to test my power." James pouted, as if he thought he had gotten into big trouble. "Okay. Ha ha ha. Very good. This is the beginning of how you learn to control your ability." Chen looked at James with surprise. I originally thought it would take a long time for James to master ability. It seems that the direction he guided is still very correct, which allows young James to directly control Wolverine's ability. My foster father won't blame you. But with this power, try to avoid everyone's eyes in the future to try it. Don't let others know easily. Did you hear that? Chen said. Heard it. I will use this power to help my adoptive father in the future. Little James said seriously. Ha ha. You boy. You have such a sweet mouth. Although Chen said this, he was also very happy in his heart. It seems that this kid will definitely be one of my heroes in the future. After returning to the bedroom, Chen was also ready to prepare the next plan. Just walk to the bedroom door. Jenny sat beside Chen's bed. Jenny at the moment was even wearing a pajamas. The collar was unbuttoned, and Jenny, who had just taken a shower, still had water droplets flowing down her neck. Depend on. This Jenny knows men too well. Although it seemed a bit deliberate, it still made Chen's eyes wander around her collar. Chen swallowed, but still held it back. That, Jenny. I do have some important things to deal with. Chen said. Jenny's eyes seemed a little reluctant, but there was nothing she could do. He smiled and nodded and went out. Oh shit. Keep this up. I will be sucked dry by this little girl sooner or later. But now is not the time to do such a thing. After all, Chen has decided to meet the Southwest Gang tonight. After all, this kind of thing cannot be delayed. In this era, what is the concept of a 2.6 million pound bounty? I never have trouble with money. Chen slowly opened the drawer and took out an exquisite musket. Its barrel is made of hard steel. At the same time, the barrel is engraved with exquisite patterns, and the stock is made of high-quality wood. The butt is also wrapped with sterling silver decoration. In this day and age, this is a rare good thing. It was also what Chen had snatched from a group of horse bandits before. Chen has always carried it with him wherever he went for so many years. Then Chen put on a black windbreaker, turned around, and walked towards the tower on one side. Mr. Genos. Chen shouted loudly as soon as he entered the tower of the manor. Soon, a burst of footsteps passed quickly above the tower. Genos and a group of people stood in front of Chen. It looks like you are all ready. Chen said seriously. That's right. Genos nodded. Very good. Ice Wolf team is ready to act with me. Remember, this time it's not just about the reward money. What's more important is that we must pass this battle to establish a firm foothold in London. Let everyone know about the existence of our Sioux family. With that said, several people quickly got on their horses. The sound of horse hooves echoed through the cold forest path. In this cold weather, the breaths of several people even condensed into white mist in the air. Rows of hoof prints were left in the silent forest. Chen had already inquired about it, and the guys from the Southwest Gang were gathered in a pub in London. And that tavern was also the gathering place for senior members of the Southwest Gang. It can be said that the leader of the Southwest Gang lives there. A few people soon stopped in front of a tavern. How is it? Chen. Genos asked. That's right. This is it. After you guys come in with me, just pretend to be normal guests. Without my order, there is no need to take action. Chen instructed. Several people nodded and tied the horses in the stable nearby. Chen walked directly into the tavern. Let me tell you, all pubs in the world have the same virtue. Chen looked at the noisy environment and secretly complained to the crowd of drunkards. Is this little brother a person? The blonde girl on the side saw Chen's handsome face and hurried over to strike up a conversation. Stay somewhere cool. Master, I have something to do. Chen said disdainfully, and the group of people walked towards the innermost table. Chen, I can't tell who is from the Southwest Gang. Genos muttered under his breath. Don't panic. I made inquiries before coming here. Chen waved his hand at the waiter in the tavern. Sir, I need something. The waiter asked immediately. I need to meet those people behind the door. Chen casually pointed to a wooden door in the tavern. Chapter 10. This. The waiter looked at Chen awkwardly. I definitely know that you don't have this authority. Then just call your boss. Chen said calmly. The waiter in front of him didn't say much and walked quickly to the bar of the pub. A bald man at the bar was flirting with several girls. The waiter said a few words to him. This bald man also stared at Chen and the others for a long time. After a while, the bald man came over. Hey, boy, I heard you have something to do with me. The bald man said angrily. It's okay to find you. Master, I want to visit those big shots behind this door. Chen said calmly. Tell you. Behind the door is the warehouse. It's just some stored wine. There was still a hint of disdain in the bald man's tone. Hey, then I would like to see what kind of wine is stored in the back. Genos said with a smile at the moment. I'm telling you, old guy, don't look for trouble. The strong man in front of him seemed a little impatient. The corners of Chen's mouth raised slightly. Give you two choices. First, please respectfully invite us in. The second is that if you die, we will step over your body. Chen said slowly, and at the moment the strong man was already pressed to the chin with a musket by Chen. The tavern was still very noisy, and no one seemed to notice the scene in the dark corner. At the moment, the strong man no longer had the arrogance he had just now, and he just started hesitating. Don't think I'm kidding you. Chen directly pulled the trigger. All right, I'll take you in, but I'm not responsible for anything that happens after we go in. The strong man had no choice but to submit. He walked forward and opened the wooden door. Chen and others followed in immediately. There really is a whole other world behind this door. Since the Middle Ages, people in this land have liked to build secret doors and the like. Chen knew this very well. But there are really not many people who can design the interior of the secret door so spectacularly. I walked through the secret door and saw a wooden plank leading underground. Oh shit, why do these people like the underground so much? Are these British people all rats? Chen complained secretly. After walking for a while, a wide hall appeared in front of you. If you don't want to be so grandiose, this scale is like a manor hidden underground. Genos praised. You know this is the chassis of that big shot, so this is nothing. The strong man said that this was normal. I know. Reynolds. Chen said lightly. You guys, what are you doing here? At the corner ahead, two men in black suits walked towards Chen and the others. Take us to Reynolds. Genos said from the side. What do you want to see the leader for? The other party also asked directly. We're distant relatives of Reynolds. Stop the ink. Take us there quickly. Chen was very calm and said it lightly. Looking at how calm you are, even I almost believed it. Genos muttered something very quietly. Maybe Chen acted too naturally, and the two of them didn't seem to notice anything at all, just leading the way. Ha ha, I take it all at 21 o'clock. There was a shout from a house not far away. Chen and the others quickly walked into the house. The moment he entered the house, Chen quickly looked around. 1, 2, 3, 10. There were about 10 guards standing in the room. The few remaining people sat at a gambling table with huge amounts of money. Yo, Genos. Chen greeted with a smile. Who are you? A fat man sitting in the middle of the gambling table looked at Chen in surprise, still shaking the chips he had just won in his hand. You don't even recognize me anymore? Chen just finished speaking. Genos and others directly pulled out their muskets and fired directly towards the outdoor area. Only a few seconds passed. The guards in the room fell down instantly. The people in the house were completely unable to react to this sudden change. Bravo! Genos is so decisive. He is worthy of being a man who has been among the dead man crowd. Chen also didn't use hesitation, so he directly pulled the trigger and shot the fat man in the leg. The people in the room were completely subdued in just a moment. It's a pretty big gang after all. No vigilance at all. Chen complained. He walked up to the fat man. You're Reynolds. Do you know what I want from you, young master? Chen looked at Reynolds coldly. Reynolds was covering his leg at the moment, and blood was flowing from his leg. I do not know you. Moreover, do you think our Southwest gang will let you go if you attack me? Reynolds grimaced in pain. A little conscious. Royal Mail Train D-326. Need I say more? Chen said and stretched out his hand to squeeze the wound where Reynolds was shot. Ah! A scream filled the room. No, I did it. Reynolds nodded quickly. Very good. You don't need to tell me anything else. Take people away. Chen ordered Genos and several others to take Reynolds away. In fact, Chen knew very well that all he needed to do was to make a name for his family in this huge city of London. The second thing is about those huge bounties. It is enough to confirm that Reynolds did it. Genos also quickly controlled Reynolds. The few people led Reynolds back the same way in a swaggering way. Passing through the wooden door, people in the tavern saw Chen and others taking Reynolds, who was covered in blood, and the scene instantly became quiet.
F asterisk asterisk K. That fat guy is from the Southwest Gang, right? You don't know him? The leader of the Southwest Gang. Which big shot did you offend? In an instant, all kinds of whispers came from the tavern. Very good. This effect is exactly what I want. Remember, our Su family is here to eliminate harm for the people today. Chen said loudly and quickly took Reynolds out of the tavern. At the moment, there was another burst of excitement in the tavern. This is exactly what makes Chen so wise. This sentence was left to spread the fame of the Su family. The second is under the banner of eliminating harm for the people, which is more in line with the style of a big family. After all, in Chen's impression, gangsters have always been a low-class rabble. If it is misunderstood as a fight between gangs, it is easy for others to think that the Su family is just a gang. From now on, as long as Chen follows the plan and claims that his family has upheld justice and caught the criminals, he will soon make a name for himself in London and will naturally have the opportunity to contact some politicians and the like. Chapter 11. Few days. Chen just got up and stretched. He slowly put on his coat. The weather these days is obviously not as cold as the previous few days. Chen walked to the table and found an envelope placed on his table. The envelope has not been opened yet. Jenny, what's that envelope on my desk? Chen shouted outside the room. That was delivered by a gentleman this morning. Jenny replied. Chen nodded, as if he had guessed something. A few days ago, I just arrested the leader of London's largest robbery in recent years. Royal Mail Train D326 case closed. The robberies were committed by the Southwest Gang, the city's most notorious gang, and the leader Reynolds has been subdued by the local emerging family, Su family. The news has spread throughout the streets of London in the past few days. In recent days, many local wealthy businessmen and some small families have also visited. Chen didn't care about these at all. Don't even bother to talk to them. But, what the hell? Why hasn't my bounty arrived yet? Chen has been thinking about bounties in recent days. Logically, the case should be completely closed in the past few days. Chen slowly opened the envelope. It turned out to be a letter from the British Empire Cabinet. What a concept! The government agencies of the British Empire have always implemented the cabinet system. Generally speaking, the political power of the country is controlled by some major big shot. These include the Prime Minister, cabinet ministers, non-cabinet ministers, judges and ministers of state. And the highest power in the country composed of these big shots is the cabinet. This kind of letter is usually written by at least someone of the Minister of State level. For Chen at this stage, there is absolutely no better news than this. Since leaving Roland and Old Logan, Chen has been thinking about expanding his Su family. Now there is money. As for rights, I can finally get in touch with some politicians. Chen quickly opened the letter and read it. Probably the cabinet specially organized a London-wide commendation meeting for Chen. In addition, the letter also stated that this bounty would be awarded at the conference. The corners of Chen's mouth raised slightly. Although this commendation meeting is usually done by the cabinet just to show off, for Chen, it is an extremely rare opportunity. If you don't succeed, you will get to know a few useful big shots, and you can also increase your family's influence in the local area. Jenny, hurry, get me some decent clothes. We have big things to do today. Chen ordered. Jenny also took great care of Chen. Although the two had a relationship, Jenny was always her maid. It seems that after this incident, it's time to give Jenny a title. Chen felt indescribably comfortable when he thought of this. Opening the window and looking out, little James was practicing marksmanship with Genos in the yard. Chen put on his clothes and went directly to the yard. Genos, you and James will come with me to the city in a minute. Chen ordered casually. Genos was still mature and nodded without saying a word. James was a little excited when he heard it. After all, after coming to London, James had never been to the city at all. Is it just the three of us? James is always so vigilant and asked solemnly. Definitely. Don't worry. It's a good thing this time. Chen said and ordered people to prepare the carriage. Several people arrived in front of the cabinet building in London. There seemed to be a lot of people gathered in front of the cabinet building at the moment. These people are all local citizens of London, and they seem to be mixed with various forces in London. As soon as Chen got off the carriage, he saw two soldiers running towards Chen quickly. Mr. Chen, the Minister of State has been waiting for a long time.
This way, please, the soldier said anxiously. Su-Chen nodded. Invite me next. This city's heroic family. Su-Chen, the leader of the Su family. The people on the stage read loudly. It seemed that it had been going on for a while, and they were just waiting for Su-Chen. Su-Chen slowly walked onto the stage. Next to him stood Genos and little James. It looks like the city of London is going to change. This Su family seems to be not simple. There must be some background. If you have the strength to get rid of the Southwest gang, it seems that many people will join this family in the future. Although he was standing on the stage, Su-Chen could still hear the comments coming from the audience from time to time. Su-Chen acted very calmly throughout the whole process. But the government department did not break its promise, and every cent of the £2.6 million reward was paid. It's no wonder, even if it is an astronomical figure, in front of politicians in power, these are just small amounts of money. Mr. Su-Chen, the Minister of State will invite you to dine with us later. A guard on the side whispered to Su-Chen. It seems the opportunity has come. After the commendation meeting, Su-Chen took Genos and James Jr. to the restaurant in the Cabinet Building as scheduled. The Cabinet Building is indeed different. The interior of the building is also extremely elegant. Su-Chen and others walked into the restaurant, and a long table of huge amounts appeared in front of them. The Minister of State, who had just presented the award, sat on the main seat. Su-Chen was not polite and sat down directly. Mr. Su-Chen, do you know why I invited you to dine with me? The Minister of State also got straight to the point. Please speak. Su-Chen had already expected that the other party must have a certain purpose. Actually, it's like this. As an important member of the cabinet, it's actually very dangerous every day. In recent years, more and more cabinet ministers have been assassinated. The current situation is turbulent. We have to guard against it. Su-Chen frowned when he heard this. Your consciousness is. In fact, Su-Chen had already guessed that they were almost inseparable. The awareness is that our cabinet recognizes the Su family's ability. I'll just say it bluntly. The cabinet urgently needs an organization that can help us deal with and investigate those assassins privately. And this organization will naturally not be on the surface. So today I mainly want to talk to you, Mr. Su-Chen, about cooperation. As soon as the other party's words came out, Su-Chen felt a little shocked. Although he said that the purpose of his trip was to get in touch with some politicians so as to open up the relationship network throughout London. But I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. But if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with it. This is no problem, so what benefits can I get? Since the other party got straight to the point, Su-Chen naturally didn't need to hide it. Ha, Mr. Su-Chen, I will naturally give your family some privileges and support, especially since our cabinet will send out some dead soldiers for you to train. Definitely. They will be members of the Su family from now on. In addition, your family will naturally become the most prestigious family in the city. Chapter 12. This was a big temptation for Su-Chen. Although it seems that there is not much real money benefit, this is not the case. These are exactly what Su-Chen needs. Snort. He is worthy of being an old guy who has been in power all year round. The conditions offered also pointed directly at my pain points. Manpower, power, and connections are all the things I need most when I first come here. Now that you say so, then I will accept this cooperation. Su-Chen agreed directly. Ha. Okay, we will have more contact from now on. The Minister of State directly handed a business card to Su-Chen. Mr. Bond. Su-Chen took the business card and expressed that he had completely reached cooperation. This is also how Bond and Su-Chen communicate privately. And one more thing. Seeing that Su-Chen was about to get up and leave, Bond hurriedly interrupted Su-Chen. I have a niece, and I would like to introduce it to Mr. Su-Chen. Actually, I've been observing you too. He is indeed a young hero. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl walked through the door on the side. Are you Su-Chen? Su-Chen looked along the sound. I saw a young girl walking over quickly. A golden ball head, blue eyes, and a small upward nose. The dress is also very cute, with a white dress and a pink belt wrapped around it. This girl was surprisingly petite, and her height probably only reached Su-Chen's shoulders. Su-Chen looked at the girl, confused. I don't know why this old Bond suddenly introduced her niece to me. Miss, I have a question for you. The girl spoke again. She looks quite cute, but her arrogant personality is really not good. Su-Chen complained in his heart. Yes, this is Su-chun. Su-chun replied lightly. Haha, Mr. Su-chun, I know you haven't married yet. I admire you very much too. My niece's name is Alice. She just turned 16 this year. I'm trying to find a reliable candidate for her. How about I act as a matchmaker for you two? Old Debin laughed and said, Holy shit. What the hell? How could this old Debin, a dignified minister of state, do what a matchmaker does? But if you think about it carefully, it's no wonder. British families in the Middle Ages had such a tradition. Families marry each other so that family cooperation can be strengthened. It feels a bit like a political marriage. Su-chun glanced at Alice. This little girl looked very delicate, but she had this arrogant personality. Besides, I originally wanted to talk to Jenny first. Ding! The system of many children and many blessings has been activated. Ask the host to work hard to find a wife and have more children. Remind again, the more heirs you have, the stronger the ability. Depend on, what kind of crooked system is this? Normally not a fart. At this time, he plays the role of urging marriage. Snort. Marry him. I don't want to. Alice's proud voice echoed in the room. Su-chun had no plans for this. But after hearing this, it seems necessary to train this arrogant Alice. Haha, that would be perfect. Su-chun agreed readily. I want to see if you, little girl, are still arrogant. After all, this old Bond is also the head of the Bond family, and he usually talks about everything. He is the kind of character who will never change the things he decides. Shut up. Alice. Su-chun is a talented young man. When will you change your character? Old Bond directly started scolding mode. But this arrogant Alice is really afraid of Bond. I could only stand aside and not dare to talk back. Su-chun didn't really do it out of anger. After all, this marriage originally had a great impact on the development of the family. And Alice is quite pretty. As for your personality, adjust it slowly. The only thing that gives Su-chun a headache is who will be the wife and concubine of Alice and Jenny in the future. Okay, then set the time in a few days, and let's get the wedding done quickly. Bond said to Su-chun again. Okay, it's settled then. Su-chun didn't talk nonsense. After a brief farewell, Su-chun prepared to take James and Genos back to his manor. Father, be careful. There's going to be a fire in the harem. Little James said to Su-chun with a smile. Old Genos coughed twice, but said nothing. You brat. Where did you learn these words? Su-chun also smiled bitterly when he looked at little James. When several people returned to the manor, Su-chun also started to make preparations. After all, after the marriage, Alice still has to live here. This little James doesn't know how to talk. Came back in a little while. Everyone in the manor knew about the marriage between Su-chun and the Bond family. But Jenny seemed particularly calm at the moment. He was just silently helping Su-chun clean up the room, and there was also a room prepared for Alice. In fact, Su-chun could tell that Jenny must be a little unhappy in her heart. Although for a family leader like Su-chun, it was generally considered normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But after all, Jenny was also the one who came first. But Jenny didn't dare to say anything more. After all, Su-chun said everything here. Moreover, Jenny was originally a maid. Ever since she followed Su-chun here, Su-chun had never treated her badly. Even being Su-chun's lover is better than returning to the countryside and living a poor life. But Su-chun doesn't have time to think about this. There are more important things waiting for you now. That is, the politicians in the cabinet have indeed transferred a group of dead soldiers to themselves. Naturally, these dead soldiers in the future will all be members of the Su family. It is easy to arrange the residence of these dead soldiers in your own manner. But it is not easy to train these dead soldiers. And Su-chun was not prepared to form a team of Genos's musketeers and these dead soldiers. It is easier to control these people if they are separated. The two groups can check and balance each other. This is also the art of controlling people in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom since ancient times. Su-chun thought of this and started to go to the residence arranged by Genos for these dead men. A shelved loft in the estate. You're a team. Who's the leader? Tell him to come see me. As soon as Su-chun arrived at the attic, he said to one of the people, Our leader is Jack. He's packing his things upstairs now. One of the dead soldiers said, Packing up, tidy up. Immediately. Let him come down to see me. Su-chun scolded in a stern tone. You know, this group of soldiers is different from Genos's group of musketeers. Those musketeers were originally people from the bottom of society who gathered together to go through life and death. As long as you show kindness, it is easy to be loyal to yourself. But these soldiers are very proud at heart. If you want them to be loyal to you, you must conquer them with strength. Duh. Chapter 13. I'm Jack. A middle-aged man slowly walked down from the attic. Chen looked up and down at Jack in front of him. It can be seen from Jack's calloused hands that he has been training a lot, especially the calluses at the tiger's mouth. Chen immediately judged that Jack must be a master with a knife, and the scar on Jack's left eyebrow is proof of a long-lasting battle. Are you the team leader? Chen said in a stern tone. That's right. The people here only listen to my orders. So, Mr. Chen, if you have anything to do in the future, please come to me to discuss it. Jack also responded loudly. There is some connotation in these words. On the surface, he said that there was no leakage, but in fact, he told Chen from the side that these people only listened to Jack's own orders. In other words, if you want to mobilize these people, you must go through Jack. Secondly, he told Chen from the side that he needed to discuss anything with him. In other words, I am not executing orders as a subordinate. Snort. These dead soldiers are really so difficult to deal with. In front of me, Chen, this set is simply child's play. Jack, if I guess correctly, you are a good hand with a knife. Chen said lightly. How does Mr. Chen know? Jack's eyes also lit up, as if he didn't expect Chen to have such powers of observation at his age. Very good. Come and compete with me. After saying that, Chen picked up the knife on the table and threw it directly to Jack. Jack seems to have some hesitation. How? Are you afraid that I will die by your sword? Chen glanced at Jack with contemptuous eyes. Jack directly picked up the knife, and the two of them quickly arrived at the open space outside the attic. Mr. Chen, what weapon are you using? Jack stood there and asked Chen doubtfully. Arms. Unnecessary. Chen said disdainfully. This is a little too crazy. Although I heard that you defeated a group of bandits, you must know that we are all experienced in many battles. We cannot compare with those gangs of thugs. What Jack said was very serious. Bump. A muffled sound spread. In just a moment, Jack flipped around in the air and fell heavily to the ground. This punch was also very strong. Jack stood up slowly and looked at Chen with a confused look on his face. You must know that this punch did not give Jack any time to react. He has never seen such a fast skill before. How about it? I don't have any worries this time. Feel free to come over here. Chen glanced at Jack and motioned for him to attack. At the moment, other dead soldiers also came out to watch. Good. After Jack said this, he repositioned himself and held the knife across his chest. I saw him rushing forward quickly, and the knife in his hand slashed towards Chen. There was no hesitation in these knives. They were all aimed at Chen's vital parts. However, Chen's movement was extremely flexible. He moved and dodged a few steps, but Jack didn't even get a single blow from his sword. Bump! Jack received another solid punch. Chen didn't have the intention to let off steam with this punch, but more to show off this proud veteran. With just one punch, Jack fell to the ground, seemingly unable to stand up again. Although Jack seemed to want to say something, at the moment the severe pain swept through his body, preventing him from speaking. Unqualified. There is nothing wrong with being a soldier. But as a dead soldier, your moves are very complicated. It's all just some showmanship. All these years of training have been in vain. As my dead soldier, if you don't take action, that's it. If you take action, you must kill him with one blow. Chen showed no mercy to Jack. He mocked coldly. Others were shocked when they saw this scene. After all, as the team leader, Jack is probably the best among this group of people. What? Can't you stand up? Still not convinced and want to try again? Chen glanced coldly at the group of dead soldiers around him, and finally returned to Jack. Clothes. My strength is not worthy of being your opponent, Mr. Chen. If I'm not mistaken, you only used one hand just now. Jack gasped. Humph, your skills are completely inadequate. If you want to hang out with me from now on, just let me train you from now on. Chen's tone became more severe. This is also Chen's technique of controlling people. To deal with such a person, you must use your strength to conquer him. Then Chen signaled several people to help Jack, who was squatting on the ground, back to the attic. At the moment, Chen sat on the chair and slowly looked at these people. Remember, Devin has handed you over to me. From now on, you will be the dead warriors of my Sioux family, Forget your previous identities. Here, my word is absolute. The orders I give must be absolutely carried out. There is no room for negotiation. Chen said, and looked at everyone. Yes. Everyone who was just lazing around immediately shouted in unison. Very good. This team will be called Falcon Team from now on. Specially responsible for the secret mission of my Su family. Chen announced directly. After that, I got to know each member of the Falcon Team one by one. Chen also promised to equip each of them with decent equipment later. In this way, the Ice Wolf Team and the Falcon Team are both bright and dark. It seems that Chen doesn't have to worry too much about the current manpower. What's the book on the table? Chen looked around at the salutes organized by the Falcon Team. There is a very old-looking book. These are the notes I took when I was a guard in the cabinet. Jack said quickly. Oh, a little conscious. I'm still curious about what the cabinet is doing every day. Can I take a look? Chen asked Jack casually. Definitely. Chen walked forward and picked up the worn notebook. Although this notebook is old and worn, you can still feel that the workmanship is exquisite. The outer skin is wrapped in sheepskin, and the inner pages seem to be woven with some fine-grained linen. Chen glanced at it. Most of what was recorded on it was nothing more than the daily schedules of various cabinet ministers. Suddenly a few words caught Chen's eye. Witcher. Chen looked at every page of the notebook carefully, and it seemed that the demon hunter had mentioned it more than once. But the notes are just some words mentioned occasionally by a certain politician. Mr. Chen, are you interested in demon hunters? Jack asked with a smile. It's okay. You can always hear this kind of urban legend. Although Chen said this, he was very concerned about it in his heart. You know, this is the Marvel world. The existence of witchers is not surprising at all. This is not an urban legend. This demon hunter seems to be a matter of great concern to the old guys in the cabinet. It is said that the Holy See and the demon hunter have a deep connection. And I once heard someone talking about the fact that demon hunters have powerful powers. It seems that there are also some grievances with the vampire and werewolf races. Chapter 14. Jack became more and more enthusiastic as he talked. Stop talking. Jack always talks about it every time this topic comes up. The other Falcon members on the side laughed. Chen just smiled on the surface. But in fact, Chen still cared about this matter. Witchers, vampires, werewolves, etc. are definitely more than just legends. At the moment, Chen was not prepared to stay any longer. Chen put the notebook back to its original place. All right, I will give you some instructions if I have something to do. You can discuss other matters with Genos. Chen said, and turned to leave. Chen has been preparing for the wedding these days. After all, the day when he and Alice are getting married is advancing day by day. The preparations for weddings by people in the British Empire are completely different from the traditions of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. For Eastern traditions, marriage is a major event in life. Naturally, the things that need to be prepared are also very complicated. But the British Empire was more of a form. Chen was not so much preparing as he was just looking for some leisure time in the room. There are actually some differences between marrying into the Deben family and marrying between ordinary people. In this land, weddings of nobles or royal families have always attracted much attention. On the one hand, the reason is that marriages between royal families and nobles are often mixed with some political or economic reasons. It also represents the combination of these two forces. To some extent, it will also change the local power distribution and pattern. And this tradition has continued into this era. After all, Old Bond is also a well-known politician. You must know that the position of Minister of State is not ordinary. The Su family's fame has spread throughout the streets of London. So this wedding must be very stylish. Time soon came to the wedding day. St. Paul's Cathedral has always been the most famous church in London. At the moment, there are even more people in front of this magnificent building built in 604. The whole wedding went very smoothly. The arrogant Alice was surprisingly well-behaved throughout the wedding. When we met before, he was clearly arrogant. But she seemed very happy at the wedding party at the moment. Chen, on his side, just ended the wedding declaration hastily. It's not that Chen doesn't pay attention to this wedding, but Chen still needs to socialize with various forces. It's not so much a wedding as it is a political battlefield of huge amounts. This directly caused Chen to get along flawlessly with his 16-year-old bride. Su-chun, come here. At the banquet, Old Bond stayed far away and waved to Su-chun. Su-chun turned around and found Old Bond at the moment in a dark corner on the second floor of the banquet. What the hell is this Old Bond doing? Su-chun slowly went up to the second floor and came directly in front of Old Bond. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Morbius. He is also a cabinet minister of our British Empire. Old Bond pointed to a man sitting next to him. Cabinet minister. Su-chun was still very clear about this concept. Generally speaking, the status of cabinet ministers is second only to the prime minister. This official position can be said to be several levels higher than that of Old Bond. Su-chun also smiled and said hello to Mobius, who was sitting next to him. But this Minister Mobius doesn't seem to be very talkative and always seems a bit silent. Or maybe these leaders have this kind of arrogance in their bones. Su-chun didn't take it seriously, but he always felt something was strange. Under the dim light, Su-chun vaguely felt that Mobius's skin always looked unusually white. He is obviously an old guy, but his skin doesn't seem to have many wrinkles. And this aura always feels a bit cold. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. Su-chun didn't say anything more, stood up and left. Old Bond seems to be still smiling and getting close to Morbius. His good intentions are understandable. He wanted Su-chun to have more contact with these top people. But Su-chun always felt that something was strange. Walking down the stairs to the second floor, Su-chun was suddenly shocked. Damn it, Morbius. I remembered. This guy is not human. This is the Marvel world. Morbius is a famous vampire. It just lurks among humans all year round. It turns out that this guy has infiltrated into one of the cabinet ministers. However, Su-chun didn't want to have too much contact with him. No matter how he thought about it, this Mobius would not bring any benefit to Su-chun for the time being. Rather, contacting this guy is tantamount to causing trouble for yourself. But this time it matches up with what Jack said before. The Holy See and the Demon Hunters have frequent activities, so they might be targeting this guy. Thinking of this, the corner of Su-chun's mouth rose. It seemed that some characters in the Marvel world were slowly beginning to surface. Arriving on the first floor, Alice was busy socializing at the moment. Su-chun looked at his little wife, whom he had not been with for long, walking among the crowd to socialize. And it seemed like that. Where have you gone now? Alice pouted, as if she was complaining that Su-chun left her alone to socialize at the scene. I have to deal with some things. Su-chun also responded casually. Humph, my high heels are a little worn. Why don't you hurry up and find me a pair of comfortable ones? Alice's arrogant personality seems to be coming back again. Damn it, Shawnese. This is what File-Size Sister is used to. Treat me like a servant. See if I don't train you properly. Su-chun directly picked up Alice. The extraordinarily light body struggled in his arms. Let go. Let me go. Alice's face was red to her ears at the moment, and she was constantly struggling. Be honest with me. As a woman who has become a master, please put aside your File-Size Sister's temper. Su-chun said to Alice in a novel way. Alice was speechless in Su-chun's arms. At the moment, Su-chun also saw that his beloved wife's ankles seemed to have been rubbed red by high heels. You have a temperament like yours, and you can't control the temperament of high heels. Su-chun teased and took off Alice's shoes. I want you to take care of. Although Alice kept talking, she calmed down at the moment. He lowered his head in Su-chun's arms, his ears already so red that they felt hot. Hey, don't tell me. You are kind of cute like this. Su-chun teased, then held up Alice's chin with one hand and kissed her straight up. The kiss gave Alice no chance to react. At this moment, Alice was also slowly catering to Su-chun. It seems that to deal with such a fierce personality, some tough measures are needed. When everyone saw this scene, they applauded one after another. The wedding is coming to an end here. Chapter 16. The afternoon sun always makes people feel a little lazy. At the moment, Su-chun was sitting in his study, studying the I Ching Jing that he had read to death. Su-chun. Jenny came in from the door panting heavily. What's wrong, Jenny? Speak slowly if you have something to say. Su-chun looked at Jenny's anxious expression and said, Little madam, Alice Jenny gasped, but the words just couldn't come out of her mouth. What's wrong with Alice? Su-chun seemed a little anxious when he heard that it was about Alice. Alice seems pregnant, Jenny said with a smile. I said, Jenny, can we talk and tell the whole story at once? I jumped. I thought something happened. Chen complained. But the excitement at this moment was already written on his face. After all, this is my first child. And it's the beginning of the entire Su family's plan. It seems that the Su family has a successor. Quick, I'm going to see Alice. Chen said, and walked towards the bedroom. In recent days, Chen didn't care much about Alice. After all, it was said that someone in the cabinet was assassinated a while ago. Chen also ordered the Falcon team to investigate. His thoughts were not on Alice at all. Unexpectedly, Alice has been pregnant for a while. Alice. Chen walked into the room and sat next to Alice. Is what Jenny said true? Chen asked with joy on his face. Definitely. You have a heavier responsibility this time. Alice nodded and said with a smile. Very good. Is there something uncomfortable? What do you need me to do? Chen asked with a smile. Don't worry, Sister Jenny has always taken good care of me. Alice said, but Chen was still a little worried at the moment. After all, he was about to take James away from London for a while. Chen received a letter in the past few days. Old Logan and Elizabeth seemed to have encountered some difficult things. Therefore, Chen had to go back to Rochester to see the situation. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Alice seemed to notice that Chen was a little worried and said quickly, Okay, come back from Rochester and I'll bring you a gift. Chen had a look of reluctance. The next day, Chen came to the door of the Ice Wolf team. Genos, this time you go back to Rochester with me and James. The other members of the Ice Wolf team are staying behind to take charge of the security of the manor. Chen gave instructions to several people. In fact, my manor has never encountered any invasion. But Chen is still a little worried about Alice. It's no wonder that what Alice has in her belly now is the continuation of the entire Su family. London is quite far from Rochester. If you are riding a horse or carriage, it will probably take several days to travel. But if we take a train, it should be faster. The three of them came to the ticket office of the train station. Sir, which city do you want to buy a ticket for? The conductor lady asked old Genos, not forgetting to give Chen a wink. After all, Chen looks like he belongs to the upper class. Moreover, Chen's appearance has always been a standard handsome face from the East. People like Chen have always been a hot commodity in the hearts of women in the British Empire. Rochester. 3. Genos directly asked for 3 tickets to Rochester. I took the ticket and saw that it was Royal Mail Train D326. Is there any mistake? Chen thought that he really had some fate with Royal Mail Train D326. After a while, Chen and others quickly came to the carriage and sat down. There was basically no free space in the carriage, and there were all kinds of people sitting around. Looking at the entire carriage, some of them seemed to be businessmen, while others were various working-class people. Naturally, there were also some artistic young people playing around in the carriage. Chen picked up the newspaper on the side and read it with a bored expression. At the moment, the train has been traveling for a while. But at this time, a person walking from the rear car caught Chen's attention. This person slowly found an empty seat and sat down. From the beginning, there seemed to be no one sitting in that empty seat. Chen glanced at him from the corner of his eye. This person looked like a middle-aged man. It is worth noting that this person's hair color is a rare white. Not to mention his tall figure, his long silver white hair is very eye-catching. There was a sharp sword on his back, and what seemed to be a silver wolf head pendant hung around his neck. You must know that this dress is worthy of attention no matter what era it is in. But no one in the carriage paid much attention to this white-haired man. Chen frowned, vaguely feeling that this white-haired man must not be simple. Hey, Genos, did you see the white-haired man sitting behind you? Chen whispered to Genos. Yeah, but that's normal. It looks like he's a mercenary somewhere. Genos didn't seem to pay much attention, and Chen was looking at James beside him. James actually fell asleep not long after getting in the car. Genos, I need to switch seats with the person across from him. As he spoke, Chen threw a coin to Genos. Genos also walked over directly. It seemed that after a while of discussion, the other party still refused to change positions. There was no other way, so Genos had to take out the coin. Sure enough, money can make all the difference. It's easy to say anything if you give me money. The other party readily agreed. Chen slowly walked to the opposite side of the white-haired man and sat down directly. Hey, I don't know how long this car will be driving. It's really more comfortable to sit by the window. Chen said to himself. The white-haired man in front of him didn't seem to notice anything strange. Hey, dude, where are you going? Su Chen chatted directly. The man just glanced at Su Chen, but still didn't speak. The reason why Su Chen deliberately looked for an opportunity to strike up a conversation was because he thought the other person might be someone with superpowers. Naturally, Su Chen would not miss the opportunity to win over foreigners. Why are you being so serious? It's so boring in the car, let's chat. Su Chen said as he crossed his legs. What is your purpose in approaching me? The man finally spoke. Ha ha, interesting. So you know I came to you on purpose. When Su Chen saw what the other party said, he simply said it directly. Do not misunderstand. I don't know you, and I won't cause trouble for you. My name is Su Chen, and I'm going to Rochester. Su Chen said directly. Gerald, going to Rochester too. The white-haired man pressed Su Chen repeatedly before finally speaking. Gerald? It's really Gerald the Witcher? Duh. Chapter 17. Su Chen still knew something about demon hunters. Speaking of witchers, we refer to mutants who are professionally trained to hunt monsters. Since there are demon hunters, there will naturally be a half-underworld race. The so-called semi-underworld races refer to races such as vampires, demons, werewolves, and voodoo. Demon hunters, on the other hand, specialize in fighting against the half-haunted race and usually have closer ties with the Holy See. And Geralt in front of me. Others don't know. How could Su Chen not know? This person is the leader among demon hunters. The corners of Su Chen's mouth raised slightly. Wouldn't it be great to have a demon hunter under your command? Even if you don't have any subordinates, it's still necessary to build good relationships. Gerald, and what are you doing in Rochester? Su Chen asked slowly. Stop prying. Gerald looked aloof. Oh shit. It seems that Gerald is not an easy person to get along with. Snort. I have never heard that there are half-underworld people in Rochester. Su Chen raised the corners of his mouth and muttered to himself in a contemptuous tone. This sentence directly expresses 2 points. One thing is that Su Chen knows about the demon hunters and the half-underworld tribe. Secondly, it also indirectly shows that Su Chen knows Gerald's identity very well. Hearing what Su Chen said, Gerald seemed a little unable to sit still. How do you know this? Gerald looked at Su Chen doubtfully and asked. Not only do I know, but I also had contact with a vampire not long ago. But I told you, I have no hostility towards you. Not your enemy either. As Su Chen said this, he leaned against the car window and let the wind blow. A little conscious. Mr. Su Chen, right? I remember you. It seems that I can't let you leave easily. Gerald's deep voice reached Su Chen's ears. Wherever I go is my freedom, master. It's not up to you to decide. Su Chen was not in a hurry. Since you have been in contact with a certain vampire, then do you think you can still live a stable life? Gerald listened to Su Chen with his eyes fixed. Oh shit, what a vampire. Besides, since I have traveled through time, I naturally don't want to live a stable life. Oh well, you can do whatever you want next. Su Chen said, and returned to the seat where he got on the bus. It seems that Gerald has taken the bait. Su Chen's goal has been achieved. That is to first keep Gerald in close contact with him. Judging from the information Su Chen revealed just now, Gerald would never miss Su Chen like this. That's enough. We've arrived at Rochester Station. Passengers getting off the bus, please take your own salutes. The flight attendant shouted into the carriage. Hey, wake up. How long do you want to sleep, kid? Su Chen patted little James beside him. Little James was drooling all over his neck while he was sleeping. At the moment, Su Chen quickly took little James and Genos out of the car. Back to Rochester. Little James was a little excited. No wonder. James hasn't been home for a while. If he says he misses home, that's impossible. Stop dawdling. Genos, you go find a carriage, and we'll go directly to old Logan's place. Su Chen ordered. The group of people quickly got into a carriage and headed along the woods towards old Logan's mansion. Ahem. Su Chen, have you noticed that we seem to be being followed? Genos has always been very keen, which made Su Chen feel at ease with him. Oh, you mean the guy in the back? I already knew he was following. Just let him follow. It'll be fine as long as I'm here. Su Chen said disdainfully, seemingly not paying much attention. Su Chen had already expected that Gerald would follow him, but this was exactly what Su Chen wanted. Hey, it's so windy outside. Shouldn't it be time to come in and sit down and have a chat? Chen looked out the window and shouted towards the roof of the moving carriage shed. Uh-huh. With a sound, a black shadow jumped from the window into the carriage in an instant. At the moment, Gerald was seen sitting next to Chen. You guy, when did you discover it? Gerald asked in a low voice. Oh, I knew it from the first moment you followed us. It's just, Chen said with a smile. Just what? Gerald was a little confused. It's just that I see it's quite chilly outside, and I want you to take a good spin. So, I don't have the heart to disturb you, haha. Chen burst out laughing. Old Genos and James on the side couldn't help laughing. You must know that the weather is not completely warm during this season, and there is still a lot of snow outside. It's really uncomfortable to lie on top of a carriage and be blown by the wind for so long in this kind of weather. You guy, Gerald, who was very calm just now, directly broke through the defense. Are you playing with me? Gerald almost cursed. Don't be angry. We didn't ask you to follow us. What Chen said was righteous. Anyway, let me get straight to the point. You said you had clues about vampires. Tell me. Gerald stated his purpose directly. Chen definitely understands, but, what obligation do I have to tell you? As Chen said that, he just started reading the book by himself. Okay. In that case, it seems that you were drinking as a penalty instead of toasting. Gerald said, clenching his fists. Okay. Gerald, I'll give you a chance. The corners of Chen's mouth raised slightly. James has been practicing with him for a while, and it seems that he has gradually been able to control his ability recently. Moreover, the Taizu Changquan that I taught James seems to have made some achievements in this little guy. Why not use this opportunity to try James' growth? James, Chen said sternly. Father. James seemed to understand Chen's consciousness and replied, You come and meet this Gerald. The carriage stopped in a clearing in the forest, and Chen also got out of the carriage with a few people. Let a child be my opponent. I don't have time to play with the kids here. Gerald seemed a little uninterested. James seems to be ready. If you agree to be my adopted son, I will consider telling you the news I know. Chen looked at Gerald with disdain. In fact, Chen had no confidence that James would definitely win. After all, this Witcher is no joke. However, it is necessary to see if the future Wolverine under his command has made any progress. Then there are the clues about vampires, which are actually insignificant to Chen. You can also happen to sell yourself a favor, so why not do it? Bump. At the moment, James didn't beat much and just punched Gerald hard in the abdomen. Duh. Chapter 18. Maybe Gerald had no intention of doing anything to the child. Or maybe he doesn't take James seriously at all. And James's attack was very quick and decisive. As a result, Gerald received a very strong punch. Forehead. Gerald held his abdomen and took a few steps back. Hey, kid. The power of this punch shouldn't be something that a child can do. Gerald muttered, holding his stomach. Chen actually thought that James would improve following his recent training. But little James was so decisive just now, and this pace is also deeply rooted in the essence of Taizu Changquan. Chen nodded with satisfaction. Uncle, you have a very poor mouth. That's so long-winded. James mocked directly. Yo, very good. At least this little James showed off his momentum and didn't embarrass my adoptive father. Chen felt relieved again. Snort. At the moment, Gerald seemed to be getting ready to take action. He took out the long sword directly from behind. Boy, don't blame me. I saw a black shadow of Gerald flash past, so fast that it even left an afterimage in the air. The sword was swung at James. Old Genos on the side looked very solemn and seemed a little worried. Genos, don't worry. I will take action at the critical moment. Chen looked at the scene in front of him calmly. Clang. A crisp sound came from the forest. In just a moment, James immediately used his bone claws. The bone claw collided with the long sword, and James successfully blocked Gerald's blow. Gerald seemed a little surprised to see the future Wolverine's abilities. But James had no intention of stopping. Just grab it horizontally and slash it again. Gerald's long sword was cut into 2 sections in an instant. Gerald froze on the spot and looked at the broken sword in his hand. The fracture of this long sword is like being cut by a machine, and the cuts are very neat. This sharpness is no joke. Gerald's expression also became serious. Next, it seemed that Gerald showed no mercy and seemed to show his strength. The two of them were moving and dodging, coming and going. After all, Gerald is an adult and a top master among witchers. Even if James had the ability, he would not have been training with Chen for long. What's more, he is still a child and has just learned to control his own powers. Of course, he is no match for Gerald. Within a few moves, James was at a disadvantage. Chen felt relieved. It seemed that his adopted son would definitely become one of his fierce generals in the future. I saw Gerald's punch was about to hit James. Bump! Chen dodged and stood directly in front of James, catching Gerald's punch with one hand. Gerald seemed to be still trying hard, but he still couldn't break free from Chen's grasp. It's no wonder that when facing the dignified demon hunter's punch, Chen actually used the Shaolin Dragon Claw hand. Gerald, if you win, I can tell you some clues that I know. Chen grabbed Gerald's hand and said expressionlessly without even taking a breath. And Gerald immediately understood the gap between himself and Chen. Gerald didn't hold back at all for this punch and used almost all his strength. But he was blocked by Chen so easily, and Chen didn't even take a breath. This is enough to show that Chen's strength is far superior to Gerald. All right. Gerald also put away his fist. James, you did great. But there are people outside the world, and there are mountains outside the mountains. You have to continue to work hard in the future, Chen said solemnly to James beside him. Yes, foster father, James replied seriously. Okay, let's get in the car and talk about anything, Chen said and got on the carriage. The carriage continued to drive through the woods. Mr. Chen, you seem to be no ordinary traveler. I was wrong before. I thought you were just a wealthy businessman. I didn't expect such a master to exist. Gerald's tone seemed to be much gentler than before, and he seemed to be less aloof. It seems that this world really needs to speak with strength. Haha, these are nothing. Chen waved his hand. Clues about vampires. Gerald looked at Chen mid-sentence. It's actually nothing. After all, it has nothing to do with me. It's okay to tell you. I contacted the cabinet before, and one of the cabinet ministers seems to be a vampire. The name is Morbius, Chen said calmly. Morbius. I know him. He's quite famous in London. It is said to mainly manage the economic lifeline of the British Empire, Gerald said and stood up immediately. I didn't expect this vampire to be lurking in the cabinet. Gerald's expression was obviously excited at the moment. I'm afraid this guy has wasted a lot of effort searching for vampires. Humph, but don't get too happy too soon. What I know about the situation is that some ministers in the cabinet seem to be investigating the Holy See and the demon hunters. You are looking for someone, but they actually want to look for you, Chen said calmly and yawned. I see. Mr. Chen, tell me what I should do next, Gerald asked directly. Ha! I said, Gerald. This is not something a witcher should ask. Chen laughed loudly. The dignified demon hunter was naturally a little naive to ask such a low-level question. But on the other hand, it may also be recognition of Chen's strength. Then can you arrange for me to get close to those cabinet ministers? Gerald doesn't seem to give up yet. Don't forget, we are just plain old people. Also, I only promised you to give you the clues I know. But I have no obligation to help you. Chen's words definitely make sense. You can't get any benefits, and you get yourself into trouble. Chen never does this kind of uneconomical business. In that case, just make a condition. Gerald was also cheerful. Haha, conditions. If I ask you to join my Sioux family, will you agree? Chen sneered. This sentence left Gerald speechless. But I won't give up. I will follow you until I find my target, Gerald said seriously. As you wish. Chen just replied lightly. This is just great. This dignified demon hunter has become his follower. But this is exactly what Chen wants. After all, the more mutants you can come into contact with, the better. Sooner or later there will be a chance to take him under his wing. Chapter 19. Along the way, Gerald really started to follow Chen and his group. It looks like it's almost here. Chen looked out the window. At the moment, the carriage had already passed through the woods. James seemed a little excited. After all, following Chen would be considered leaving home. After a while, several people arrived at the door of the Howlett family. I haven't been home for a long time. James looked around excitedly. At the moment, Genos and Gerald were always following behind. But only Chen noticed that there seemed to be something strange here. According to my previous impression of this manor, Old Logan's style has always been that the manor is guarded 24 hours a day. But there seemed to be silence in the manor at the moment, and the people who usually guarded it seemed to be missing. What made Chen even more concerned was that none of the surrounding farmhands' rooms seemed to have lights on. In the entire manor, only Old Logan and Elizabeth's mansion still had lights on. Chen frowned and walked straight to the door of the mansion. The housekeeper at the door saw James, Chen, and others coming, and hurried over to greet them. "Welcome home, Master." The housekeeper immediately greeted James, and James ran straight in. "Long time no see, Mr. Chen. Madam and Master have been waiting for you." The housekeeper then said to Chen, "Yeah, I know. Go and prepare the room. I'm afraid we'll have to stay here tonight," Chen said, and walked directly to Old Logan's study. Chen. At the moment, Old Logan was sitting in a chair with his eyes closed, as if he was relaxing with his eyes closed. Seeing Chen, he quickly stood up excitedly. "You're here, Chen. Sit down quickly." Old Logan quickly asked Chen to sit down. "Long time no see, Mr. Logan. Why don't you see Mrs. Elizabeth?" Chen was polite. "Elizabeth? She has been busy visiting various relationships these days." Old Logan said it in one sentence. According to the past, Logan, who loved his son the most, would definitely ask James how he was doing. But at this moment, James was not mentioned at all. It seems like something big happened here. When I came here just now, I found that there seemed to be very few people here, and they looked deserted. Just tell me what happened. Chen got straight to the point. "Well," Old Logan let out a long sigh. "I have driven away most of the farm laborers here. As for my men and horses, I have also dispersed them." Old Logan looked sad. "Oh, what's going on here?" Chen looked at Logan in confusion. "This started 2 months ago. One day 2 months ago, I suddenly heard what seemed like screams in the manor. Then Old Logan slowly began to tell Chen what happened. Roughly speaking, 2 months ago, Logan noticed a scream and led his troops to inspect his manor. I didn't notice anything strange at first, but the next day it was discovered that 2 farmhands were missing from the manor. Logan guessed that the farmhands felt that the land rent fees they charged were too high, so they left. But this kind of strange thing happened one after another. Until one day, Logan found a body in his manor. The strange thing is that the corpse looks very strange and unheard of. Decedent's body was stiff, and there were obvious scars on his shoulders and neck. All the blood in his body seemed to have been sucked dry. Just one day after his death, his body turned into a shriveled mummy. Later, Logan also investigated everywhere, and finally figured out 2 weeks ago that this seemed to be the work of a vampire. And he didn't know why he was targeted by vampires. The manor has been attacked almost every night recently. They had no choice but to drive away the farm laborers and idlers. Chen, I have come into contact with strangers with similar strange abilities, and you are the only one. Although Elizabeth contacted all parties, no one dared to interfere in this matter. Logan shook his head as he spoke. Easy to say, easy to say. I also understand the general situation. Chen also sorted out a rough idea of Logan's words in his mind. But now I just got here, and I don't have a clue yet. Chen said, and took a sip of hot tea. Too, but I do know. Chen, you are in great trouble now. Your power has slowly surpassed mine. I have already heard about your stay in London. It is said that you solved a major case. The Sue family is very famous in London. And someone also revealed to me that you have successfully established a network with the cabinet. Logan felt a little more relaxed now and said slowly, "Ha ha, news about you spreads very quickly." Chen waved his hand, indicating that this was nothing. But Chen, since you have established a relationship with the cabinet in London, can you help me contact a force to intervene in this matter? Logan spoke again. Old Logan, your idea is not very reliable. This is not something that ordinary humans or forces can intervene in. If you know this kind of thing, even Mr. Prime Minister would not dare to intervene easily. Offending the legendary blood clan is no joke. Chen's words awakened Logan. That's right. Logan's thinking was wrong from the beginning. To deal with such supernatural events, it is natural to find professionals in this field. But this is easier said than done. Logan slowly lowered his head, lost in thought. Well, stop being so sad. Don't tell me. This time I brought a professional. Chen had a smirk on his face. Gerald was an expert in this field. How can this guy be left idle with something like this? But don't be impatient. First take your time and think long-term. Chen looked relaxed, as if he didn't take this matter seriously at all. But precisely because of this move, old Logan seemed to be relieved. He felt that with Chen around, he seemed to have regained some confidence. Correct. How's James doing? Logan suddenly asked James. Your father did it. It's been so long since I've written a letter. James has been trained by me to be able to control his ability, and he will definitely be a great talent in the future. Chen felt a little proud when he talked about James. After all, he trained it himself. It seems that leaving him to you for training is the most correct choice. Logan looked at Chen with a wry smile. That's right. He's coming this time too. It's probably in the living room downstairs now. Let's go take a look. Chen glanced at Logan. Logan also quickly got up and walked downstairs. Chen also followed Logan directly to the living room. James. Old Logan looked at his son and rushed over in one stride. He held James in his arms. Father. James was not as excited as he expected. Chapter 20. Chen decided to stay at Howlett Manor for 2 days. After all, I just arrived here and haven't encountered anything strange yet. In the past 2 days, Chen and Logan checked the hiding places around the manor during the day. In the evening, I had a long chat with Logan. But James still followed Chen's orders and trained every day. As for Gerald, this guy is basically here eating and drinking for free. It seems that he has completely become Chen's follower. Moreover, he also knew some things about the manor. This caused this guy to stay here and not leave. Chen, you've trained this kid James to be so obedient. Everyone shouted one after another. It seems that your adoptive father is closer than me, my biological father. Logan complained during dinner. Oh no. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Upon seeing this, the housekeeper hurriedly opened the door. What happened? Logan stood up immediately. There's a discovery. It seems like a figure has sneaked into the tower. One of the guards said. Chen looked at the sky and saw that it was almost late at night. It seems that what is supposed to come has finally come. Let us meet these guys. Chen said and looked at Gerald. What do you think? Chen asked directly. After all, when dealing with vampires, it is still necessary to ask experts in this field for their opinions. It's not that Chen doesn't have confidence in his own strength. It's just that he does have trouble dealing with vampires. First of all, vampires are said to have powerful recovery abilities. Even if they are pierced through the heart, they may not be completely killed. Secondly, vampires also have powerful attack power, and their agility is unrivaled. It would be best to ensure that 1 or 2 people are captured alive and find out the truth behind this. If you want me to see it, you need to prepare some silver weapons. If you don't have silver weapons, then try to take out silver jewelry or some items. Gerald said. Chen nodded. Gerald's statement hit the nail on the head, and the vampire was afraid that Chen had already heard of it. If it cannot cause fatal damage, it will naturally become passive. Stop talking nonsense. What can you do with money? Logan doesn't seem to understand this. It's no wonder. It's hard for a normal person to understand. Logan, don't look at this guy who only eats and drinks. In fact, he is an expert in this field. Just trust this guy this time. Chen interrupted at this time. Hey. Who only knows how to eat and drink? Gerald yelled at Chen. Chen ignored him. After a while, Logan took out a pile of silverware. The nobles of this era liked silver knives and forks very much. Gerald selected some knives and forks and distributed them to several guards and Logan. Chen was not prepared. After all, keeping the knife and fork on his body for protection was not something Chen could achieve. As for James, Chen and Logan decided to let him stay in the mansion. In this way, a few people set off quickly. At the moment, Chen suggested that the group of people should move covertly to avoid alerting the enemy. Several people came to the vicinity of the tower. It was deserted here, with the night wind blowing and the shadows of the trees dancing, making it seem quiet. The iron gate at the entrance of the tower made a creaking sound, as if it was strangely summoning someone to come. Be careful. Let's get closer quietly and take a look. Chen whispered. At the moment, Gerald was at the front, and Logan suppressed his fear and cautiously followed Gerald. It's no wonder. After all, this Logan is just an ordinary person. Several people carefully pushed open the iron door and walked up the spiral staircase step by step. The stairs seemed so long and narrow that only one person could pass. The sound of everyone's breathing echoed in the empty tower. "Don't make any noise. I saw a light up there." When they reached the top floor, Gerald suddenly raised his hand to signal. After hearing this, several people held their breath and quietly came to the railing to look down. I saw a man in luxurious clothes standing in the hall below, looking condescendingly at the farmers on the ground. Several farmers had their hands and feet tied and were lying on the ground unable to move. "You despicable things! Now that you have seen me, I can only make you disappear tonight," the man said in a low voice. "We saw nothing. Please let us go," a farmhand pleaded. "Ha!" The man smiled ferociously, revealing his sharp fangs. He suddenly pounced on a farmer's neck, like a beast biting its prey, making a blood-curdling sucking sound. "That's right. It's a vampire. Looks like we came just in time." Gerald's face darkened, and he whispered, "A vampire is seen feeding on a farmer." Chen also immediately gave Gerald a look. Gerald's face darkened, and he clenched the silver table knife with both hands. Everyone else also tacitly drew out their silver knives and forks, preparing to attack. "I'll count to 3, and we'll do it at the same time," Gerald whispered. 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, Gerald jumped from the railing. At the moment, no one else followed. At this moment, Gerald looked at several people with a dark look on his face. "Good guy. We agreed to come together. Are you trying to trick me?" And Chen had no intention of taking action. After all, Gerald was the demon hunter he was about to win over. In terms of skills, although Chen knew that Gerald did have some abilities, he still had to observe his methods more. At this moment, the vampire seemed to sense the danger and raised his head suddenly, his blood-red eyes locked on Gerald. "Go to hell, monster!" Gerald shouted loudly and thrust the silver knife in his hand straight into the vampire's heart. The vampire nimbly dodged, and the silver knife only scratched its arm. "Mortals, you dare to attack me?" The vampire in front of him grinned ferociously and bit his fangs at Gerald's neck. Clang! Gerald held the knife in both hands to block the vampire's fangs. "Logan, what are you doing standing still? Go and save people!" Chen shouted to Logan beside him. At this moment, Logan seemed to be stunned by the scene in front of him. Fortunately, several guards on the side quickly stepped forward and untied the farmer's ropes. At the moment the vampire saw that the situation was not good, he roared and jumped towards the wall, trying to escape towards the door. "Want to leave? There is no escape tonight." Gerald swayed and slashed at it with his sword again. There was only a harsh sound of chi-la, and the vampire's left arm was cut off by the silver knife, and the severed limb fell to the ground and turned into dust. The whole body fell directly to the ground, howling in pain. The vampire seemed to have been severely injured and fell to the ground twitching. Not bad. You do have a lot of potential as a demon hunter," Chen said leisurely from the side. "You guys are just watching the show?" Gerald looked at Chen with a dark look on his face. Chapter 21. Several people controlled the vampire and put it in a box nearby to take back to Howlett Mansion. I said, "Chen, there's nothing wrong with this guy being locked up in this broken box." Old Logan seemed worried. "Don't worry. What else can you do if you look at him like this?" Chen glanced at Logan, thinking that this Logan could be regarded as the head of the Howlett family. Why didn't I realize this guy was so cowardly before? However, this vampire belongs to the transcendent category after all. It's right to be careful. Genos on the side also seemed a little worried. Chen still trusted Genos. This old musketeer was actually quite loyal to him. He seemed carefree, and he was even addicted to alcohol. But in fact, Genos was quite careful at the critical moment. "Gee, as long as Gerald is around, I don't think anything big will happen." Chen glanced at Gerald with a smile. Gerald at the moment seemed to be still worried about how many people had just left him to fight alone. Okay. You are such a great demon hunter, but you are so stingy about this," Chen teased. So he took the silver table knife from Gerald's hand. Bump! With a loud noise, Chen inserted his knife into the box. Several people looked around and saw that this knife directly nailed the shoulder of the vampire who had just been captured inside to the box. "Oh!" A bone-chilling scream came from the box. "In my opinion, this guy can't break free from the knife, and he's missing an arm. He's very weak at the moment." Chen clapped his hands and said calmly. At this moment, Logan watched Su Chen take 2 steps back. Su Chen was young, but he was decisive and ruthless in his actions. This also indirectly made Logan feel a little afraid. Soon, several people carried the box back to Howlett's mansion. Su Chen and old Logan tortured the vampire, and the vampire said that he belonged to the aristocratic vampire Morbius. Su Chen knew that Mobius was a minister of the British Empire. "You humans, don't you know you are playing with fire? You have angered Lord Morbius, and he will make you pay a heavy price," the vampire hissed threateningly from inside the box. "Shut up. Do you think we are afraid of monsters like you? You are just a group of parasites who rely on sucking human blood to survive," Logan said with a sneer. "Yo, wasn't it quite timid just now?" At this moment, Logan is not afraid of anything. Su Chen secretly complained. "You don't understand. Lord Morbius is absolutely great. He is the savior of this world," said the vampire enthusiastically. "Ha ha ha. It's not like I haven't seen that old guy before, but what you said is quite shocking." Su Chen interrupted and laughed. Even after some torture, the vampire had already confessed that he was a subordinate of Morbius, but he never mentioned a word about the reason for the attack here. "It seems like you are still a bit stubborn. Bring me the rest of the silver knives. It seems like this guy really likes the feeling of being stabbed," Su Chen said with a sinister smile to Genos beside him. Genos was also very cooperative and directly spread a lot of table knives on the ground. The vampire in front of him was immediately shocked. Judging from the ruthlessness with which Su Chen attacked him just now, he knew clearly that Su Chen was definitely not kidding him. "You, don't. We are just following his instructions," the vampire said hesitantly. "What on earth do you want to do?" Su Chen asked. I can't say it. I can't betray Lord Morbius. He will kill me," the vampire said in horror. "Very good. But what I want to tell you is that this is the last time I'm asking you. Even if you want to say it now, I'm afraid there's no chance. Genos, get some firewood. Burn this guy to ashes." Su Chen gave the order directly. Genos walked directly towards the woodshed. "Su Chen, if you burn this guy, the clues will be cut off," Logan and Geralt said in unison. It's no wonder that Logan still hopes that this matter will be resolved quickly. Not to mention Geralt. At the moment the vampire clues are broken, it will be difficult to find new clues again. "You too. You have no courage at this time. I said it was his last chance just now, so I would never break my promise." Su Chen's attitude seemed to be very determined. "Let me tell you, this guy can't tell the truth. I'd better go find Morbius himself and ask for details," Su Chen said calmly. "Looking for Morbius? Are you sure? Do you know who he is?" Logan asked confused. "I definitely know that he is a cabinet minister. He is in charge of the economic lifeline of the entire London and even the entire British Empire. He has a high status and influence in London," Su Chen just said calmly, with no emotion on his expression. "Then you still want to find him? And are you sure you can contact him?" Gerald also looked at Su Chen with a question mark on his face. "Don't ask anything else. Just leave the rest to me," Su Chen said, as if he didn't want to explain anything more. First of all, his contact with Morbius was related to his network in London, and Su Chen did not want to reveal too much information about him. Secondly, this Morbius actually only has a relationship with him once. To contact Morbius, it seems that he needs to use the connections and connections in the cabinet. It was very troublesome to explain these, so Su Chen didn't want to say more. "I believe in you, Su Chen. This time it all depends on you," Logan said gratefully. "You're welcome. I don't have anything to do anyway," Su Chen said with a smile. In fact, how is it possible? No matter how free Su Chen is, there is no need to get involved in such troublesome things casually. It's just that his adopted son James, the future Wolverine, will be a strong general in his mind from now on. Even if this matter is not directed at Logan, he still has to sell himself a favor to the future general of the Su family. Su Chen can still settle this account, and Geralt Su Chen is bound to be brought under his command, and solving this matter will just make Geralt follow him. Before leaving, Su Chen did not forget to ask Logan to melt all the silver products in the manor. Then he ordered the craftsman to make a mold and make all the silver into bullets. The structure of musket bullets in this period was not complicated. Just apply the melted silver to the existing bullet and wait for it to cool. That's enough for everyone to have a weapon against vampires. It is precisely such a simple idea that proves Su Chen's calmness at this critical moment. Chapter 22. Immediately afterwards, Chen took James and Genos back to London by train, and the demon hunter Geralt followed Chen all the time. You guys have really become a follower. Ha! Chen started teasing Geralt on the train. Me? I'm not being led away by this guy like you. Geralt blinked and said helplessly, "This is quite the truth." Ha ha! But let me tell you, if you join my subordinates, wouldn't you have a better future than joining the Holy See? Chen asked with a smile. I'm only interested in monsters, as for the rest. I won't attack ordinary people. The demon hunter also said it directly. Chen had already expected this. But this is the Marvel world. Chen naturally wants to win over all kinds of strangers when he wants to win over a demon hunter. Even if there are some people who won't take action against any ordinary person, it doesn't matter at all. I've known this for a long time. And do you think I am someone who would attack ordinary people? Chen said helplessly. This? Geralt is still in hesitation. Chen also realized that it might be a little too early. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. But you, a great demon hunter, are quite poor. If there's anything you want, I'll give you some. Chen looked at Geralt's desolate look. The only long sword he carried behind his back was still broken. It was definitely broken by James. A silver sword, or a piece of armor, or some silver bullets, or... Geralt gushed. Okay, I get it. You just want something silver. You guys are like a lion. You can talk endlessly. Chen interrupted him and said, Hey, silver things are very effective against vampires and other monsters. Geralt smiled awkwardly and said, This may be the so-called penny that stumps a heroic man. When you get back to London, I'll tell people to prepare it for you. Then you can make a list. For the time being, you can live in my manor. There are plenty of houses, and you won't be short of one. Chen said, and looked at his pocket watch. The train at the moment seems to be arriving at the station soon. Chen led James and Geralt back to the Sue family mansion in the suburbs of London. As soon as he entered, he immediately ordered Jenny to prepare a room for Geralt and asked Jenny to provide him with what he needed. Jenny, prepare a comfortable room for Geralt and ask him what he needs. Take good care of our guest. Chen said. Jenny nodded respectfully and quickly went to handle it. Jenny is always so efficient. Chen changed his mind and decided to go see the pregnant Alice as soon as possible. He has been gone for a while, and the one who is most worried is Alice. Entering the bedroom, Alice was sitting on the edge of the bed, looking worried. Alice. Chen looked at Alice with a smile. Chen, you're back. Alice looked at Chen with a complicated expression. It's like a hanging heart has finally been let go. Chen walked forward and gently touched Alice's head. This girl is only 16 years old, and now she is pregnant, but she has such worried eyes. Alice, who was so arrogant at the time, turned into a watchful stone at the moment. Chen looked at Alice and smiled bitterly. What the hell have you been doing these days? Are you doing something dangerous without telling me? Didn't I say I was going to see James' father and then come back? Alice stared at Chen and pinched Chen's thigh hard with her hand. Ouch! Chen grinned in pain. I just wanted to praise you for becoming gentler. Then you revealed your secret. Chen complained. Do you think I do dangerous work? Don't worry. I'm just doing business. Chen rubbed his legs and comforted him. You have to take care of yourself, the baby, and I need you. Don't take too many risks. You have to know that you are about to be a father. If you let me know that you are taking risks outside or fooling around, Alice said as she gently stretched her hand along the inner side of Chen's thigh. Again, Chen stood up suddenly. You must know that Alice's killing power of choking people is still very strong. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Chen said quickly. I thought to myself, if this little girl was normal, I would have pushed her enough to let her know what a man is. But now Alice is pregnant. In this Sue family, Alice is the boss at this moment. But seeing how Alice was worried about him just now, Chen felt warm in his heart. Chen kissed Alice's forehead tenderly. Don't worry, I will be careful. Now I need to see your uncle and see if I can use his help. You have a good rest, and I will be back as soon as possible. It was getting dark, and Chen decided to go to Bond's residence. He came to Bond's luxurious residence, and several guards stood at the door blocking his way. What's the matter with this late-night visit? Several guards said to Chen. I have something to see Mr. Bond. Chen said, and walked towards the yard. Stop. Mr. Bond is the Minister of State. No one can enter without permission. A few guards are very dedicated. I'll go. Don't you know my relationship with Bond? Bond's niece. Alice. She is my wife, Chen. Chen curled his lips and tried to fool around. No. The guard resolutely refused. Chen was speechless for a while. Although the Minister of State was indeed an important position, but this security work is too cautious. Sure enough, being an official means cherishing your life. Chen suddenly remembered the cabinet order that Bond had left for him, took it out of his pocket and handed it to the guard. Secretary of State Bond invited me here. This is the general order he gave me personally. You can take a look. Chen said confidently. Oh, so you are also the leader of the cabinet. The guard took the order, checked it carefully, nodded, and politely moved out of the way. After all, Chen was in charge of the entire cabinet's team dedicated to dealing with assassins. Although this profession is in the dark, in terms of official position, it is definitely at the leadership level. In Bond's study, Bond is still sharp-eyed. Although he is old, this old guy is very shrewd. Chen, you are finally here. How have you been with Alice lately? I heard that Alice is pregnant. You see, I'm so busy with work every day that I don't have time to check it out. As soon as they met old Bond, they greeted him tactfully. There was still a slight official tone in his tone. Chen doesn't like this. Alice and I are very good. How dare we, the juniors, alert someone of your level to visit us in person? Chen's reply was still sharp. Duh. Chapter 23. Although they are relatives, since ancient times, the royal family and the officialdom have not paid much attention to family ties. How could Chen not know this? Ha ha ha. You kid is still so straightforward. Old Bond laughed. Tell me, you must have something to do with me. Bond motioned for Chen to sit down and chat. Chen sat on the sofa nearby with a smile. Bond, I won't be polite to you anymore. I do have something for you this time. I want to touch someone again. Chen got straight to the point. No problem, just say it. After all, we can be considered a cooperative relationship. Bond thought for a moment and nodded. Then let me tell you the truth. I want to meet Mr. Morbius, the cabinet minister. Chen said and looked at Bond. What? Bond was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became serious. That's right. Anyone else would probably be surprised. After all, the cabinet ministers control the lifeblood of the country, and Chen's family has nothing to do that requires him to meet with the cabinet ministers. Besides, Chen and the cabinet minister only met once, and with Chen's current official title, I'm afraid the cabinet minister probably won't meet Chen. Old Bond sat in his chair, seemingly distracted. This was also what Chen expected. There is another unspeakable secret. That is, the cabinet minister is actually the boss of Bond, the Minister of State. As for Chen trying to reach out to cabinet ministers beyond him, Bond might not be happy with it either. Tell you the truth. I met him because there was something important about him. Actually, if you don't help me contact Bond, I can still find a way to see him. It's just that I came to you for help out of respect for you. What Chen said was very tough. Okay, then you have to tell me what you want to see him for. This way I can help you make an appointment with him. Bond said with a sigh. It seems that after some inner struggle, Bond still has nothing to do with Chen. Old Bond, I'll tell you the truth. This matter is not something ordinary people can understand. Once you get involved, I'm afraid you won't end up well for the rest of your life. Chen looked at Bond and said, Ha, I haven't seen any storms before. I want to hear it. Bond laughed. Oh, if it's about demon hunters and something about the dark world, do you think you can bear the consequences? I won't harm you, Chen said and looked at Bond again. And Bond also realized from Chen's eyes that Chen was definitely not telling lies. What's more, in fact, the cabinet has already had news about The Witcher, and the news about The Witcher originally came from the cabinet. Okay. I won't ask any more questions, Bond said quickly. With Bond's status, both financial resources and power have reached a high level. Such people don't want themselves and their family to be put in danger. Okay, then I'll thank you in advance. Don't worry, I can guarantee that this matter will not involve you. As he spoke, Chen took out an envelope from his arms and placed it on Bond's desk. Give this letter to Morbius, and he will contact me. You don't need to worry about anything else. You just need to pretend you don't know anything. Chen said, and stood up to leave. Old Bond also agreed. Chen left Bond's residence. Back at the Su family's mansion, It was completely dark. The Su family's mansion seemed very quiet at this time. When she came back, Alice seemed to be fast asleep. Chen couldn't sleep at the moment. After all, according to his plan, the Su family's development had been a bit slow in the past 6 months. Chen put on some clothes and walked to the study. Under the dim light, Chen looked at the table a little distracted. Mr. Chen. At the moment, Jenny walked in from the door. Oh, it's you. Jenny, you've been having a hard time taking care of Alice lately. Why are you up so late? Chen glanced at Jenny and said, I can't sleep a little bit. Jenny also poured a cup of tea for Chen and handed it to Chen. You must be very busy recently. Jenny seems to have something to say. Fortunately, that's right. When Alice is over, I have to give you a long vacation. Then, Chen said to Jenny. No, it's okay with me. Jenny walked directly to Chen and looked at Chen with a red face. This time, Chen won't be able to fix it. What's going on with this Jenny recently? Jenny. Chen looked at Jenny suspiciously. But Jenny at the moment directly put one leg on Chen, who was sitting on the chair. What's the situation? Chen was confused. Chen, since you married Lady Alice, you have never touched me again. Am I no longer attractive to you at all? Is Jenny now your disposable trash? Jenny seemed to have lost her usual icy beauty. Instead, her face was red at the moment, and her eyes seemed a little moist. Forehead. Chen was stunned. I know Mrs. Alice is younger than me and very cute. I never expected to compare with her. But even if I am your lover, I will always be your maid. But you haven't looked at me lately. Jenny was talking endlessly at the moment. Damn it. What's going on with Jenny today? But Chen quickly calmed down. Indeed, as soon as he got together with Jenny, he was determined to give her a status. But after marrying Alice, she didn't care much about her, and Alice was recently pregnant. So Jenny has been responsible for taking care of Alice. Chen was usually busy and couldn't take care of this at all, so he naturally ignored Jenny. Jenny, it's definitely not what you think. Actually, I wanted to wait. Originally, I wanted to say that I wanted to wait until Alice was pregnant before telling Jenny about it. But in the middle of her words, Jenny put her small lips directly on Chen's mouth, and the other hand also hugged Chen's back. Chen's words were interrupted like this. It's fine. It doesn't matter if I remain your lover or maid. Jenny murmured softly. After saying that, she sucked Chen's lips with her soft lips. Jenny is still as sexy and proactive as ever. Chen didn't say much at this moment, and the tip of his tongue followed the trend. Chen. Suddenly a voice interrupted the two of them. It seems that Alice woke up at this time. Chen and Jenny hurriedly stopped and looked at each other awkwardly. Then Chen got up and came to Alice's room. Chen, you came back so late. Alice said sleepily. I don't know at all, but Jenny almost succeeded in stealing just now. Duh. Chapter 24. Chen responded and lay down next to Alice. The next morning, early in the morning, Jenny helped Alice to get some air in the yard. The relationship between these two people is still so good. Chen looked at the two of them helplessly. It seems that Jenny will have to marry sooner or later. Take these two sisters under your command. In this era, it is common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But Chen is still very principled. After all, this matter has to wait until Alice gives birth to the baby. In the morning, the manor is bathed in a peaceful and pleasant atmosphere. The first ray of sunlight at dawn penetrated the dense leaves and sprinkled on the manor's lawn like a golden veil. The breeze blows, bringing the fragrance of flowers and plants and the breathing of nature. In this kind of weather, Chen became more comfortable. I walked to the manor for a walk and just reached the gate of the manor. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen's house? A man wearing a black windbreaker and a top hat appeared in front of Chen. Oh, what do you want from him? Chen asked with a satisfied look on his face. It was the cabinet minister who asked me to come here to pick him up. He said he had confidential matters and wanted to meet with Mr. Chen. The man said politely, Oh, I didn't expect to find me so soon. It seems that the efficiency of your cabinet is quite high. Chen said with a smile. So you are Mr. Chen. Would you like to come with me? The man politely invited Chen to get on the carriage. All right. Chen took advantage of the situation and boarded the carriage. The carriage slowly passed through the bustling crowds and bustling streets, and the wheels made a rhythmic clicking sound on the stone road. People come and go on the street, with various costumes, noisy laughter, and familiar smells mixed together. The carriage finally arrived at a mansion and stopped in front of a spacious courtyard. The front door of the mansion is open, revealing the grandeur and luxury inside. Tall stone pillars and exquisite carvings show the owner's status and wealth. If you ask me, the place where the cabinet minister lives is indeed quite impressive. Chen approached the house with a relaxed expression. The curtains inside the house are tightly drawn, so that no sunlight can penetrate, completely isolating the interior from the outside world. The dim candlelight flickered in the room, casting a soft and warm light, illuminating every corner of the house. The soaring ceilings are painted with ornate murals depicting scenes from mythology, legends, and history. It seems that this vampire is really afraid of the sun. In my opinion, the design of windows is a bit redundant. Chen complained secretly in his heart. The master's room is ahead. The housekeeper in the room stopped. Chen, on the other hand, walked over calmly and pushed open the door. Mr. Chen, I'm glad to meet you again. Morbius was sitting at the desk nearby at the moment. Mr. Morbius, please forgive me for the polite words. Chen slowly walked to Mobius and sat down calmly. Have courage. You know my true identity, and you dare to talk to me like this. Morbius' deep voice came over. Chen looked at him quietly and didn't reply. It seems to be telling the other party to stop chatting and get to the point directly. Morbius was also stunned. I'm afraid everyone else he saw had a flattering face. Lung Buting felt a little uncomfortable when he met a master like Chen. Ahem, you said you had news about the Witcher, is that true? Morbius asked again. Definitely, but I will definitely not tell you his whereabouts. Honestly, I just used him as bait to meet you. Chen said calmly. Snort. Then I want to hear what you are going to do when you see me. Mobius looked at Chen with disdain and asked. It's nothing. I just came to negotiate a deal with you. Chen looked relaxed. What do you think? Morbius replied. I know that your vampire race has been targeted by the Holy See. It's not so much a target. It's better to say that the battle between you has been going on for hundreds of years. And the Witcher is your biggest threat. The Witcher knows exactly how to deal with you. What I can definitely guarantee is that you personally will not be targeted by the demon hunter. Chen directly stated the condition. In fact, this condition did not look attractive on the surface, but it actually makes a lot of sense. If Morbius is not restrained by the Holy See, he will be able to expand the Blood Clan's power. You must know that vampires are afraid of the end of life in a certain sense. Therefore, generally, the higher the level of vampires, the more hidden they are, mainly to avoid confrontation with the demon hunters. Do you think I will believe what you say? Morbius is an old man who has lived for hundreds of years, so he definitely cannot trust Chen easily. Haha, that's easy to handle. Actually, I'm a far greater threat to you than the Witcher. Chen laughed. A pure silver dagger was currently pressed against Morbius's jaw. This scene immediately stunned Morbius. The physical strength and speed of vampires are far beyond that of ordinary people. Its vision and perception ability in facing danger are not comparable to those of normal people. But just now, Chen almost took an instant to dodge from in front of him to behind him. And what Chen used was none other than the Eastern Daxia Dragon Kingdom's secret martial arts technique, Lingbo Weibo. How about it? Chen stood behind Mobius and picked up the silver dagger in his hand. If the deal goes through, then I will keep my promise. If you don't agree, then in addition to the demon hunter, you will have another opponent in the future. I think my skills are no worse than those of a demon hunter. Chen said with a smile. All right. Mobius was completely shocked by Chen's strength at the moment. Then tell me your conditions. Morbius said, motioning for Chen to take the knife away. My conditions are simple. From now on, the Blood Clan has become an ally with my Su family, and I can mobilize the lower-level vampires of the Blood Clan to do things for me at any time. Definitely, if there is any trouble in the Blood Clan, I will not sit idly by and help. Chen put away the dagger as he spoke and slowly sat down again. This is quite a bargain. After all, the addition of your skills is a good thing for our Blood Clan. Make a deal. Morbius readily agreed. In fact, Chen had already expected such an ending. After all, Chen never fought a battle that he was not sure of. Correct. One more thing is that the Howlett family seems to have been invaded by the blood clan below you. He is an old friend of mine. I don't care about other things. I hope the Howlett family will never encounter this kind of thing again. Chen said it directly. I'll let someone take care of this little thing. Morbius didn't take it seriously and agreed directly. At this point, the Su family officially forms an alliance with the Blood Clan. The matter of the Howlett family was definitely resolved incidentally. Chapter 25. A long time had passed since Chen reached an agreement with Mobius. It wasn't until today that Chen received a letter from Logan. Chen was sitting at the front door of his mansion, looking at the letter in his hand. Most of what was written in the letter was some thanks to Chen for helping him solve the Blood Clan invasion. Chen didn't take it seriously at all. There's just one thing about old Logan that's interesting. But there was no mention of James in the letter. Haha, this guy. You don't even care about your own son. Chen complained. James seems to have grown a lot recently. What makes Chen gratified is that James' actual combat ability seems to have improved significantly. It's no wonder. After all, the demon hunter Geralt accompanies him for actual combat training every day. Chen looked at the pocket watch in his arms. It seemed that it was the time for Geralt and James to train every day. Father, James called Chen from afar. Father, come and see my actual combat today. Today I combined the footwork you gave me with my bone claws into a brand new move. James said excitedly. Recently, James seems to be relying more and more on himself. Before, he would occasionally ask him for news about Logan. But gradually, I didn't mention Logan much anymore. But at this moment, Chen was more like James' biological father. On the other hand, what made Chen dumbfounded was that Geralt seemed to be helping him train James every day after he came here. In Chen's eyes, Geralt is like James's nanny. Chen didn't expect that the dignified demon hunter would like children so much. It seems that this guy should really be taken under his wing, so that he might be able to form a combination with James in the future. Very good, but my adoptive father still has some things to do today. Just train with Geralt. Chen nodded with satisfaction. But today, Chen was in no mood to watch the training of the two of them. Tell me why? Of course, there is another big thing going to happen to the entire Su family. That means Alice is about to give birth. Jenny has also been busy taking care of Alice these days. And Chen naturally had to stay with Alice at this critical moment. Mr. Chen, Alice is giving birth. Jenny was running from upstairs in a hurry at this moment. Chen quickly walked to the room with a look of joy on his face. I saw that Alice's room was also blocked by 2 doctors at the moment. Speaking of the entire Su family's mansion, Genos is the one who is more knowledgeable and experienced in this area. Although this guy is usually an alcoholic, he has 2 sons. This time, this guy also found a doctor who delivered the baby in advance, as well as 2 top experts in the medical field in London. Giving birth is no small matter. Alice was usually a bit delicate. In addition to the doctor who delivered the baby, there were also 2 top medical experts sitting beside her, which seemed to put Chen at ease. Mr. Chen, just wait patiently at the door. After all, if you go in at this time, you will only cause trouble. One of the doctors closed the door. Chen nodded and paced back and forth in his study. Not long after, Alice gave birth smoothly. It's a natural birth. Although Alice's body is weak, there are several authoritative doctors beside her, so there is no danger. After a while, Jenny walked out of the operating room with a baby in her arms. Chen hurried over. It's a boy, Jenny said excitedly. Chen was so excited that he couldn't speak. I want to reach out and hug the child, but I am still afraid that I will hurt the child by being careless. Ding! Congratulations to the host's wife, Alice, for giving birth to a boy. Reward: Super Soldier Serum plus 10, Super Speed Self-Healing Ability, Su Family Property doubled reward. A secret book of Dugu 9 swords techniques. I don't know if it's because of Chen's first pregnancy, but the reward this time is still very generous. Needless to say, there is no need to mention the Super Soldier Serum. This will undoubtedly cultivate a group of powerful warriors for the Su family in the future. And the Super Speed Self-Healing Ability is even more powerful for Chen. Originally, Chen's Huxiao martial arts training had reached its peak. But there is still a shortcoming. That is, Chen is also made of flesh and blood after all. Although his strength can be considered a good hand in this world, once he is injured,
he will still be put into danger. But at the moment, with this ability, it may be difficult to meet a few real opponents. As for the doubling of Su Chen's family's wealth, Su Chen was not that excited. After all, his purpose in coming to this world was not for money. At present, the manor's income is flowing continuously, and Su Chen has reached a cooperative relationship with the cabinet and the blood clan. Therefore, money will definitely be just a number to Su Chen in the future. What excites Su Chen the most is the Dugu 9 swords. You must know that Huxiao martial arts are extensive and profound, and Dugu 9 swords is a legendary existence among many martial arts. Even Su Chen, who is proficient in various martial arts, has only heard of it. After receiving the reward, Su Chen also felt refreshed. Maybe this self-healing ability can indirectly improve Su Chen's physical condition. Su Chen told Jenny to take good care of her son. He also quickly arrived at Alice's bedside. "Alice, thanks a lot. You are really my lucky star." Su Chen touched Alice's forehead and said dotingly, "What are you talking about? You are my lucky star," Alice said with a weak voice now. "Alice, your body is still very weak. Please take good care of yourself for a while. I'll take you out for a tour later. This world of Noda, you can choose a place as you wish." Su Chen carefully covered Alice's hand with the quilt. This Alice has been considered a file-sized girl since she was a child. She must not like any precious jewelry he gives her. It would be better to wait for her to recover and take her out for a ride, which would make her happier. Alice seemed a little tired at the moment, and Su Chen hurriedly left the room. After all, she had to rest for a while. "Father, have you not given your brother a name yet?" James said excitedly. "Yes. After being busy for a while, I actually forgot about naming. Su Chen's child must be named after the Huxia Dragon Kingdom." Su Chen thought about it. This was his first heir, and he would naturally shoulder the responsibility of making the Su family strong in the world in the future. Why not just call him Su Shiqiang? Just call it Su Shiqiang. The Su family is becoming more and more powerful in the world. Isn't it very meaningful? Su Chen made the decision directly. Good name. Genos kept praising Su Chen for naming the child well. Chapter 26. Now that I have my first son. And Su Chen also received a reward from the many children and many blessings system. Then the first step of Su Chen's plan has been completed. At the moment, Su Chen was planning his next plan. After all, no matter how strong your ability is, you can only rely on yourself and the few people under you. It is not enough for the Su family to stand on top of the world. Dang, dang, dang. A knock on the door came from Su Chen's study. "Enter." Su Chen then said something. "I saw Gerald walking in slowly." "Ouch. Gerald, why did you come to me suddenly? Are you determined to join my Su family?" "Don't worry. I, Su Chen, will not treat you badly." Su Chen joked with a smile. "Haha, now is not the time to do that." Gerald smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Is there any progress in training with James?" Su Chen asked with some confusion. "Well, James is making rapid progress. But I'm not here to talk to you about this." Gerald seemed to look more serious as he spoke. "Then tell me." Su Chen waved his hand and motioned for Gerald to sit down. "Actually, I came here to thank you. After all, I have lived here with you for such a long time. And the equipment I have now. It was also a gift from you." Gerald seemed a little embarrassed when he said this. After all, Su Chen was eating and drinking here every day, so he couldn't do anything to help Su Chen. During this period, Su Chen also gave him a silver sword and a musket. Su Chen even specially asked Jack to forge a batch of silver bullets for him. As the saying goes, no reward comes without merit. But Gerald really didn't do anything to help Su Chen. "Oops, what you are saying is nothing. Just think of this as your home." Su Chen said it calmly, seemingly not taking it to heart at all. In fact, this is also Su Chen's technique of controlling people. Show kindness to a musketeer like Genos. For Jack's arrogant soldier background, he must be conquered with fists. But Su Chen naturally has a way to deal with the demon hunter in front of him. After all, this poor Witcher's wallet is cleaner than his face, so he can only use money and some items to make him owe him a favor. "So today I am here to express my gratitude to you," Gerald continued. Hearing Gerald say this, Su Chen realized what he meant. "I'm afraid this guy will leave here soon. Otherwise, why would you come to say thank you to yourself for no reason?" "Oh, tell me where you're going," Su Chen asked directly. "You knew I was leaving?"
Geralt looked shocked. Haha. People like you are easy to understand. Just answer me truthfully. Chen said calmly. Well, I gotta go to California. Geralt didn't hide it either. In this era, California was also a land colonized by the British Empire. Chen also knew that it was a state in the western part of America on the Pacific coast. It's still very far away from London. What are you doing there? Chen stared at Geralt with sharp eyes and asked. In the past few days, the Holy See has sent someone to contact me. The current vampire incidents here have gradually calmed down after the last incident. But this time there is new news in California. It is said that a legendary race has appeared. As he spoke, Geralt let out a long sigh. Chen vaguely realized that this matter was not simple. Geralt's look showed that he was obviously prepared to leave without ever coming back. Grinning and chirping. Since you want to say it, just explain it to me. Chen looked impatient. The Holy See said that the Proxima Midnight werewolf appeared there. And I have to go there. Geralt said it directly. Why? If you don't want to do this, just turn it down. Chen was rather curious about this. As long as this incident is resolved, I can leave the Holy See from now on. Geralt said. Chen knew Geralt quite well. In fact, this guy couldn't stand the control of the Holy See at all. But Chen didn't believe that the incident would be resolved and the Holy See would really let him leave. After all, the Holy See has gone back on its word not once or twice. But Chen knows nothing about the Proxima Midnight werewolf. The race of werewolves originally had a deep connection with vampires. However, this race is not as easy to deal with as vampires. The strength is even higher than that of vampires. It is said that one werewolf can deal with several Blood Clan warriors at the same time. And the strength is even comparable to that of a vampire at the elder level. Chen was really worried about Geralt. Geralt, do you originally know a lot about werewolves? Chen asked immediately. Definitely. I am a real witcher. Do you think my title as a demon hunter is just a decoration? Geralt is quite an expert when it comes to this. Very good. Tell me more about it. I have some ideas. Chen at the moment an idea came into his mind. Next, Geralt explained the Proxima Midnight werewolf race to Chen's eye in detail. The general idea is that the werewolf race has a very long history. They are a race that has suffered an ancient curse, said to be in California. When this race transforms into a werewolf, it will have some attributes of the wolf and is still very powerful. After transformation, he has Superman's strength, speed, endurance, agility, durability, reflexes, sense of smell, accelerated healing factor, sharp claws and teeth. However, his weakness is the same as that of vampires. Werewolves have an innate fear of objects and weapons made of silver. This has also led the Holy See to believe that the werewolf race is homologous to vampires for so many years. According to the Holy See's investigation, the main reason for the sudden rise of werewolf forces in California is that their ancestors seems to have awakened. Hearing this, Chen fell into thinking for a while. The werewolf race has appeared, and the ancestor has awakened. This ancestor is probably the legendary Jack Russell. This is a ruthless character in the Marvel world. I have now reached an alliance with vampires. If I reach an alliance with werewolves at the moment, wouldn't it mean that the relationship network between the two dark forces in this continent has been completely opened? This undoubtedly means that the Su family's position will become more stable in the future. Chen can't give up on this kind of thing. The problem now is that I don't know if this Jack Russell can be redeemed, and whether he can get in touch with this Russell is still unknown. Interesting. I decided to go with you. Chen thought for a long time and said decisively, What? Duh. Chapter 27. At this moment, Geralt looked at Chen with his eyes wide open, with a look of disbelief on his face. You want to go to California with me? Stop it. What about the Su family? Geralt shouted directly. After all, if Chen is leaving, he won't be able to come back in a day or two. But Chen also thought about it. If he wanted to leave, he would simply take James with him. After all, James also needs to go out and experience it. If I were there, nothing big would happen. What's more, the Su family is protected by two powerful men, Genos and Jack, so nothing can go wrong. As for why Chen insisted on taking this trip, it was actually a matter of careful consideration. First of all, the Ronin ancestor is still worth winning over. Secondly, this plan is more long-term, although the British Empire is still known as the empire on which the sun never sets. But in fact, The current America will definitely become the hegemon of the other side of the world in the future. And Chen also knew very well that the Su family may not always have only the British Empire. In the future, it is also necessary for America to develop as the second base of the Su family. So the purpose of going this time is actually another purpose of inspection. Oops. Don't worry, Gerald. We are all sons and daughters of the world, and justice always comes first. Of course I won't let you go into danger alone. I will help you with this favor, Chen said confidently. This sounds nice, but in fact it has very little to do with Gerald. But Gerald really dares to believe it. At the moment, I was so moved by this guy that my eyes were red. Okay, get ready. Let's set off tomorrow, Chen said with a smile. Tomorrow? Actually, the Holy See told me that it would be enough to leave in a week. Gerald looked at Chen in confusion, wondering why Chen was more anxious than him. And Chen couldn't wait at the moment when he thought that this was related to the future development of the Su family. Oops, fool. Go early and get to know the local conditions early. This will be more conducive to our operation this time. What Chen said was righteous. Gerald didn't think too much and turned around to go back and prepare the ceremony. Jenny, come here. Chen shouted loudly outside the study. Jenny walked in soon. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Jenny asked respectfully. Gather everyone to the study. I'm going to hold a family meeting. Chen said slowly. What about Lady Alice? Would you like to be called over too? Jenny asked confused. How are you recuperating these days, Alice? Chen asked. It should be almost recovered, Jenny said with a smile. Okay then, call Alice too. Chen gave the order directly. The afternoon sun is exceptionally warm, wrapping around every corner of the study like a golden ribbon. At the moment, everyone had arrived at Chen's study. Alice and James, as well as Janos and Jack, seemed to have arrived at this moment. It's been a while since Chen came here, and it's slowly starting to feel more like home. But for the development of the family, Chen had to choose to leave for a short time. Good. I have something to announce today. It's just that I'm leaving London for a while. I will take James with me this time and take him out for some experience. Chen announced directly. What? Where to go? Alice seemed to be worried again. Just a trip to America to do some business. Don't worry. There won't be any danger. The reason why Chen said this was mainly because he didn't want Alice to worry. But Janos and Jack knew from their expressions that they seemed to have guessed something. Janos, Jack, I leave this place to you. Don't let me down, Chen said slowly. Janos and Jack agreed immediately. Besides, I'll write back often. Then Chen explained some trivial matters. Currently, the property on the manor side is left to Janos, including land rental taxes and some private properties. As for liaison with the cabinet, Chen also directly left it to Jack to handle it, and told Jack to write to him immediately if there was any urgent matter. The next day, early in the morning, Chen, Gerald, and James boarded the carriage and left Sue's manor. During this period, the British Empire had no extra means of transportation to America, only by water. The British Empire was essentially an island of huge amounts. Merchants during this period often traveled to America to do business on the British Empire's galleons. Even if the whole journey goes smoothly, it may take about half a month to reach America. The port of Outrageous Mouth is an important port for the Royal Navy of the British Empire. And here is also the largest shipyard of the British Royal Navy. The bustling crowd in front of the port seems very crowded. Businessmen, armies, and even local fishermen from various countries survive in this huge amount of port every day. Father, this is the first time since I was born that I have gone out so far. James ran excitedly among the crowd at the port. James, you know my adoptive father has high hopes for you. This is to bring you out, mainly to bring you out for some experience. You have to understand my foster father's painstaking efforts. Chen put his hand on James' shoulder. I understand. Foster father. James has always been very sensible. Gerald, on the other hand, looked sad. Hello, you guy, don't act like a resentful woman all day long. Don't think about anything now. Just think of it as a trip. Chen complained. He knew very well that Gerald seemed a little unsure about this incident. The three of them walked towards the boarding port. Soon, a cargo ship of huge amounts appeared in sight. The Carpathia was the most famous British steamship of this period. Before the Titan Nick came along, this guy was the largest steamship in the world. James looked at the behemoth in front of him excitedly. Chen couldn't help but sigh. This steamboat is indeed magnificent. But the fare is not cheap. After all, steamships had just appeared in this era, and steamships were not for the poor. Ordinary people can still only ride on sailing boats. But money, to Chen now, is just a number. Although he is not as rich as the richest, in London, Chen can definitely be regarded as a local rich man. James, stop running around, Chen said, and took the two of them onto the ship. These guests, what are you going to do in America? At the moment, a skinny old man appeared in front of Chen and others. We're just going on a trip, Chen said casually and perfunctorily. Ouch, travel. I'm good at this, I know everything about it. It's better. Duh. Chapter 28. Chen looked at the old man helplessly. There are quite a lot of these people, and they usually strike up conversations with all kinds of tourists. As a guide, I asked tourists for a certain fee. Chen gave the old man a cold look, then took out a silver coin and threw it to him. No need, we have our own map, he said as he pulled James and Gerald towards the cabin. The old man picked up the silver coins with a sinister smile on his lips. Humph, you rich people, do you think being rich is a big deal? When you get to America, you will know what hell is. Chen also heard what the old man said, but Chen didn't care at all. After all, we see a lot of people like this. The crew and passengers of the Carpathia are a diverse group of people. Some were adventurers seeking the opportunities and riches of the New World. There are also refugees fleeing war and poverty in Europe. There are even some scholars and explorers who come to explore the unknown world. You seem to be able to meet some interesting people here. After Chen and the others settled down on the Carpathia, they began their long sea journey. Their cabin was in second class. Although it was not as luxurious as first class, it was still relatively comfortable. Life at sea is still boring. James, on the other hand, could only stare at the sea level from the window on the deck in a daze. Father, look, what is that? James pointed at the sea in the distance and exclaimed. Chen followed his gesture and saw a huge amount of water column rising into the sky from the sea, like a water dragon roaring. That's a whale, Gerald explained impatiently from the side. Would you like to see a whale with your own eyes? Chen asked with a smile. Definitely want to, James replied without hesitation. For children like James who haven't gone out much since he was a child, he is always curious about everything. Okay then, let's go to the deck and have a look, Chen said, and led the two of them to the deck. Chen and the others found a place to stand and began to enjoy the beautiful scenery on the sea. At this moment, a strong wind blew, breaking this harmonious scene. Chen felt a chill. When he looked up, he found that the sky had become gloomy, with dark clouds and faint thunder. No, it's going to storm, Gerald exclaimed. You must know that encountering a storm at sea is often accompanied by huge risks. Chen frowned and looked at the sky for a while. Looks like this is a big storm, Chen said with a solemn expression. After all, Chen had studied various celestial phenomena before when he was in the Dragon Kingdom. So basically the celestial phenomena that Chen concluded will definitely appear. Soon, a storm of huge amounts and huge waves swept in from the direction of the horizon ahead. Chen and the others immediately ran to the cabin with the other passengers, trying to avoid the coming storm. However, before they could enter the cabin, they heard a loud noise and the entire hull shook violently. Look over there, Gerald said, pointing to a place on the sea. Chen followed his gesture and saw a black shadow swimming underwater. It was much larger than a whale, and its tentacles constantly stretched out of the water and wrapped around the hull. That's Kayla-san. Chen recognized this guy of huge amounts at a glance. Although viewed from the sea, the exposed part of this guy is not very large. But I'm afraid this guy's underwater body is almost the same size as the steamboat he's riding on now. This guy is the legendary Asgardian from Atlantis. According to legend, it is one of the ancient Titans. After the Titans were defeated by 3 generations of gods, they became monsters under the jurisdiction of Poseidon. Later, Perseus, the demigod son of Zeus, defeated Chen on a Pegasus with the head of Medusa. At the bottom of the sea, even Chen is afraid of him. This guy is not something that current humans or even ordinary superpowers can deal with. Stop watching the fun, Chen shouted to the two of them. A few people returned to the cabin. In fact, other people seem to have no way of understanding the full picture of Kayla Senator. They can only see its exposed tentacles. And Chen also understood something at this moment. Even though I am in the world of Marvel, there are occasionally other multidimensional creatures that exist in this world. However, Kayla's son has always been an Asgardian from Outlanders and will not be easily interested in human steamships. So it disappeared not long after. The steamboat traveled for a few more days, and finally the group of people arrived in America. Looks like we've arrived, Geralt said with a tired look on his face. However, James still seems to be energetic. Geralt, where should we go now? Chen asked directly. Contact with the wolf tribe was originally a matter between Geralt and the Holy See. Chen naturally had no clue, but Chen concluded that Geralt must have had clues to the werewolves from the Holy See. We need to meet someone first, Geralt said with a mysterious look. California is exceptionally quiet at night. This place is not as prosperous as London at this stage. It seems that the colonists have not developed this place yet. However, Chen was very satisfied with the environment here. He always thought that if he could buy a piece of land here, wouldn't America also have his own Sioux family's territory in the future? Several people came to the end of a path. A small medieval-style church appeared in front of you. The guy here is the contact person of the Holy See here. He knows more about the clues here, Geralt explained, and then walked into the church with Chen and others. Yo, old man, you're finally here. A middle-aged, bearded godfather quickly greeted Geralt when he saw him. Who is this? Chen, come with me from London. He is not an ordinary person. If Chen is here this time, it will be much easier. After the two exchanged pleasantries, they sat down. The bearded godfather is named John Chris. Alas, the situation here is not as simple as you think. Now most of the Holy See's forces have withdrawn from here, Chris said with a long sigh. Oh, tell me carefully. Chen seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter. After all, the Holy See had always been very powerful, and the church always has some talented people on hand. If the Holy See is forced to move, then it means that the werewolf forces here may be somewhat uncontrollable. These werewolves are not easy to deal with. Ordinary humans can't compete with them. But the more difficult problem is that these werewolves usually appear as normal people. We can't tell who are the wolves at all. Chapter 29. At this moment, Chris revealed several thorny problems with werewolves. These werewolves usually lurk among ordinary people and cannot be distinguished, which is really a headache. You must know that werewolves are different from vampires. Although vampires can still lurk in human society smoothly. But vampires still have many limitations. Since vampires cannot see the sun all year round, their life pattern is to be more active at night. And if you really want to investigate vampires, you can tell them with the help of many cobweb horse traces. Especially for an experienced demon hunter like Geralt, it's not a problem at all. But werewolves are different. They are not limited by sunlight, and they are not nearly pathologically white like vampires. Thinking of this, Chen immediately realized it. Mr. Chris, could it be that with all the demon hunters in the Holy See, they didn't find any traces of cobweb horses here? Chen asked doubtfully. After all, the Holy See is no joke. You must know that the power of the Holy See has spread throughout the entire European continent. How could the Holy See, which could do this, give it for free? Chris hesitated. At this moment, Chen reacted instantly. Oh shit, that's what happened. This Chris is such a scheming ****ch. This kind of thing is usually the top secret of the Holy See. And now, the only two people standing here at the moment are Geralt and Chris, who are from the Holy See. To the Holy See, Chen and James Jr. were still outsiders. No wonder Chris hesitated for a long time, but never got to the point. Oh, it seems that my adoptive father is kind enough to help this demon hunter, but it turns out that the Vatican doesn't trust your adopted father. Chen patted James' shoulder intentionally and started to get angry. And since the words have already been said, how could Geralt fail to reflect it? Ahem. This Mr. Chen is a capable person. The strength is definitely above mine. Geralt was quite calm about this. After all, according to his own observations, Chen's strength was definitely higher than his own. I asked Mr. Chen to help me this time too. Geralt also said directly. Oh, that's it. I'm sorry, because this matter is of great importance. Chris quickly changed his face. It's no wonder, considering that Geralt is the leader among demon hunters. Geralt said that Chen was above him. The weight of this statement must have meant that even Chris didn't know what it meant. Chris saw Geralt saying this and took out a drawing directly from his arms. This is a map of the land, with several marks marking places where werewolves are suspected to be present. Next, Chen didn't bother to listen to Chris and Geralt's chatter. After all, just leave such trivial matters to Geralt. Chen walked around here and took a breath. Chen, Chris has made it very clear to me. I guess we head out tonight to find out what's going on. Geralt walked directly towards Chen holding the drawing. Okay, it's pretty boring here anyway. Take James with you. If we really encounter some werewolves, I will personally train this boy. Chen said with a relaxed expression. Chen, Geralt, and James walked along a winding mountain road. It is deserted here, and occasionally you can see some traces of Indians, but they are just some shabby tents. Where are we going? Why are we always walking towards the mountains? James asked confused. What's wrong? Are you scared? Chen put his hand on James' shoulder. No. As a member of the Sioux family, how can I be afraid? James looked serious. Ha ha ha, good. You are worthy of being the future general of my Sioux family. Chen laughed loudly. This James no longer says that he is from the Howlett family, but claims that he is from the Sioux family. It seems that my adoptive father did not think so highly of this boy in vain. I inquired from John Chris's father that witnesses recently saw a pack of wolves on a barren mountain in the Locky Mountains. According to the description, it is most likely a group of Proxima Midnight werewolves. Geralt answered while carefully observing the traces on the roadside. The Locky Mountains cover a vast area, and the clues from a barren mountain alone may not be enough to find traces of the werewolf. We need more detailed information. Chen frowned and said, You are right. I plan to inquire among the nearby Indian tribes first. They are familiar with the local terrain and may be able to provide more clues. Geralt nodded. As the three of them spoke, they walked towards an Indian village not far ahead. The village is not big. The tents stand scattered on the edge of the woods, and it looks very simple. There is a totem pole erected outside the village, carved with various animal patterns. Are you from the east? Do you need any help? An old Indian man sitting at the door of the tent saw them coming and asked in stiff English. Hello, we came from afar and came to this barren mountain to look for some clues and want to ask you something. Chen answered with a smile. The old man looked at them carefully and then shouted a few words to the village in Indian language. After a while, an Indian young man wearing deerskin clothes came out of the tent. I am Chief Blackbuck here. Please come into my tent and speak. The young man said in fluent English. Chen took a look at the young man. With his fluent English, this Indian probably usually got along with the British who colonized here. So Chen and the other three followed the chief into the tent. There was a strong smell of smoke in the tent, and there were some bone necklaces and other accessories hanging on the walls. Chen and others sat on the ground, and the chief served them some roasted game. Geralt described the purpose of their trip to the chief in detail, probably just talking about the unknown mountains on the map, and did not mention the werewolves. I know that barren mountain you were talking about. Our tribe avoids going there because there is a group of terrible beasts there all year round. They sometimes come down the mountain to prey on our people and horses. The chief pondered for a while and then said, It seems that we are targeting the right target. Can you describe the location of that barren mountain in detail? Geralt asked. I can draw a simple map for you. However, I must warn you that it is very dangerous there. Even the warriors of all our tribes may not be able to deal with those beasts. You must be very careful. The chief picked up a red-hot stick and traced a map on the ground. Thank you for your generous help. We will definitely act with caution. I also hope that I will have the opportunity to make friends with your tribe in the future. I will send some gifts to make friends with your tribe. Chen silently remembered the map in his heart, and then expressed his gratitude to the chief. Chapter 30. You must know that although this tribe is small, it is still a tribe, and these Indians are very capable of enduring hardship. If Chen really establishes his own new territory here in the future, as long as they are given enough benefits, Indians are definitely a good labor force. Okay, I'll look forward to that day. Good luck. The chief saw them out of the tent. With the map provided by the chief, the three people quickly found the location of the barren mountain. This is a dark rocky mountain, surrounded by dense trees, dead silent, and exuding a strange aura. With this aura, it seems we have found the right place. We must be careful this time. If the werewolf's lair is disturbed, the consequences will be disastrous, Geralt said grimly. This may be Geralt's experience as a professional witcher, but Chen had long sensed a rotten smell emanating from this place. Chen and James both nodded, and the three of them quietly approached the barren mountain, hoping to find traces of the werewolf's cobweb horse. Chen and others came to the foot of the barren mountain, looking for a way up the mountain. The barren mountains and cliffs stand steeply, and the thick branches and leaves cover the sky and the sun, making it eerie and eerie. The terrain here is complicated. We have to search carefully before we can go up the mountain. Geralt carefully examined the traces of the road. The three of them slowly moved around the side of the mountain, and finally found a secluded mountain road that seemed to lead to the top of the mountain. The road was covered with thorns and poison ivy on both sides, making it extremely difficult to walk. It seems we have found a road. This road is covered with noise, and there should be very few people walking around. Let's enter the mountain from here, Chen said. The three of them began to circle up the mountain road, and gradually the surrounding light dimmed. The cold wind howled, and the trees made a hissing sound, which made people feel fearful. James held Chen's arm tightly, his voice trembling. "Father, let's quickly find a place to rest." James seemed a little unnatural. It's no wonder. After all, James is still a child, and it's impossible to say he's not afraid at all. "Okay, there seems to be an open space ahead. Let's take a rest there," Chen said to James. The three of them came to the open space, which was slightly more spacious, and there was a huge rock for resting. "Take a rest, I'll keep watch. You guys have a rest. We'll set off again at dawn," Geralt said. Chen and James took a short nap on the boulder, while Geralt stood not far away looking for the enemy. After an unknown amount of time, Geralt woke up Chen and the others. "It's almost dawn. Let's set off quickly. I think it's not far away," Geralt said. "Aren't you even sleepy?" Chen looked at Geralt and complained. After all, Geralt hasn't slept a wink since he came here. "I don't know if this guy is specially trained or if he is too nervous and has insomnia. It's always like this when I'm on a mission," Geralt said. "I think you're just too nervous. I'm telling you that I'll make you feel at ease." Chen glanced at him. Then the three of them continued to move forward, and the road gradually opened up. Turning a corner, a cave of huge amounts appeared in front of us. The entrance of the cave is dozens of meters long, with rugged stalactites hanging down from above, exuding a strange aura. This cave seems to lead to the depths of the mountain. "I feel like we have found the right place." Geralt frowned. "Let's go in and take a look. Be careful. James and I are responsible for close combat, and Geralt, you provide long-range support." Chen ordered the two of them. "Remote support?" Geralt was confused. "Chen, do you know how to command? I am a warrior with a sword. You call me for remote support. Don't you think I'm a magician?" Geralt looked at Chen with a question mark on his face. "Any questions?" "No, you can just watch from a distance." Chen teased with a smile. Chen, what the hell are you doing?" Geralt didn't understand Chen's consciousness. "My consciousness is, lend me this sword of yours and I will use it. As for you, if that doesn't work, just use a musket," Chen said, and took the sword behind Geralt in his hand. Let's talk about why Chen must arrange it this way. Mainly because Chen has an ability and he has to try it no matter what. That is the Dugu 9 swords rewarded by the system of having many children and many blessings. The three of them nodded. Geralt reluctantly pulled out the musket that Chen had made for him before and got ready. Chen and James pulled out their long swords and entered the cave. The light inside the cave is dim, and only the rugged stalactites in front can be seen vaguely. The three of them cautiously explored forward and gradually penetrated into the deepest part of the cave. "Shoo, there's something going on ahead." Geralt suddenly signaled the two of them to stop. "I saw a faint light spot shaking in front of me. It's the light of the torch. It seems there is someone there. Let's go over and have a look," Chen whispered. The three of them crept close to the fire. The scene before them shocked several people. Several people finally saw clearly that it was a group of hungry wolves gathering together. Calling him a hungry wolf is actually not that simple. These hungry wolves seem to be about 2 meters tall, and they can actually walk upright. Ordinary wolves are as skinny as wood, but the group of hungry wolves in front of us are as strong as cattle. That's right. That's right, it's a werewolf. These werewolves, with their plain appearance and rude manners, were howling and roasting something they had just hunted. The leader, a burly werewolf, was biting into a huge amount of meat, with blood on his bloody mouth. "Who is this?" James asked in horror. "Werewolves are undoubtedly there. It seems we have found their lair." Geralt narrowed his eyes. "We have to find a way to lure them away, and then explore the depths of this cave." Chen analyzed in a low voice. "I'll draw their attention away, and you go explore the depths," Geralt said as he quietly pulled out the musket from his waist, aimed at the leg of one of the werewolves and shot it. The pure silver bullet pierced the sky and accurately hit a werewolf in the leg. The werewolf groaned, and the wolves immediately became vigilant, looking for traces of the enemy. Geralt quickly retreated towards the entrance of the cave to distract his pursuers, and the wolves chased him out, yelling. Chen and James immediately hurriedly explored the depths of the cave. "The light here is dim, and there are rugged stone walls on both sides. Be careful. We have to find clues before Geralt distracts them," Chen reminded James in a low voice. The two of them went tens of meters deep and saw a faint light in front of them, as if there was an open place. After trekking hard, a stone chamber of huge amounts appeared in front of the two people. At the moment, Geralt seemed to have successfully lured away the werewolf and reunited with Chen. There were blazing torches around the stone room, and there was a stone bed in the middle with a tall man lying on it, his wrists and ankles chained. The stone bed and the iron chain seemed to be old. It's covered in rust. But no matter what, this chain is also ridiculously thick, even thicker than a human arm. Chapter 31. And it seems that this iron chain is not made of ordinary metal. There is only one explanation, and that is that the person lying on the stone bed is very dangerous. "Who is this?" James asked as he looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. "Could it be the legendary Russell?" Geralt interrupted. Chen was a little excited. "You must know that one of the original purposes of Chen's trip was to get in touch with Russell. After all this is to pave the way for the future of the Sue family. It is necessary to win over dark forces like werewolves and vampires. It's possible that Russell didn't run away. We have to find a way to take him out first, and then discuss countermeasures." Chen looked around and whispered, "Stop talking. Chen, do you know how powerful Russell is? Even if we can open this chain. But are you really confident you can control this guy? It's better to leave it to the Holy See." Geralt had been advising Chen at the moment. "Rest assured, didn't I tell you to leave everything to me? Besides, Russell is sleeping. I guess some kind of ritual is needed to wake him up. So he probably won't be able to wake up for the time being," Chen explained. In fact, Chen's reason is a bit far-fetched, but there is no way. For your own purposes, this guy must be taken away. But the Holy See said Russell has woken up. Geralt was still worried. The information from the Holy See may not be accurate. After all, I'm afraid only a few of us have actually seen Russell. The two were discussing in low voices when a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Want to take away the leader of our wolf clan? Ha! Ridiculous. Save your lives first." Chen and James were startled. When they looked back, they saw a dozen werewolves quietly surrounding them behind them. The leader with a long braided werewolf was looking at them with a sneer. "You must know that the gentleman in front of you has been sleeping for 200 years. Even the elders within our wolf tribe can't wake him up. If possible, I would like you to try it. This master's awakening will surely lead the wolf clan to a period of prosperity. It's a pity that you have no chance now," the braided werewolf said solemnly at this moment. "Oh, but I'm very interested. If you are so powerful, why are you still sleeping here?" Chen also directly teased the other party. This is just a good thing done by the Blood Clan people. But this has nothing to do with you mortals. You are not qualified to participate in the grudge between the Wolf Clan and the Blood Clan." The other party continued. At this moment, Chen seemed to understand that the werewolves and the Blood Clan should have been fighting each other. This Russell was probably sealed here by the Blood Clan 200 years ago. All this is quite reasonable, considering that this land has been a wasteland for 200,000 years. At that time, it was reasonable to choose to seal it here. Chen immediately reflected on another point. That is the strength of Russell, which must be at most comparable to the strength of a few vampire elders. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sealed. In this way, Chen was not so worried that he could not control Russell. After all, one of the elders of the Blood clan, namely Morbius himself, has already been relieved. As for the strength of Mobius, even 10 Mobius may not be Chen's opponent. Thinking of this, Chen probably had some idea in his mind. Ha ha ha, but even if you know this, it's useless. Because you guys are about to sleep forever. Ouch! The leading werewolf howled. A group of werewolves rushed forward. The situation was dangerous. Gerald immediately drew out his musket and prepared to fight. Seeing werewolves surrounding Chen and James, the situation was extremely unfavorable for them. The leader of the long-braided werewolf seemed ready to take action. I didn't expect you would dare to break in here. You still have some backbone. You must know that people sent by the Holy See before did not even dare to get close to this place. It's a pity that all your work is in vain. With that said, a group of werewolves rushed over. Chen and James stood back to back, dancing with their swords, looking for the enemy's vital points. With the steps taught by Chen, James quickly killed the 2 werewolves with his powerful bone blade. Father, see if I have made any progress. James is indeed still young, and he avoids being distracted when fighting. At the moment, he actually showed off to Chen. But Chen had a dark look on his face. Is there any mistake? This is a werewolf. No matter how weak he is, he won't let James come up and kill them both. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't make sense. After all, James is also the future Wolverine, and this bone blade is originally as sharp as cutting iron into clay. In addition, the people of the Wolf clan underestimate the enemy, which is normal. You boy, the most taboo thing is to be distracted when fighting. How I usually teach you. Chen scolded him directly. In fact, Chen was very surprised. After all, at this age, he could become his own fighting force. But he still needs to be trained and trained. In terms of experience, James is obviously still too young. As a father, I will teach you a lesson today. You have to keep an eye on me. At that moment, Chen was even more agile. His sword light shot out rapidly, and several werewolves had already fallen at his feet. The other werewolves couldn't even see Chen's movements clearly. Chen himself was also surprised. He just fumbled around in his mind about Dugajujian when he was on the steamboat. Unexpectedly, the power of this actual combat is stronger than imagined. Careful! Chen shouted and slashed at the werewolf behind James who wanted to sneak attack, directly cutting it into 2 pieces. Thank you, foster father. James quickly thanked him. Don't be careless. Don't make me say it a second time. Chen scolded again. James didn't dare to be careless at the moment and took a posture. At this time, Chen's figure rushed into the enemy group like lightning, stabbing the werewolf's vital points with the long sword in his hand, and the werewolf immediately fell over. Breaking sword style, Chen shouted loudly, jumped into the air, and said that one of the werewolves was killed. At this moment, Geralt was also supporting with a musket. However, Geralt was so shocked by Chen's sword skills that he froze in place. Depend on. This Chen is killing everyone. Damn it. I can't tell who is the real monster. 10,000 horses were galloping in Geralt's heart at the moment. I said, Chen, you alone are enough for this. Aren't James and I just decorations? Geralt complained. But soon a few people discovered something fishy. There are wanderers pouring out from all over the cave. If we continue like this, we will only end up in an endless battle. Chapter 32. Hello, big guy. If I keep fighting like this, I guess it won't be a problem to kill hundreds of them. But I really didn't come here to fight with you. Why don't we talk? Chen raised the corners of his mouth and said to the other party. Snort, we have nothing to talk about. Unless you die. The pig-tailed werewolf doesn't seem to accept this either. Cut. No sense of humor at all. But don't you think it's not worth losing the lives of hundreds of werewolves for me? How about we stop here? What do you think? Chen continued. Geralt on the side felt puzzled at the moment. Now that you are here, you are here. Now that the opportunity is right in front of him, why did Chen give up so easily midway? However, from Chen's confident eyes, Geralt seemed to sense that Chen seemed to have other plans. You're cruel. Let's have a truce today. But when we meet here, it will be life and death. After saying that, he raised the braided werewolf and made a gesture, and the wolves hurriedly evacuated deeper into the cave. And Chen also left here with James and Gerald in a swaggering manner. Although the three people resolved the crisis, they returned in vain. It seems that we still can't achieve our goal this time, so we can only try another way. Chen shook his head. I'm talking about Chen. What kind of medicine are you selling in this gourd? You clearly had the strength to repel those werewolves just now. Why did you suddenly give up? Well, anyway, I just have my plan. Chen hesitated and said something perfunctory. In fact, there was a reason why Chen didn't continue to fight hard just now. You know, this is a werewolf, an extremely rare species. I also hope that after forming an alliance with the werewolf, I will have someone to take care of me in this land from now on. And in the future, when America expands its territory, we will definitely be able to use werewolves. If the fight continues like this, werewolves may become an endangered species in the future. What a waste of an alliance. If we continue to kill, it will turn into a feud. Chen calculated this account very clearly. The three people exited the cave and after discussion decided to return to the Indian tribe for a few days to repair and wait for the opportunity before contacting Russell. After returning to the tribe, Chief Blake Deer warmly entertained them and allowed the three of them to rest in the tribe for 5 days. During his break, Chen asked about the history and legends of many tribes and learned more about this land. 5 days later, Chen saw that the time had come, so he decided to set off to the barren mountain again, trying to contact the sleeping Russell. In order to prepare for the werewolf ambush, Chen made careful arrangements for this operation. In this operation, everything must be under my command, especially you, Gerald. Since I'm here to help you, you have to trust me, Chen said and glanced at Gerald. After all, as his adopted son, James will definitely carry out whatever he says. But Gerald has not yet joined his ranks, and he is very likely to become a destabilizing factor. Gerald also nodded and agreed. This time the three of them chose to climb to the top of the mountain from the back of the barren mountain and enter the cave through the back door. At midnight, the three of them arrived at the pass of the back mountain, unable to see the way forward in the darkness. James, you are in charge of lighting. Gerald and I will lead the way, Chen ordered in a low voice. James nodded and found 2 phosphorescent stones as light sources. The three of them moved forward cautiously. Gerald and Chen cut off the branches and vines crossing the path one by one. After trudging for several hours, they finally found a path that seemed to lead to the back door of the main cave. It's right here. Let's be careful, Chen reminded. The three of them followed the path to the back cave. The cave door was sealed with several boulders, and it had obviously been deserted for a long time. Come, let's move the stone away together, Chen ordered in a low voice. I noticed this place the last time I came here. There are so many werewolves, and caves extend in all directions. There must be many exits. The three of them worked together and finally moved the stone door open to a small gap. Chen asked James and the lantern to stay outside the cave, while he and Gerald entered the cave sideways. The two sneaked into the main cave quietly. The torches in the cave were extinguished and the surroundings were pitch black. Russell should be right ahead. We're getting closer. Slow down a little, Gerald reminded. The two groped forward quickly in the darkness and finally returned to the stone chamber. I saw Russell still lying on the stone bed, his eyes closed, still in a deep sleep. When the two of them approached, Chen was startled and quickly asked Gerald to stop. Listen, there seems to be a sound, Chen said softly. Is there someone here? Gerald said suspiciously. No. Listen carefully. It seems to be the sound made by Russell. Chen frowned and said, Impossible. This guy has been sleeping for 200 years. Gerald seemed to be disbelieving. He seems to have sensed us, Chen whispered. The two stopped and waited quietly for a while. Seeing that Russell made no other moves, they relaxed a little. Then what to do next? Gerald asked. Whatever. Take this guy away first, Chen said and walked forward. This guy was chained up, and he even took away a piece of wool. Such a thick chain. If you try to break it, it might attract werewolves. Gerald analyzed. You idiot. This chain is originally a retarded design. Can't you even see it? Chen looked helpless. I didn't see it. Gerald looked at Chen with confusion. Look, these chains are actually just decorations. Although the chains are thick and strong, they are all nailed to the stone slab. In fact, it can be pulled out easily. Chen said. I suspect this chain has some kind of witchcraft attached to it. This kind of witchcraft will restrain the wolf, not really bind it. After saying that, Chen reached out and touched the end of the chain. Chen exerted force and saw a long steel nail being pulled out of the stone slab. Gerald, you carry this guy on your back. Let's go. Chen commanded directly. Why don't you memorize it? Gerald looked aggrieved. Why are you such a stupid demon hunter? I'm carrying him on my back. If we encounter werewolves, do you have the ability to stop them easily? Chen directly attacked Gerald, who was speechless. Gerald also directly transformed into a coolie at the moment, carrying Russell's body on his shoulders. Chen nodded, and the two quietly exited the stone room and came to the entrance of the cave to join James. The three of them quickly evacuated the barren mountain with Russell's body and returned to Chris's church without encountering any attacks along the way. I said, "Who are you carrying back here in the middle of the night?" As soon as Chris met him, he noticed that Gerald was carrying a sleeping man behind his back. Hey. Duh. Chapter 33. Chen smiled and said nothing. Gerald, this. Chris was a little confused and felt puzzled at the moment. So he asked Gerald again. Do you know Russell? Gerald looked at Chris helplessly. Russell? Chris shook his head. The ancestor of werewolves. Jack Russell, Gerald said again. I definitely know this, but I've only heard about it from rumors. Why did you mention Russell? Chris looked at several people with a question mark on his face. Chen and James had evil smiles on their faces, while Gerald just sat aside and said nothing. F***K. Could it be that this guy you brought back? It can't be Russell. Chris looked at several people with a confused expression. Gerald nodded aside. Impossible. This joke must not be made casually. Chris looked confused. Chris, I don't like joking, but I still need to place him here with you. Chen said calmly. Forehead. Chris was stunned for a long time and seemed to realize it at the moment. But once this guy wakes up here, Chris hesitated. Don't worry. I've already thought about it. Just listen to my arrangements. Chen said calmly. But why not hand him over to the Vatican? Chris asked. Although you and Gerald both have connections with the Holy See. But you must know, I, Chen, have nothing to do with the Holy See. If Russell wakes up, I will take him out of London. Chen said and crossed his legs. Chen, you. Chris was speechless and did not dare to continue. After all, at the moment, Chen was obviously the strongest among them. Even if there was a dispute, he would never be Chen's opponent. Gerald, look at Chen. Chris looked at Gerald. After all, Gerald was a witcher and should stand his ground. Actually, I had a hunch that Chen must have some other purpose for finding the Proxima Midnight Wolf clan. But I have long wanted to escape from the control of the Holy See. The Holy See has made it very clear to me. As long as this incident is resolved, I will no longer be a member of the Holy See. This incident is about werewolves invading humans nearby, and Russell's whereabouts are no longer part of this mission. Of course I won't interfere, Gerald said calmly at the moment. The corners of Chen's mouth raised. It seemed that Gerald was pretty good. Chen, I think your previous proposal was good. The Su family is indeed a good choice. After this incident, why not let me join the Su family? By the way, I also want to live a leisurely life in the Su family, Gerald said and gave Chen a wink. Very good. If you mess with me, you will never suffer. Chen had a hunch that Gerald would naturally join him as long as he left the Holy See. As for Gerald, Chen admired him both in terms of strength and character. What's more important is that he used to train with James at Sue's Manor in London every day and drink and eat meat at night. This may be the most comfortable life he has had in years. Great. Foster father, Gerald will also be part of our Su family from now on. James also said excitedly at the moment. This? Forget it. It's up to you. Anyway, this incident is solved, and I can communicate with the Holy See. But don't let the Holy See find out about Russell, Chris reminded helplessly. Then Chen temporarily placed the sleeping Russell in Chris's church. Russell's body was firmly locked in a corner of the basement, tied with silver chains. I said, Chris, you can temporarily settle Russell here for a few days. I will find a way to take Russell away in the next few days. Chen patted Chris on the shoulder. Okay, it would be best if you could take this ancestor of the werewolf away. I won't be able to keep him here for a few days. The Vatican is still keeping a close eye on me, Chris said impatiently. Chen also understood that Chris's place was just a church after all. Having such a dangerous creature is also a threat to Chris. Don't worry. I'll take James and Gerald to see the Indians right away. Maybe they have a way to unlock Russell's seal, Chen said with a smile. Okay, be careful yourself. Chris could only nod. Chen and the others left Chris's church and headed towards the Indian tribe. This time, they went directly to Chief Black Deer, who had helped them last time. Black Deer saw Chen and the others visiting and warmly entertained them. Chen also directly stated the purpose of his trip, hoping to find a way to unlock Russell's seal from the tribe. Russell, I seem to have heard it mentioned by the elders in the tribe. Black Deer thought for a while and said, Oh, then do you have any clues? Chen asked. According to the legends of the elders, our tribe once had a very powerful shaman called Necromancer, who was good at all kinds of taboo witchcraft. Perhaps only he can possibly know how to unlock Russell's seal, Black Deer said slowly. However, the shaman Necromancer has been lost for a long time. It may not be easy to find him now. Black Deer shook his head. It doesn't matter, as long as there are clues. Can you tell us the deeds of the shaman Necromancer? Chen continued to ask. Well, the elders of the older generation once said that the shaman Necromancer lives in a cave in the back mountain of our tribe. But few people from our tribe go to that area, and there are many ferocious beasts there, Black Deer said as he reluctantly recalled. Okay, I understand. Then let's go to the back mountain area to explore. Chen nodded. After getting this bit of information, Chen roughly had a direction. Chen and the others thanked Black Deer and headed towards the old forest in the back mountain. Huh? Are you going to the back mountain? Just as the three were about to leave, a young girl came over. This girl named Emi, although she lives in this generation, but it clearly does not seem to be a descendant of Indians. How to say? More like Oriental origin. Although the clothes are somewhat characteristic of locals, he has long black hair, a charming mouth, and black pupils. Clearly Asian. My name is Emi. I can take you to the back mountain to see, the girl said shyly. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Chen readily agreed. Emi then led Chen and the others towards the deep forest in the back mountain. I often go to the back mountain alone, so I am familiar with the terrain here, Emi said happily. Chapter 34. Then we all depend on you. If we successfully find the shaman Necromancer, I will definitely thank you, Chen said with a smile. Well, don't worry. I seem to know the person you are looking for. Emi nodded, and the two of them chatted easily. Along the way, Chen chatted with Emi for a long time. He probably also knows her life experience. She is indeed an Oriental. When Ilmi was very young, she followed her father to this land to pan for gold. As a result, her father died of drowning during the journey, leaving her young and helpless, and was finally adopted by a nearby family. A few years ago, a family seemed to have fled away from a werewolf. After all, she was just an adopted daughter, so she stayed on her own. Oh, Emi is really a strong girl. Chen felt a little distressed. In this land, the chance of meeting an Oriental girl is very low. Moreover, this girl's experience is really tragic. If possible, I would be willing to take her in. Under the leadership of Emi, the three of them quickly walked into the deep forest with towering ancient trees in the back mountain. The light here is dim and filled with the smell of moist moss. Be careful, the tree roots here can easily trip someone up, Emi reminded. Chen and James both nodded and followed Emi to pay close attention to the road under their feet. By the way, Emi, do you know what ferocious beast there is in the back mountain? Chen asked curiously. Well, I heard from the elders that there is a beast called lynx here, and they like to attack humans. But I've been here so many times and I've never encountered it before, Emi said calmly. Lynx. Chen's heart moved, and he vaguely felt that things were not that simple. But, Yilmi, since your family is no longer here, then why not come back to London with me and help me do things in London? It's better than living alone here. And based on my guess, your family will definitely not come back here. Chen seemed to have a good impression of this Emi. Maybe it was the appearance of this beautiful Oriental beauty that attracted Chen. Perhaps it was this petite body but a strong heart that caught Chen's attention. In short, Chen really wanted to bring Emi back to London at this moment. Naturally, Ilmi still has some hesitation. It's no wonder that he didn't know Chen well at first. And James, this clever little guy, seems to have seen something. Father, this is the third one. James smiled and whispered beside Chen. Wipe. James, this little devil. At this time, he is smarter than anyone else. Just as Il was hesitating, a long howl suddenly came from the road ahead. Ah, that's a lynx, Ilmi exclaimed. Chen quickly asked Ilmi to hide behind him, and he and James Gerald drew their swords and prepared for battle. I saw 3 huge amounts of beasts emerging from the trees in front. They were covered in tiger yellow fur, and their eyes were red. They were roaring and rushing toward everyone. It turns out that this is no ordinary lynx, but a rare mountain leopard. Chen's eyes flashed, and he shouted loudly. The 3 of them immediately faced the 3 mountain leopards coming towards them. I saw a mountain leopard headed by huge amounts of people pounce directly on Chen. Chen waved his long sword and quickly defused the attack. Haha, you guys also want to hurt me? Chen laughed loudly and swam away quickly like a ghost. With a flash of sword light, the leader of the mountain leopard was directly beheaded by the sword. Good guy? This seems to be quite powerful. Chen sighed. The power of this mountain leopard should not be underestimated. Father, I'll deal with this beast. James was also very excited. With the bone blade in hand, he pounced and knocked a mountain leopard to the ground. Don't be impatient, kid. You must know that this mountain leopard is no ordinary raptor. Chen reminded from the side. The words just fell. Whoosh! James directly showed his bone blade and split the mountain leopard into 2 in a moment. James was able to master the Lingbo Weibo that Chen taught him. The speed of this mountain leopard is extremely fast, but James easily avoided the attack of the mountain leopard. This made Chen nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this trip did not bring James out in vain. This kid has really grown up. At the moment, a mountain leopard took advantage of the few people's attention and pounced directly on Emi. And Emi at the moment can't reflect it at all. Seeing that the mountain leopard was about to pounce on him, Emi slowly closed his eyes. Bump! Just hear a loud noise. Emi slowly opened her eyes and found that the mountain leopard seemed to have been knocked away by Chen. But now he was lying in Chen's arms. Is it okay? Ilmi, Chen asked softly. I'm fine. Emi blushed, quickly broke away from Chen, and stood up. Damn it. Why does it feel like Chen's ability to flirt with girls is even higher than his ability to fight? What a crime. Gerald groaned inwardly when he saw this scene. How about it? My adoptive father is handsome. Why don't you just follow my adoptive father back to London? You can be my little adoptive mother. James teased Emi with a glib tongue. Emi blushed and said nothing, just clutching the corners of his clothes. You brat, why are you so mouthy? Chen complained. James has not only gained experience in his strength, but his gab skills have also improved a lot. But he is indeed my adopted son. He helps my adoptive father every time. Chen scolded James on the surface and continued walking forward. The 3 of them continued to follow Emi and continued to move deeper into the mountain. Huh? Why does the terrain feel familiar? After walking for a while, Emi seemed a little confused. Did we go the wrong way? Emi looked confused. I remember every time I came here, there were some markings on the trees. But now you can't see it at all. Emi looked around suspiciously. Chen also frowned and carefully felt the aura around him. Someone is deliberately trying to mislead us. Chen said in a deep voice. What? Could it be the shaman from the back mountain who is testing us? Gerald guessed. This possibility cannot be ruled out. It seems that we have to be more careful. Chen nodded. The 3 of them continued to move forward, but this time they all paid special attention to the changes in the surrounding scenery. There is light ahead. After walking for a few minutes, Emi said excitedly. Chen and Gerald also discovered a beam of light coming from the woods ahead. Let's go over and take a look. The 3 of them quickened their pace. The trees in front gradually dispersed, and the entrance to a cave appeared in front of them. The entrance to the cave is deep and dark, but you can vaguely see a glimmer of light coming from inside. Chapter 35. Can anyone live in a cave in such a deep mountain? Emi said in surprise. The traces of this cave entrance look old. Could it be the place where the legendary shaman lived? Gerald guessed. You'll find out once you go in and take a look. Chen said, striding into the cave entrance. The space inside the cave is very large, and the stone walls are covered with moss. There seemed to be two branches in front. One side was illuminated, and the other side was invisible. Look, there are torches here to guide us. Let's follow the torches, Chen said. A few people walked cautiously towards the bright fork in the road. After turning a corner, a stone chamber appeared in front, with a blazing bonfire burning in the center. Someone, Ilmi exclaimed. I saw an old man with a white beard sitting in the corner of the stone room, closing his eyes and relaxing. Is this the legendary shaman necromancer? Chen murmured. Who are you? Why did you break into my territory? The white-bearded old man asked, his voice low and powerful. Senior, we came from the Indian tribe to look for you. Chen took a step forward and answered respectfully. Oh, tell me. The old man nodded. Chen explained the purpose of their trip in detail, hoping to ask the old man how to unlock the seal on Russell. Russell? When the old man heard the name, a light flashed in his eyes. I don't know anything about Russell. Please help yourself. The old man continued. Snort. I don't know if this old man really doesn't know, or if he pretends not to know. Then do you know about werewolves? That's the Proxima Midnight Wolf clan. Chen continued to ask. Humph, isn't that a legendary race? It doesn't exist in this world. The old man continued to answer. Interesting. It seems like this guy is pretending to be stupid. The reason why Chen judged that this guy was pretending to be stupid was definitely not nonsense. Chen, who has always been cautious, is definitely a good observer of things. The old man in front of me is not human at all. Most likely the Blood Clan. Chen noticed something suspicious about the old man from the beginning. The old man in front of him seemed to have extra fair skin, and the pupils of his eyeballs were also blood-colored. And original are very consistent with the characteristics of vampires. No matter how hard he tries to hide it, the two faint protrusions near the orbicularis oris muscle on his face are evidence of having fangs. Moreover, Chen also noticed the reason why he chose to live in this cave when he came here. This cave is very dark, and the sun basically cannot reach here. Moreover, the trees around here are basically towering trees that are more than 100 years old, which makes it cold all year round, and the sunlight is blocked by the big trees nearby. In other words, this place is very suitable for the environment that vampires like. Snort. Interesting. Ha 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 ha. Chen immediately laughed. This smile didn't matter. It made Ilmi and Geralt laugh out loud. Chen, why are you laughing? Geralt looked confused. I'm just laughing. I met an old friend here. Chen laughed loudly. Old friend. Make no mistake, young man. I don't have any old friends. The other party was also completely disdainful and said directly, don't jump to conclusions so early. I do have some friendship with your people. After all, we can be considered old friends. Chen said confidently. Ha ha, what a joke. The other party then burst into laughter. If I had known better, I would have just said hello to Morbius. Chen said something strangely. Several people on the side were confused. Even Geralt didn't realize why Chen mentioned the vampire Morbius. Haha, I understand. You're really not that simple, kid. It's clear to me now that you are indeed no ordinary person. Tell me what you want from me. The old man sighed and said. Geralt on the side was thoughtful, as if he noticed something, but he didn't say it clearly. Haha, it's refreshing. Then I'll tell you directly. Do you know Russell, the ancestor of the Proxima Midnight Wolf clan? Chen asked again. Definitely. The old man answered very simply this time. Russell is in my hands now. Chen said, and looked at the old man. What? You brought it out of the cave? The old man was startled and couldn't help but almost shouted. Just by shouting, you were completely exposed. Chen looked at the other party with a mischievous smile. I never told the other party that Russell was brought out of the cave. Since this old vampire knows, he must have some connection with Russell. Judging from his expression, this old man seems to be very anxious. I didn't say where Russell was brought from. Chen looked at the other party with a sinister smile. Forehead. The old man looked embarrassed, knowing that he could no longer hide it. It's useless. It's useless to bring him out. Even if that guy leaves the cave, he will still be sleeping for at least 300 years. The old man said solemnly. It seems that you understand it very clearly. But I have decided to wake this guy up. I don't know if you know any method. Chen asked slowly. Have no idea. And I will never wake him up. The old man seemed very excited when he heard what Chen said. Then that's the case. We won't bother you. I'll take him back to London and dump the blame on the Blood Clan. Then I'll figure it out myself. Chen said helplessly. Put the blame on the Blood Clan. The old man looked at Chen in confusion. That's right. I'll just let the news out that the Blood Clan has taken away the ancestor of the werewolves. That'll be great. The corners of Chen's mouth raised slightly. Are you crazy? There will be chaos in the world. In that time, there will be a war between the Blood Clan and the Wolf Clan. This war may last for hundreds of years, or even the year before last. Do you know the consequences of doing this? The old man said in panic. What does it have to do with me? It has nothing to do with me anyway. After saying that, Chen was about to leave with a few people. In fact, this is also Chen's plan. If the old man really hides some secret, it will definitely not end like this. I'm afraid that the vampire at the moment is full of abuse towards Chen. You old man, don't talk about martial ethics. The vampire complained in his heart. In that case, then I'm afraid I can't let you leave here. The old vampire in front of him stood up immediately. Oh, it's okay to fight. But before that I have to ask you something. How does Morbius's combat power compare with yours? Chen asked with a relaxed expression. Don't look at me like this. After all, I am also an elder. Definitely has the same level of combat power as Morbius. The old man said with a smile. Oh, okay, I know. Duh. Chapter 36. To tell you the truth, 10 Mobius together may not be my opponent. Before you attack me, be prepared to die. Chen looked at the other party calmly. And the vampire at the moment can also be felt from Chen's expression and eyes. What Chen said was definitely not just talk. But if Chen is allowed to continue like this, I'm afraid that the Wolf Clan and the Blood Clan. Well, where did you take Russell? I know how to revive him. The vampire in front of him seemed to have compromised at this moment. We have taken him out of the barren mountains and stored him in a church not far away. Chen answered. Take me to him. The old man stood up. Hey, it would be great to be like this earlier. Chen and others began to lead the way. Soon, several people came to Chris's church. I said, Senior, he is in the basement. Chen led the old man to the basement. I saw Russell still sleeping on the spot, his eyes closed tightly. The old man walked slowly to Russell and stroked the seal totem around his neck. The seal is still there. After speaking, the old man stepped aside and took out a piece of deer skin from his arms with strange totems painted on it. He spread the deerskin on the ground and sat in the center. You said you are stronger than Morbius. The old man confirmed again. Haha, he alone is not worthy to compare with me. Chen said with a smile. That means once the seal is released. Are you sure you can control Russell? You have to know that if you didn't have this ability, I'm afraid you would have released huge amounts of disaster. The old man confirmed again. Tell you the truth. Russell, I will definitely save him. Of course I have my purpose. But I won't let the Wolf Clan conflict with the Blood Clan. As he spoke, Chen raised his hand and showed the old man a look at the ring he was wearing. This ring was given to Chen by Morbius when he formed an alliance with the Blood Clan. First, it is a token of alliance. Secondly, it also represents a certain status symbol in the Blood Clan. If you don't have a certain connection with the Blood Clan, you will never get it. Okay, let me wake it up. With that said, the ceremony began. Chen and others watched quietly, for fear of disturbing the old man's ceremony. Following the rhythm of the old man's chant, the deerskin began to emit a strange blue light, and this light slowly covered Russell's body. Ho! With a chant, the totem of the seal suddenly shattered, Russell's body shook slightly, and his eyelids slowly opened. Finally woke up. Chen was a little excited. What is this place? How long have I been asleep? Russell's voice was low and hoarse. Russell, you have been sealed by the Blood Clan for 200 years, and now I have broken the seal. The old man stood up and said, It's you. Russell narrowed his eyes, and then stared at the old man fiercely. You guy, I have no hostility towards you today. I am here to release you from the seal. The old man shook his head and said, Do you think I will thank you? Isn't it the several vampire elders you led who sealed me back then? I actually came here to pretend to be a good person today. I will tear you apart today, Russell roared. As he spoke, he stood up. It may be that the body has not been active for 200 years. Russell didn't get up for a while. Your body hasn't been used in 200 years. It seems like it will take some time to recover. I didn't expect you to thank me either. If you want to thank me, just thank this guy named Chen. If it weren't for this kid, you would have slept for at least 300 years. The old man said slowly. Russell also looked at Chen and said nothing. It seems that Russell is still very uncomfortable because he has been sleeping for too long. Okay, I have to go, the old man said. Leaving now. The corners of Chen's mouth raised slightly. This guy is already awake. There's no need for me to stay here. I was originally responsible for watching over this guy. I don't want this guy to kill me. As he said that, the old man turned around and walked towards the door. Chen, right? I believe you for once. Just don't let the world be in chaos. Then he left. Okay, I'll go with you. Russell nodded. In fact, this surprised Chen. Russell was particularly calm, and he seemed to quickly understand his situation. He is indeed the ancestor of werewolves. Russell, on his side, actually thinks very clearly. First, since this person named Chen woke him up, he must be causing trouble for him. But based on this, even if this person named Chen takes advantage of him, he will never harm him. After all, if you are harming yourself, there is absolutely no need to wake yourself up. Secondly, since this person named Chen can let the elders of the blood clan personally come into contact with the spell, he must be very powerful. And now that I have just woken up, it is absolutely right to follow this Chen, as expected of the ancestor of werewolves. As soon as I woke up, I could immediately reflect my situation. But don't worry, I have no unnecessary intentions towards you. Chen said calmly. Russell was also following Chen at the moment. Several people left the church and came to a wasteland. James, Gerald, we'll be here before we go back to London, Chen said. Chen also thought very clearly that with Russell in his hands, the werewolf incident would basically not be a problem, and the church is bound to attract nearby werewolf forces. Even the old vampire might come back with a vampire. The Holy See is also watching with eager eyes. So the best option is to leave the church. At present, Gerald has joined the Sue family. All that was left was to bring Russell back to London. James and Gerald immediately set up several tents in this wasteland. Russell, it looks like he will have to recover for at least a week. At this moment, Amy walked up to Chen. Only then did Chen realize that this Oriental girl had been following him all the way. How about it, Ilmi? You chose to follow me. It's better to choose to stay in this land. I will never force you, as much as I'd like you to come with me. But I still respect your choice. Chen said this on the surface, but in fact he had already concluded in his heart that Amy would most likely choose to follow him. The main reason is that there is nothing left for this girl to miss. For this girl, I'm afraid she can't start a new life until she leaves here. I'll go with you. Take me with you. I can help you. Ilmi doesn't seem to have any hesitation. If this were any other girl, she would have to struggle with hesitation. Chen admired Amy's cheerful personality. But the next headache for Chen is that Russell still needs to be brought back to London. Chapter 37. Chen looked at Amy and made a decision in his heart. Since you are willing to come with me, then follow us to London. I will arrange a place for you then, and you can just live in my manor and help me with some things. Amy nodded happily. I have to say that this Yifan is pretty easy to understand. Everything he thinks about is basically written on his face. As for Russell, Chen still needed to communicate. The other side. What? To London? After hearing Chen's invitation, Russell looked confused. Why should I go to London with you, even though I have lived in London from the beginning? But after I woke up this time, I found that all of my wolf tribe had migrated to this land. As the ancestor of the wolf clan, do you think I will go to London with you? Chen, although I am very grateful to you for waking me up, but, Russell said with a deep expression. In fact, Chen knew this answer well. If he wanted to win over Russell, it seemed that he couldn't do it without resorting to some means. Russell, just go with Chen. You haven't fully recovered yet, and you don't want to think about why no one in the wolf clan has tried to revive you for so many years. Because your awakening will inevitably affect the structure of the wolf clan, and the political power of the original werewolf race's rulers may also be affected. I think this is the fundamental reason. Besides, wouldn't it be more chic to follow us back to London and just drink and have fun every day? Gerald interrupted Russell.
But these words were probably Geralt's own thoughts. After all, Geralt and Janos are two drunkards who are addicted to alcohol. Oh well. But I don't drink rubbish wine. Russell laughed and said, Holy shit. Is there any mistake? Are you kidding me? Chen looked at Russell in front of him with a dark look on his face. Just now he was serious about refusing, but when Geralt said he wanted to drink as much as he wanted every day, he agreed so easily. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Is it so easy to do it for a long time? The next day, Chen took Emi, James, Geralt, and Russell, who had just woken up, on the journey back to London. After some twists and turns, they finally returned to Sue's manor. Oh, a golden nest and a silver nest are not as good as your own doghouse. Chen muttered softly. After struggling for so long, I finally returned to my manor. Far away, Janos saw Chen and his group. Mr. Chen, you are finally back. Janos was a little excited. After all, Chen had been gone for several months this week. Haha, how about it? Janos, if I'm not here, there's no one to drink with you. It's so lonely, Geralt added with a smile. Haha, how come you finally made up your mind to stay in our Sue family? Janos laughed. I can bring you a new drinking buddy this time. As he spoke, Geralt pointed to Russell beside him. At this moment, Russell was looking around and observing Chen's manor. I'm afraid he was thinking that as the ancestor of werewolves, he didn't even have a manor as grand as Chen. Janos, go make arrangements and prepare a separate courtyard for Russell, with a place for resting in it. Chen ordered to Janos. Okay, I'll get ready now. Janos readily agreed and led Russell there. Jenny, this is Ilmi. She will live in the manor and help with the work from now on. Go and arrange a room for her, and then prepare a few sets of clothes for her to change into. Chen said to Jenny again. Yes, Mr. Chen. Jenny respectfully led Emi away. Jenny was as considerate as ever, and her eyes were red with excitement when she saw Chen coming back. Emi followed Jenny to a gorgeous room with elegant murals on the walls and elegant furniture. This is where you will live from now on. Are you satisfied with it? Jenny asked with a smile. It's great. I have never stayed in such a beautiful room. Emi was obviously a little happy. That's good. I'll get you a few sets of clothes to change into. After saying that, Jenny turned around and took out several sets of exquisite long dresses from the closet. Come, try on these clothes and choose something that suits you. We have everything in the manor. Feel free to choose. Emi hesitated for a moment, then took the clothes and went into the dressing room to try them on. She put on a lavender dress, which accentuated her beautiful figure. It's a perfect fit, almost tailor-made for you. Jenny praised. Come, let me dress you up. Jenny skillfully combed Ilmi's hair, lightly applied rouge, and put on exquisite earrings for her. Look, what a beautiful lady. Jenny smiled and took out a mirror to show Emi. Emi could not believe what she saw in the mirror. She had transformed from a down-and-out Cinderella into a lady like a porcelain doll. Thank you so much. I can't believe this is me. Emi said excitedly. Your appearance is already beautiful, and it becomes even more outstanding when you are well-dressed. Jenny praised. Okay, let's go for a walk in the garden. The two came to the garden and met Chen strolling there. Chen couldn't help but feel a little lost when he saw the dignified and generous Emi. Once this little girl is well-dressed, she looks like a lady. It seems that I have picked up a beautiful girl from this trip. Yilmi, you look much more beautiful like this. Chen walked over with a smile. Yes, thank you. Emi lowered her head shyly. It suits you very well. You will live here from now on. If you need anything, just tell me or Jenny. Okay, thank you for taking care of me. You're welcome. You can be considered a new member of our Sue family. Emi smiled happily after hearing Chen's words. She also longs to find a place to call home. Since she was adopted, there has never been a place where she feels as warm as home. At the same time, Janos has prepared the courtyard for Russell. The courtyard occupies a vast area and is surrounded by high walls. There are several dead soldiers guarding the entrance. It seems that Janos has gathered a lot of people recently. The courtyard has towering ancient trees, sparse flowers and plants, and a pleasant scenery. A small building towers high among them. The interior layout is simple, but also very comfortable. Russell temporarily lived in this small building to rest. Janos also specially prepared a large amount of animal blood and raw meat in the house for Russell's diet. Lord Russell, do you think the environment here is okay?
Genos asked humbly. Genos was relatively polite to Russell at first. After all, this was the ancestor of the werewolf. Very good, very quiet, just suitable for my cultivation. Russell nodded with satisfaction. Duh. Chapter 38. I will rest here for a while, and then make plans after my body recovers. You're welcome. If you need anything, just ask. Genos withdrew respectfully. That night, Chen came to Russell's courtyard to see if he was settled properly. Russell, how is your recovery going? Chen asked with concern. It's much better now. I think it will be basically back to normal in a few days. Russell said, That's good. You rest here first, and if you need anything, just ask. But the wine here suits my taste very well. Russell said and leaned his arm against Genos. It seems that Russell is also a familiar person. How long has it been since I got involved with Genos? Sure enough, all the drunkards in the world are the same when they get together, regardless of race. Chen saw that there was nothing strange about Russell, so he left with peace of mind. Everything was arranged, and Chen was temporarily relieved. With Russell in hand, his position in the UK will become more stable. Now all it takes is a steady approach, and the Sue family's power will continue to expand outside the UK. If I want to develop in America and encounter any obstacles, then all I need is a wave of Russell's hand. Then the entire werewolf force will open up a path for my Russell family. Thinking of this, Chen couldn't help but feel a burst of contented joy in his heart. It's getting dark at the moment, too. Chen was reading documents in the study. In fact, Chen didn't pay much attention to the book at all. This time Alice gave birth to a son for herself, saying that it was to give Jenny a birthright. So far I haven't been able to fulfill it. Thinking of this, Chen decided to take care of this matter recently. Suddenly, Jenny walked in with tea. Mr. Chen, thank you for your hard work. I'll bring you some favorite snacks. Jenny gently placed the tea on the table, with a gentle smile on her face. Chen looked at her and remembered that he had always wanted to give her a status. Jenny, you said we have known each other for a while. Isn't it time to give you an identity? After Jenny heard this, she looked at Chen with some surprise. Well, Mr. Chen, I have always been satisfied with my current life. You don't have to worry about me. Although Jenny said this, Chen could easily tell from her expression that Jenny was looking forward to it. No, this is unfair to you. I can't let you be so ambiguous. Chen said seriously. Besides, there is no need to hide the woman I, Chen, like. Actually, I have thought about it. According to the customs of this era, I will take you as my concubine. This can give you a decent title. Jenny was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and a blush appeared on her face. Mr. Chen, please let me serve you by your side. Jenny was as fiery as ever, and slowly put her hand on Chen's shoulder. After a while, the two were entangled together. Alice was looking at Chen lovingly at the moment. I'm talking about Mr. Chen, about taking concubines. It won't affect the relationship between you and Mrs. Alice. Jenny said softly. Joke. In the Sue family, I tell the truth. But I should tell Alice what I think in advance. Don't shirk it. I've made up my mind. I'll tell Alice about this today and see what she thinks. After that, Chen got up and went to find Alice. Jenny stood there, her mind a mess. Alice was taking care of the children in her room. When she heard Chen talking about taking a concubine, she was shocked at first, and then showed a look of understanding. I have already guessed that you have this plan. Jenny is more than just a servant to you. Actually, I've noticed it a long time ago, but there's no man in the world who doesn't care. But you should know very well who you should take the lead. Alice pinched Chen hard. Ouch. Stop making trouble. This hurts. Chen looked sad. That's all. Sister Jenny has always taken good care of me, and she is very nice. I also approve of her. Yes, she has been following us for a while, and I want to give her a status. Chen said with a playful smile. Then you go ahead. Of course I have nothing to object to. Alice said gently. You agree now? Chen was a little surprised. After all, Alice was just an arrogant little girl when she first met him. I didn't expect that after becoming Mrs. Sue, I would be extra generous. Well, I'm not as stingy as you think. Besides, since you want to take a concubine, it's better to find someone I like than some flowers and plants outside. As long as you don't mess around outside. Then I'm very open-minded about how many concubines you have. Alice said with a smile. You are very generous. Then I will do it soon. Chen said. But, Chen, The emu you brought back. Is that what you planned to? Alice glanced at Su-chun. Well, hey. Su-chun had a dark look on his face. This emu was indeed in line with his taste. Typical Oriental beauty style. It's just that I have nothing to do with Emi, don't worry. I'm just feeling pity for Emi, so I'll keep her here. Besides, even if I have this intention, I can't be so hasty. Even if I have 6 kidneys, it's not enough. Su-chun smiled bitterly. Su-chun was very pleased with Alice's generosity. After the two discussed some details, Su-chun left. Within a few days, Su-chun gave Jenny a formal title. Jenny is also Su-chun's first concubine. Next, Su-chun ordered people to clear out a courtyard and named it Jenny's Garden, specifically for Jenny to live in. The courtyard is not big, but the decoration is exquisite and warm. At first glance, it is prepared for the hostess. After Su-chun saw the arrangement in person, he nodded with satisfaction. But since then, Su-chun has become busy. These two sisters have put themselves through quite a lot. The two men even discussed it. 135 belongs to Alice, 246 belongs to Jenny. On weekdays and weekends, Emi clings to Su-chun. If Su-chun hadn't practiced Wuxiao martial arts since he was a child and had always taken good care of himself, it is estimated that these 3 sisters have squeezed themselves dry by joining forces. Especially this Emi, who was a quiet little girl when she first came here. Within a few days, he took the initiative to push Su-chun down. Time flies by so fast, and in the blink of an eye, James has been training under Su-chun for 3 years. For 3 years, Su-chun personally taught James martial arts almost every day, teaching him everything from basic moves to advanced swordsmanship. James also showed extremely high aptitude. No matter what Su-chun passed on to him, he could quickly absorb and digest it, and then integrate it into his own fighting style. Chapter 39. James's bone blade weapons became more and more proficient under Su-chun's guidance, and he was no longer the reckless little boy he used to be. At this moment, James has even metamorphosed into the legendary Wolverine. In the past few years, James's combat power has gradually surpassed Gerald's, and sometimes he even exchanged a few moves with Russell to fight him neck and neck. As for Genos, it seems that he is no longer qualified to fight James. This also led to James's reputation gradually increasing in the Su family. You even have to take Jack with you every time he takes action. On this day, Su-chun took James to the open space outside the manor for training again. James, what is our training content today? Su-chun asked with a smile. It should be the body-breaking technique. You asked me to practice it a few days ago. James said, Come, let me see your progress. James nodded and raised his hands, the bone blade spinning and flying between his fingers. His steps were light, and his figure was like a ghost. The bone blade pointed at him, and the sound of piercing the air was endless. Okay, you have initially mastered the essence of this martial arts. Su-chun nodded with satisfaction. The most powerful thing about it is the use of internal power. I will teach you the true story today. After that, Su-chun began to explain to James how to use internal force to guide the power of the bone blade and maximize the body-breaking technique. James listened with great interest and practiced the methods Su-chun said from time to time. Remember, you have to sink your energy into your dantian, and then use the bone blade as an extension of your internal power so that you can directly apply power to the enemy. I understand, foster father. James took up his stance again and pushed out with a palm force. He heard a loud bang, and a tree in front of him broke. Very good. You finally got a glimpse of the secret. Su-chun laughed and praised. Next, Su-chun taught James several special skills to defeat the enemy's internal organs, such as ghost shadow piercing the heart, 5 internal organs splitting, and so on. James has practiced every move very proficiently, and his internal strength is also used more accurately. After 3 years of repeated training, James' strength is no longer comparable to before. In addition to Su-chun's teachings, he also often conducted practical exercises under the guidance of Gerald and Russell. No matter what kind of powerful enemy he encounters, James can deal with it with ease and becomes more courageous as he fights. James, your actual combat experience is rich enough. I have nothing more to teach you. From today on, you are a strong member of the Su family and can start to take on major affairs in the family. Su-chun commented happily from the side. Thank you for your training over the past 3 years.
I will definitely work hard to be a strong general and serve the Sioux family. James knelt down excitedly. Okay. Haha. With a good soldier like you, the future of the Sioux family will be bright. Chen laughed and helped James up. These 3 years of training have finally allowed James to grow from a young boy into a powerful fighting core of the Sioux family. In the coming years, he will definitely follow Chen to open up a wider territory for the Sioux family and let this surname spread throughout the British Empire and even the world. It's just that James rarely mentions Logan and Elizabeth. It's no wonder that Logan and Elizabeth don't seem to have a close relationship with their son in the past few years. What's more, the couple later gave birth to several more children. James may have gradually regarded Chen as his only father. Chen, on his side, has always treated James as his own child and has never had any grudges. Several years had passed since Russell came to Chen's manor to rest. He had become very familiar with Genos and Gerald, the 2 good drinkers in the manor. Every evening, as long as the weather is good, the 3 of them will have a pot of good wine in Chen's manor and chat while drinking. Genos and Gerald usually like to drink wine, and when they meet Russell, who also loves wine, they become close friends. Come on, let's drink 2 more jars today. Genos smiled and invited Russell to the pavilion where he often drank. Okay, I was just thinking of having a drink with you. Russell also sat down happily. Gerald had already arranged the wine bottles and cups in advance, and the 3 of them sat around the stone table and began to drink. If you ask me, our British ale is the best in the world, Genos said as he poured wine into his mouth. Not necessarily. Polish vodka is also very good, pure and spicy. Gerald answered with a smile. What you said is too rigid. The best thing to drink is the blood wine brewed by our wolf clan. It is fragrant and delicious. Russell interjected. The 3 of them began to compare the wine culture of their respective countries, which made everyone else in the manor look up and sigh. Chen looked indifferent. After all, his family had a big business, and the drinking money of these drunkards, even if he supported them for several lifetimes, would be a drop in the bucket to him. But I'm afraid that these people will become decadent over time and their skills will deteriorate, which will not be worth the gain. After all, Chen wants to continue. The power of the Sioux family continues to expand. These people have already made arrangements for themselves. Chen saw it, but his plan hadn't started yet, so he could only leave it to them. Anyway, Russell himself is enjoying his current life. He seems to prefer talking and laughing with others than leading the wolf clan. Chen judged that this might be the reason why Russell could become the leader of the wolf clan. He had a very human side. But no matter what Russell wanted to do, it was just right for Chen. As a result, the power of the Sioux family has gained firm control. As for his recent alliance with the Blood Clan, the Blood Clan seems to have begun to intervene in the werewolf forces in America. Chen didn't tell Russell either. After all, judging from the intelligence from the Blood Clan, the wolf tribe's power is mainly distributed in America. As for the Blood Clan, they went to America to compete with the wolves for territory. Obviously, their current power was not enough. After all, a strong dragon cannot overwhelm a local snake. These Blood Clan elders enjoy themselves in the British Empire every day. In fact, they are not very concerned about expanding their influence to America. As for Chen, he was just waiting for the opportunity. After all, London would become bigger and stronger first. Even if it's a few years later, it's not too late to expand to America. In the blink of an eye, the Sioux family has established a firm foothold in London and has been developing and growing for 10 years. In the past 10 years, under Chen's management, the Sioux family has completed new expansions. The original manor has been expanded into a small castle with tall walls and sentry towers surrounding the entire manor. Many new floors have been added to the castle, which can accommodate hundreds of family members. Some of the surrounding families have already been taken under Chen's command. It is worth mentioning here that take the Howlett family as an example. In this worldly situation, he was also taken under the banner of the Sioux family. Chapter 40. The person in charge of the Howlett family is actually James. Old Logan also wrote several times, thanking Chen for nurturing James over the years. On the other side, Chen's arsenal is fully equipped and has become the base of a large armed group. These armed groups are responsible for the mass production of various weapons and equipment. You know,
No matter how much money there is in this world, it is all just a lie. After all, once a war breaks out, whoever has the stronger fist has the final say. This is the eternal truth. How could Chen not understand this? Genos is also older, and he is obviously no longer competent for the combat work of performing missions. Compared to Russell, the immortal werewolf ancestor, and Geralt, the demon hunter with supernatural powers, Genos can only choose to retire. And Chen didn't treat Genos badly. After all, this guy had been loyal to him for so many years. Therefore, underground industries such as arsenals have always been managed by Genos. By the way, Genos is also responsible for recruiting for the family. In London, Chen also acquired more than a dozen properties, including coal mines, shipyards, textile factories, etc. Most of these industries have been handed over to Alice for management. Alice has also grown into a shrewd and capable hostess, and she has run these industries in an orderly manner. Dear, have you seen this month's account book? Income seems to have increased again. Alice handed the account book to Chen with a smile. Well, good management. Thank you for your hard work. Chen nodded approvingly. Alice may have always been shrewd and capable in taking care of these things due to her blood relationship. After all, her uncle Bond is also the local minister of state. She may have inherited this ability. In terms of politics, Chen also used various relationships to win over some ministers to his side. Nowadays, cabinet ministers are almost always appointed through Chen's recommendation. Sir, the new Minister of Finance was also recommended by you, and he has taken office. Jack reported respectfully. Great. Let him speed up the implementation of new tax reforms. You must know that the previous tax ratio was completely unreasonable. 70% of the taxes in the entire London must go into the account of my Su family. Chen ordered with satisfaction. It can be seen that Chen has now become the actual person in power of the cabinet. James expanded Su's underground power to every corner, and even the police system was penetrated. Father, I have taken down several illegal taverns in the dock area, and now the black market transactions there are also under our control. James reported respectfully. Okay, as long as we firmly control the underground economy, our influence will be unmatched. Chen patted James' shoulder with satisfaction. Another thing that makes Chen proud is that James has now completely mastered his own power, and his strength is far superior to ordinary vampires. Chen believes that with James' potential, he will achieve great things in the future. As for Russell, he has still lived in Chen's manor for the past 10 years, drinking heavily with Janos and Gerald every day, which has become a habit. Although Chen often complained about Russell being drunk all day long, he still let him go. After all, Russell is in his hands, which means he has the power of the Wolf clan. London, in the Su family's castle. Chen was reading documents in the study room, and James, who was following him, was waiting respectfully. Father, I have contacted the werewolf tribe in the United States. They agreed to expel the Blood Clan forces according to our requirements and open up a market for us. James said seriously. Chen smiled and nodded. Well done, James. On the American side, we need to regain the initiative step by step. You can take the troops and set off. I believe that with your talents, you can avert danger. Chen looked at James with trusting eyes. That's right. At this moment, Chen has begun to prepare to expand his power to America. James respectfully agreed and then resigned. Chen mused that by using America to peel off the cocoon again, he would be able to break the Blood Clan's foundation there. Just be careful with this move. At the same time, Alice came to report that new tax standards were proposed in the government's financial audit, which significantly increased the Su family's industrial tax amount. This is another trick of the government. Who is behind it to add fuel to the flames and weaken our power? Chen knew very well that although the Su family was now at its peak, but if we say that we are entering America now, then there will definitely be some other forces in London taking advantage of the loophole. Chen expected that it was the Blood Clan exerting influence in the political world. That night, everyone gathered to discuss. As your power rises, you are destined to be tested. Now that the Blood Clan is your enemy or is related to the holy place, you must proceed with caution and wait until the mystery is solved before taking action. Gerald's analysis at this time did make some sense. Chen pondered for a moment and secretly decided to calm down the political resistance first, and then asked for help after James left for America. James arrived in America by boat, and first went to the werewolf tribe to negotiate. The leader of the tribe heard about Chen's reputation for a long time and decisively agreed to support him, allowing James to recruit elite werewolves. Definitely, the main reason for this is because James brought Russell's autograph letter with him. This Russell has come in handy. Soon, James assembled a 300-man werewolf regiment. At the same time, BloodClan noticed something strange. A murder occurred in the town. The body was drained of blood, and a werewolf poster appeared next to the body. The elders of the BloodClan were furious after hearing the news and decided to mobilize troops and resources to encircle and suppress the werewolves, so as to strike first. James anticipated this move and immediately launched an attack. Under the cover of the wolf soldiers, he successfully found several high-level members of the BloodClan and obtained important information. According to intelligence, James learned that the BloodClan was beginning to infiltrate the political circles and even joined a secret team investigating werewolf movements. During the turmoil, James found more traces from the dead bodies, pointing to the Holy Place Knights cooperating with the BloodClan. According to intelligence, James locked the base where BloodClan cooperated with Holy Place in the Boston Harbor area. He sent werewolf soldiers to separately attack the target building. At the same time, James personally led a team of werewolves to storm the door from the side. The enemy was well prepared, and the guards sealed the door tightly. In this stalemate, James quickly wrote to Chen and reported the general situation. What the hell? These BloodClan old guys. While I was expanding my power to America, I was actually playing this little trick behind my back. It seems I have to go see that old friend this time. Chen slammed the letter on the table and said, he has already formed an alliance with the BloodClan. At this moment, BloodClan is colluding with Holy Place behind the scenes, which is obviously a broken agreement. It seems like these old guys should be taught a lesson. Let them improve their memory. Chen said and put on his coat. Chapter 41. Chen picked up his coat and walked towards Mobius's mansion. Now, all he needs to do is find a showdown with Morbius and ask for the inside story of the BloodClan's collusion with Holy Place. The entrance to the mansion was heavily guarded, and Chen could only enter the living room after showing his identity. Morbius sat at the end of the long table, looking a little surprised. Haha, it turns out to be Chen. It's really rude of you to come here. Morbius smiled politely. I told you, Morbius, we don't need to be so polite. I came here specifically to see you today. Chen sat down calmly. Oh, any advice? Morbius asked suspiciously. I would like to ask, do you know about the recent collusion between the BloodClan and the Holy Place Knights? Chen said bluntly. This? Mobius's face changed and he hesitated. How could I possibly do such a thing? I don't understand a thing you said. Morbius looked innocent. Humph, this old guy is quite good at acting. You are currently the leader among the vampire elders. You have always known what vampires do. Chen glanced at Mobius disdainfully. Okay, since you said you don't know, I'll just tell you. My men have obtained evidence in the Americas. The BloodClan elements and Holy Place have joined forces to deal with our Wolf Alliance. You and I originally made an agreement, but now we have broken the promise and want to get rid of my power in the Americas. Chen said, and looked at Mobius coldly. Morbius turned pale and wanted to defend. After all, I haven't known Chen for more than a year or two. At this moment, the Su family is the master of all London, whether it is black or white forces or various supernatural forces. Moreover, Mobius knows Chen's strength very well. I was just thinking about how I could fool myself. But Chen had already stood up, and his inner energy was surging, filling the entire living room like substance. I gave you a chance, but now it seems I was too kind. Chen said coldly. I can forgive a mistake, but I will never tolerate betrayal. In all these years, my Su family has been worse than your vampires. If I hadn't taken Russell back to London back then and tried to persuade him in every possible way in private, you BloodClan must be fighting fiercely with the wolves now. Chen, you misunderstood. Morbius was about to speak. Do not talk. Chen punched the table in front of Mobius, and the table shattered. I give you one last chance to immediately withdraw the BloodClan forces from America and cut off ties with the Holy Place. Otherwise, I will mobilize the Wolf Army to join forces with my Su family to completely annihilate you. Mobius was suppressed by Su Chen's momentum and could only nod his head. Okay, I'll do it now. The Blood Clan troops will withdraw from America immediately. But, Su Chen, you must know that this is really not my intention. To know. Just as Morbius was about to continue speaking, he was interrupted again by Su Chen. I don't want to hear other words. If you are really sincere, then tell me with actions. Only then did Su Chen calm down. I don't want our cooperation to be interfered with. You and I have common interests, so stop playing dirty tricks. After saying that, Su Chen turned around and left, leaving Mobius in a miserable state. Su Chen never liked talking nonsense, especially to his opponents. At the same time, James is leading the Wolf Army to surround the base. When the two sides were in a stalemate, the Blood Clan's reinforcements suddenly received a letter announcing their withdrawal from America. After learning the inside story, James quickly led his troops to besiege the base and quickly annihilated the remaining Blood Clan and Holy Place forces. Soon Su Chen received the news. Good. James is really capable. Su Chen put James' letter aside. It seems that now is the time to develop the American market. Su Chen said happily. But we don't have a base in America yet. Even if we want to develop our power in America, our top priority should be to find a place to take root in America. The voice of Emi on the side was still so gentle. In the past few years, Alice has almost become Su Chen's military advisor. Although most of London's industries are managed by Alice. Therefore, Emi was usually responsible for Su Chen's daily life. As time went by, Emi started to look like a secretary and a maid at the same time. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with Emi's progress. Su Chen then wrote to James. The main content was to ask James to establish a base in the Americas. After killing the Blood Clan's last stronghold of power in the Americas, James began to purchase land in the Boston area to establish the Su family's base in the Americas. There was an excellent mine outside Boston. James immediately bought it and planned to build it into a mining center. There is another seaport nearby, which can be used to build a wharf and become the Su family's shipping stronghold. Sir, we have bought the mine and the seaport. As long as you nod, I will start construction. James' staff reports. Okay, start construction immediately. I will go to check it out in person soon. Su Chen also gave instructions from the Shinya biography. James was very happy after receiving the order. He could finally lay a foundation for the Su family in America. At the same time, Su Chen also made new plans at Su's Manor in London. He decided to choose a site in the suburbs of London and build a magnificent Su family palace. This palace will integrate Oriental architectural art and be designed with reference to the palace style of the Huxia Dragon Kingdom in Su Chen's memory. Su Chen ordered people to draw a series of detailed design drawings, showing the main building of the palace in the style of the Jin clan, and every detail reached perfect standards. The main hall is hung with huge amounts of Huxia-style auspicious patterns of dragons and phoenixes, and is flanked by surrounding corridors and cornices. Each palace is decorated with carved beams and paintings, Oriental porcelain and tapestries. A Su's garden is also planned behind the palace, which brings together all kinds of exotic flowers and plants. Su Chen handed the complicated design to Genos and told him to start construction immediately. After seeing the design, Genos was eager to try it. He immediately sent people to select a site in the suburbs to cut down ancient trees and transport huge rocks as building materials. A few days later, a large-scale construction site was clearly outlined, and thousands of workers were working on the foundation. At the same time, Su Chen prepared to undergo an in-depth retreat and break through the martial arts cultivation level again. You must know that Su Chen has already become proficient in the martial arts of the Huxia Dragon Kingdom. The Yi Jin Jing is probably the only martial art that Su Chen has not fully understood. It's no wonder that this Yi Jin Jing is truly mysterious. After all, it was a unique skill created by Patriarch Bodhidharma. If they were strangers in this land, Su Chen's martial arts strength would be enough to crush them. Su Chen knew this well, but you must know that this is the Marvel world. In the future, I am afraid that I will encounter the intervention of various forces, various extraterrestrial civilizations, and the gods. Chapter 42. Thinking of this, Su Chen had to decide to retreat. Su Chen then went to a deep forest on the edge of the manor and built a simple thatched house next to the waterfall. Surrounded by green mountains, deep ravines, and a quiet environment, this place is very suitable for Su Chen to meditate. Su Chen sat cross-legged, mobilized the energy in his dantian, and began to meditate. This time, he decided to thoroughly understand the I Jing Jing cultivation method he had obtained before. After many days of hard training, Su Chen felt that the mystery of the I Jing Jing was slowly unfolding. He circulates the internal force through the meridians, loosening the meridians little by little, making them strong and powerful. A few days later, Su Chen clearly felt that his internal strength had made a qualitative leap, and he had finally reached the level of perfection in the I Jing Jing. It turns out that the I Jing Jing combined with the Duga 9 swords that I had practiced before can exert amazing power. As Su Chen's sword cut through the sky, the waterfall on the side was split into two beams by the sword energy. Su Chen also nodded with satisfaction. Lord Su Chen, the servants of the Su family ran all the way along the tree-lined path. How does Imi usually teach you? Didn't I say that? No one is allowed to disturb me when I'm in seclusion. Su Chen put on his coat and scolded his servant. This time something really big happens. Miss Jenny has given birth to a son for you. The young master is born. Su Chen was obviously excited when he heard the news. This is currently Su Chen's 99th son. Over the years, Su Chen had taken in more than 20 concubines. Su Chen can be said to be full of descendants at the moment. The system of many children and many blessings has been triggered. Obtain the 99th sub-reward, appearance value +1, force value +3. Get a piece of adamantium. Su Chen curled his lips. The rewards of this system seem to be particularly generous only when they are multiples of 10. It seems that the upcoming 100th child will win a more generous reward. I'm afraid the next step will be 1,000 pieces. Su Chen smiled bitterly when he thought of this. He was afraid that even 6 kidneys wouldn't be enough for him to do this. Fortunately, my 9-yang divine skill has helped me stay strong in this aspect. However, Su Chen was a little happy to receive adamantium as a reward this time. After all, in this Marvel world, adamantium originally is extremely rare. Su Chen has already collected more than 10 pieces here. If he keeps going like this, he will soon be able to build a set of top-notch equipment. Let's talk about Su Chen's concubines. These concubines usually have no real power over the Su family. Only Alice controls the economic lifeline of the Su family. And the reason why Ilmi doesn't have a formal status at present is probably because Ilmi has never been pregnant. Su Chen actually still likes the Oriental beauty's temperament in Imi. So I have kept ear fans with me for so many years, and I hope to cultivate ear fans well. However, this Imi's belly just doesn't live up to expectations. At the same time, the construction of the palace is also proceeding in an orderly manner. Genos' organizational ability is very good, and the progress is in full compliance with Su Chen's requirements. The main frame of the palace has been initially completed, and the cornices and painted eaves everywhere make the whole building look magnificent. Su Chen came to check after leaving the customs and expressed satisfaction with Genos' work. He believed that soon, this palace would become the new landmark of the Su family. Su Chen continued to practice in seclusion in the deep mountains and old forests. This time he decided to focus on breaking through the realm of internal martial arts. Su Chen still remembered that when he was in the Huxia Dragon Kingdom, he had seen an old man's internal martial arts, which was extremely powerful. Now Su Chen plans to refer to the old man's boxing style, integrate the Huxia martial arts secrets he has learned over the years, and create a unique set of internal boxing techniques to teach to his subordinates. So he began to repeatedly refine the combination of boxing moves, integrated them, and established a rich theoretical system of internal boxing. This set of boxing techniques combines the calmness and flexibility of Nijiaquan with the fierceness of Huxia martial arts, allowing practitioners to achieve extraordinary martial arts in a short period of time. At the same time, James's letter reported that the Su family palace in America had also been built. Sure enough, I saw this boy James right. The work efficiency is really fast. It only takes a few days to get the job done. Su Chen looked at the drawings and several photos sent by James. This palace is majestic and echoes the Sioux family palace in London, laying a solid foundation for the Sioux family in America. But the letter also seems to mention that what is urgently needed now is manpower to manage the industry and build power. America now has a base, but this base is completely an empty shell. After Chen read the letter, he decided to train a group of Sioux family troops who were good at fighting. He immediately sent an order to Genos to recruit new strong young men from various places to join the army for training. Soon, hundreds of young adults came from all over the country, and Genos strictly selected them according to Chen's requirements. In the end, more than 50 young people with strong physiques and infinite strength were left behind. After Chen came out of seclusion, he immediately came to the recruit camp and began to teach them martial arts in person. You must remember that strength comes from within. What I teach you is not ordinary boxing skills, but internal martial arts. Chen stood in front of the team and said in a deep voice, "New recruits, you look at me and I look at you, and you don't know why. The essence of Nijiaquan is to inject internal force into the limbs, strengthen the external force and the middle part, and use softness to overcome hardness." Chen explained, and then began to explain the routine he created step by step. The new recruits suddenly realized that the internal boxing skills were so wonderful. They followed Chen and began to imitate him seriously. To understand the essence of Nijiaquan, you must practice meditation unremittingly and develop the foundation of Nijiaquan. Chen continued. In the following days, the recruits practiced boxing in the morning and meditated in the evening, working tirelessly under Chen's supervision. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of fists, these Sioux family disciples finally mastered the internal boxing technique created by Chen. Chen was very satisfied with the progress of his disciples. He believed that based on this group of disciples, the combat effectiveness of Su's army would be greatly improved. Chen handed over these internal boxing disciples to Jack to lead them to develop a base in America. Jack immediately set off as a team and soon boarded a ship bound for America. Chen watched the disciples leave and then went to the suburbs to check on the construction progress of Su's palace. "Mr. Chen, the expansion of the residence in London has been completed. See how it goes." Genos coughed as he spoke. This veteran of mine is not forgiving of time. Over the past 10 years, Genos has grown old. Okay, Genos, you did a great job. You should also pay more attention to rest at ordinary times, Chen said with concern. Chen then walked into the palace gate with Genos, and what he saw was the magnificent palace, with a magnificent picture of 100 dragons facing the sun on the top of the palace. Chapter 43. Chen couldn't help but think of the glorious palace of the Huxia Dragon Kingdom. Then passing through the main hall, there are slender corridors and cloisters. The totems on the corridor columns are lifelike, and the exquisite and clear window lattice sheds a mottled light and shadow. The inner room area is even more magnificent, with Huxia-style decorative paintings and tapestries everywhere. Genos really built me an Oriental-style palace. Chen admired sincerely. "It all depends on your design. I just try my best," Genos said modestly. "Genos, stop being so modest. You did a great job. This palace is perfect." Chen nodded with satisfaction. Just when Chen was admiring the palace, a letter from James arrived. The letter stated that Howard Stark, an American industrialist, was interested in joining the Sioux family, hoping to do business more safely under the protection of the Sioux family. What? Howard Stark, damn it, appeared. It seems that new characters from the Marvel world have appeared in America at this time. This Howard is the father of the future Iron Man. Judging from the time, at the moment is almost the time when he established his own Stark Industries. Quick, reply to the letter and make an appointment with Mr. Howard immediately. Chen immediately replied and agreed. You have to know how Chen could miss the opportunity to win over the future Iron Man. Cooperating with the father of Iron Man will definitely be of great help to Su's foothold in the United States. In this way, Su's technological advantage in the United States can be established. Chen also had a general understanding of Howard Stark. This industrialist is not only a smart businessman, but also a genius inventor. After receiving James' letter, Chen thought it was necessary to meet Mr. Stark in person. After sailing for a few days, Su-chun arrived at Manhattan Island in New York. Following the address given by James, Su-chun came to an upscale community where New York's political and business elite gathered. Stark's mansion was very grand. Su-chun asked his men to show their identities to the guards and soon got the opportunity to meet. "Hello, Mr. Stark, I am Su-chun." Su-chun smiled and shook hands with Stark. "Please call me Howard." Stark also smiled kindly. The two sat down, and Stark didn't look as heroic as he had imagined. Instead, he looked a little bloated and smelled like copper. "I know that, Mr. Su-chun, your power has spread throughout London. And you also have a keen eye for America. To be honest, I hope to join your banner and seek asylum. After all, the power in this land is extremely chaotic right now. I don't know." Stark is a smart man and knows that joining forces with the Sue family will be of great benefit to his career. "Oh, Mr. Stark, you are a businessman. I think you should know it very well. The most important thing when discussing business is win-win. But in my opinion, your joining will not bring any benefits to the Sue family. You must know that our Sue family is at its peak at the moment. What kind of conditions do you think you can offer so that my Sue family can accept it?" Su-chun's words were very sharp. "You must know that with the current strength of the Stark family, joining the Sue family may not bring much significance to the Sue family." Su-chun also made it very clear. If you want to join, you must show some sincerity. Although this Stark is the father of the future Iron Man, and the future Stark industry is also a famous big industry in America. But to negotiate with Su-chun at this moment, he is obviously not qualified. Well, these words directly stumped old Howard. "Forget it. Let me tell you. Join our Sue family, and your future businesses in America, including London, will be supported by the Sue family." Su-chun's words still carry a lot of weight. You must know that the Sue family not only has economic and military advantages now. What's more important is that the Sue family has already infiltrated into various political powers. As a businessman, I know the pros and cons very well. As for your initial startup capital, our Sue family will naturally help you with most of it. My request is simple. The Sue family wants 51% of the shares in Stark Industries. We will not interfere with the development of Stark Industries, but we must control Stark. Definitely, we will provide enough funds. If you think about it, you can tell me," Su-chun said, and looked at Howard. Howard is obviously very hesitation at this moment. "The chance is only today. I don't think I'll give you a second chance." Su-chun also stood up and left at the moment. This is also Su-chun's plan. When it comes to handling human nature, Su-chun has always been just right. "No, Mr. Su-chun, I promise you." When Howard saw Su-chun was about to leave, he quickly stood up and stopped him. In this way, the two quickly reached a preliminary cooperation intention. Su-chun said that he would first purchase a manor in New York for Stark to use as a gift for cooperation. Stark promised that he would apply his latest technological achievements to Sue's military-industrial enterprises. He already has some new ideas. Stark warmly invited Su-chun to stay in his mansion for a few days, and the two spent a few days happily. Su-chun also visited Stark's factory and workshop. Su-chun was amazed by all the rare mechanical devices. "This is just the beginning. I will contribute more inventions to the progress of human science and technology, although I am still a little behind." Stark enthusiastically introduced his various ideas. Su-chun definitely agreed. Before leaving, Su-chun told James to start building a house in New York and at the same time deploy some troops to protect Stark's safety. After Su-chun returned triumphantly from this negotiation, the manor became more lively than it had been in a long time. James and Genos came to greet them one after another, and Ginny and Ilmi also came to greet them in turn. Su-chun responded one by one to understand the family situation during this period. "How many months have you been away? The family misses you very much," Genos said with a smile. "Yes." Ginny on the side also joked. Okay, why don't I come back now? You all have worked hard too." While everyone was talking and laughing, Jack hurried over with a serious look on his face. "No, I just received an urgent report from the front line. The Blood Clan is secretly mobilizing a large number of troops and seems to be planning some action. The situation is not good for us." When Su-chun heard this, his expression changed. "It seems that the Blood Clan wants to take advantage of my absence. Jack, immediately send an order to mobilize all the dead soldiers to prepare for battle. I will personally lead the army to wipe out the Blood Clan. Chen immediately commanded. I think we need to be more cautious about this. You have to know that we are still in alliance with the Blood Clan. Chapter 44. Genos was as cautious as ever. I just met Morbius not long ago. This old guy? I gave him a chance a long time ago. Repeatedly renege on your word. He really thinks that Chen is joking with him. Chen said angrily. I have to give this guy something hard this time. Give him a chance to improve his memory. Chen's attitude was very resolute, and he did not listen to Genos' dissuasion at all. In fact, Chen had long wanted to give this guy a boost. After all, it seemed that Morbius had been doing trouble behind his back. Jack, this rebellious guy must have his memory sharpened. No mercy. Chen ordered again. Yes, I'll do it right away. Jack resigned and began to convey military orders. There was suddenly a tense atmosphere of war preparation in the manor. Chen immediately called a meeting with the family's senior officials to discuss countermeasures. Sir, we have learned the location of the Blood Clan's base camp, which is on an isolated island on the east coast. James reported. Very good. It seems we are going to give these Blood Clan a bloody battle. Chen's eyes were firm. Yes, we pledge our loyalty to the death and will definitely destroy the Blood Clan. All the fierce generals raised their arms and shouted. 3 days later, the Su family fleet set off from London. Under the leadership of Chen, the fleet crossed the Atlantic Ocean and headed directly for the Blood Clan Island. At the moment, there was a loud alarm on the Blood Clan Island, and they lined up to fight. On the colorful sea, 2 fleets faced off from a distance. Listen up, Blood Clan. Surrender immediately. You still have hope of survival. Chen stood on the flagship deck and shouted orders. Chen, if you dare to invade my Blood Clan territory, you are seeking death. A high-level Blood Clan roared angrily. This time the operation did not go directly to Morbius's mansion. Chen chose a gathering place for more Blood Clan. The reason is also very simple. Only by causing the Blood Clan to suffer heavy losses can we teach these old guys a lesson. Simply going to Morbius to shock him is obviously not enough. The entire army attacks, shoot to death. Following the order, the Su family fleet was ready to launch and opened fire on Blood Clan Island. Blood Clan also fought back head-on, and the sea was suddenly filled with smoke and shells roared. The 2 armies fought fiercely at sea. Chen personally led a team to break into the Blood Clan fleet, directing the bombing while fighting hand-to-hand. Father, be careful on the left side. Seeing that Chen was trapped in a tight siege, James quickly stepped forward to cover him. Well done. Chen laughed and fought side by side with James. Under the leadership of the 2 men, the Su family's army became more and more courageous as they fought, gradually suppressing the Blood Clan's fleet. It's time to go to the island and annihilate them. Seeing that the situation had been decided, Chen ordered the entire army to launch a general attack on Blood Clan Island. After heavy bombing, the Su family's army successfully landed on the Blood Clan Island and began to advance inland. Although the Blood Clan resisted fiercely, it was still difficult to defeat the Su family's offensive. Chen personally led a team of dead soldiers to invade the Blood Clan base camp and began a brutal fight. Breaking sword style, Chen cut down several high-level Blood Clan with one move of extremely cold sword energy. The dead soldiers also fought bravely and killed every Blood Clan citizen in the base camp. The Blood Clan suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining small number could only hide in the underground bunker to survive. In this battle, Chen annihilated most of the Blood Clan's forces and successfully captured the Blood Clan Island. This can be regarded as fundamentally weakening the Blood Clan's power. After returning in triumph, Chen ordered people to establish a military base on the island and recruit more dead soldiers to prevent the Blood Clan from counterattack. This wave of operations directly affected Morbius. Mobius never expected that Chen would attack him so decisively. They also quickly sent envoys to negotiate. Mr. Chen, I have clearly expressed Mr. Morbius's consciousness. There's a misunderstanding. The other party said very respectfully. Misunderstand? I see there's no misunderstanding. Go back and tell Morbius. Our Su family is going to fall out with your Blood Clan from now on. By the way, tell this old thief. If you want to negotiate, just do it yourself. Don't be like a turtle. Chen said disdainfully. The other party's messenger has just left. Chen got the good news. In the United States, the cooperation between Chen and Stark is progressing smoothly. Stark used the funds and technology obtained from Chen to transform his factory, and his business was booming. Stark seemed to want to bring his son Howard too to visit Chen this time, expressing his idea of further expanding the factory. This is a big deal for Chen. Expanding the factory or something else is nothing more than asking the Su family to help with connections and funds. Chen didn't care at all. At worst, just give him some. After all, you own the controlling stake, and if you make money, you will make money along with it. But this guy actually wants to bring his son with him this time. Chen was a little excited about this. After all, this is a chance to meet the Iron Man of the future. This Marvel world is all about strength. Anyone who has strength in the future, Chen will not let go easily. It would be great if he could be under his command. Chen also agreed immediately. A few days. Chen, business is getting more and more prosperous. I plan to expand a few more workshops so that the production capacity can be doubled. What do you think? Stark said with a smile. Okay, expanding the business will be beneficial to both of us. Chen nodded. As for the funds, I will ask Alice to allocate part of them to support you later. If any government department intervenes, I will definitely be able to smooth things over for you through my connections. Chen said calmly. Howard was so excited at the moment that he was speechless. This time when I hugged Chen's lap, it seemed that all the problems in my factory had disappeared. Chen then looked at little Howard next to him. Is this your noble lord? Yes. Stark said proudly. Speaking of which, I also have a child that big. Now he is studying literature in my manor, and I also train his skills on weekdays. Little Howard is about the same age as him. Why don't you come to my manor to practice for a few years, learn some martial arts, and see the world? What do you think? Chen asked tentatively with a smile. Okay, that's exactly what I want. I also want my son to go out and have some adventures. I'm sure he can get a lot of experience by following you. Stark also quickly agreed. You must know that for Stark at this stage, this kind of thing is something that can only happen but cannot be desired. After all, he had to rely on Chen for everything. How could he have a good relationship with Chen? Haha, this little Howard looks very smart. Just like my adopted son James. Leave this kid to me. I will definitely train him out. Chen said with a smile on his face. At the moment, Stark was silent and looked at Chen quietly. Why don't I let Quan Zi become my adoptive father to you? Upon seeing this, old Howard hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and said, After all, this opportunity is rare. Oh, don't you suggest it? Chen said with a smile. Definitely. It's our honor. Call your adoptive father. Old Howard said hurriedly to his son beside him. Father, adopted father. Duh. Chapter 45. Very good. This little Tony is very talented. There will definitely be achievements in the future. From now on, you can practice hard with me, my adoptive father, and don't embarrass your Tony family. Chen also nodded with satisfaction. Now the future Stark Industries and the future Iron Man are successfully under their control. Although Chen also invested a lot of money in this, no matter how much he invested, it was still worth it. After all, money is nothing more than a pile of paper to the Su family at the moment. Then Howard Sr. was busy going back to work on his next plan. However, Chen wanted to rest for a while. After all, he had been through a lot lately. Several years passed in the blink of an eye. Under Chen's management, the Su family was at its peak and its sphere of influence continued to expand. Today, the Su family has firmly controlled the political and economic lifeline of London, and most of the Blood Clan families have surrendered to Chen. It's just that in Chen's eyes, these Blood Clan guys are all rebels. Still have to guard against it. On the other hand, as James opened up territory in America, the power of the Su family in America also grew. And the young Tony also gradually grew up under Chen's careful guidance. He is talented and intelligent, and has been trained in all aspects by masters such as Chen. His martial arts and brains are very outstanding, and he is already one of the Su family's most capable assistants. At the moment, Chen was in the study room, checking recent reports from various places. Tony stood respectfully waiting for instructions. Tony, you have made rapid progress under the guidance of my father over the years, and you are ready to take on big responsibilities. I have an important task for you this time. Su Chen praised with satisfaction. This is all thanks to your foster father. I wonder what your father's instructions are. Tony asked respectfully. I learned that there is a mysterious country in Africa called Wakanda. It contains a huge amount of rare resources. If we can obtain them, it will be of great benefit to the development of my Su family. Su Chen explained. You know, in this Marvel time, Wakanda's resources are considered rare in the entire Orion. Take Thor's Mjolnir, for example. It is forged from URU metal produced in Wakanda. And the armor made by Iron Man in the future will also be inseparable from Wakanda's adamantium. At the moment, letting Tony go was due to Su Chen's hard work. Father, please rest assured, I will definitely complete the tasks assigned by you and strive for more resources for the family. Tony responded loudly with blood boiling in his eyes. Okay, take your elite men and we'll set off. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Originally, Su Chen wanted to send the Ice Wolf team to follow him. However, the Ice Wolf led by Jack is still responsible for the underground defense of the entire London. So I can only bring some of the people I usually recruit. A few days later, Su Chen led Tony and others on a ship bound for Africa. Tony, this journey is far more than just ordinary training. You must remain vigilant and obey my orders. You are not allowed to act without authorization. Su Chen warned again and again. Yes, I will do my best to fulfill my father's instructions. Tony nodded solemnly. The boat sailed for several days and arrived at the east coast of Africa. Su Chen led everyone deep into the hinterland of the jungle and began a difficult adventure. The dense tropical jungle is eerie and full of unknown dangers. The deeper you go, the more ominous you feel. Be careful. There is an ambush ahead. Su Chen shouted suddenly, turned over, and threw Tony to the ground. Just two bang-bang sounds were heard, and two poisonous arrows flew over their heads and hit the tree trunk. So close, Tony secretly wiped away a cold sweat. If Su Chen hadn't discovered it in time, Tony would have received the lunchbox at the moment. Damn it. It seems that there are hunters from the indigenous tribes lurking in this forest. They are full of hostility to outsiders. Su Chen frowned. In the Middle Ages, lands like Africa were dotted with these indigenous tribes. These natives actually don't pose much of a threat. They are often primitive tribes with backward equipment. But after so many years of training Tony, Su Chen found that Tony seemed to lack some ability in martial arts. The group of people moved forward cautiously again, their nerves always tense. At this moment, there was a loud roar and the sound of falling trees in the distance. The earth also trembled slightly. What is this sound? Tony was confused. Tony, don't panic at any time. It's the indigenous tribe that drives the beast to attack. The more complicated the situation, the more calm you have to deal with it. Su Chen scolded Tony, which was also an indirect way of cultivating Tony. I saw 3 huge amounts of wild elephants rushing out of the jungle ahead. Their trunks swung violently, roared, and rushed towards Su Chen and the others. Fire! Su Chen immediately ordered. The disciples of the family quickly fired a round of bullets, but they did not cause much damage to the heavy skin of the wild elephant. The wild elephant became even more violent and accelerated towards the crowd. At the critical moment, Su Chen moved forward calmly, and his inner strength burst out. One move of Dragon Claw Hand hits the vital part of a wild elephant and kills the first wild elephant alive. The other 2 were frightened and fled. Su Chen led his men and horses to quickly retreat into the jungle to avoid pursuit. It was really dangerous just now. Tony wiped his sweat, still a little scared. But it also allowed me to see my father's great strength. My father's martial arts skills are endless, and we will definitely be able to overcome many obstacles. Tony said with another smile. Stupid. As my adopted son, Su Chen, how can you be so cowardly? Remember, in this world, never place your hopes on others. Su Chen scolded again. This Tony is usually very talented, but his character lacks training. Too naive. Su Chen was also a little helpless about this. Su Chen nodded slightly and continued to lead the way deep into the jungle, being heavily guarded along the way. After traveling for a while, there was an abyss on the edge of the cliff ahead. The mist at the bottom of the abyss is thick, and an ancient temple can be vaguely seen standing in it. Judging from the structure, That ancient temple did not originate from any civilization today. Chen looked at it intently and discerned the mystery. The style of the ancient temple in front of me seems to come from distant antiquity, and it seems full of mystery. Chen vaguely felt that there was incredible energy contained here. We have to go down and investigate. Chen made a quick decision and ordered people to set up a simple rope ladder. The group of people carefully climbed over the mountains and reached the bottom of the cliff. Chen took the lead through the fog and approached the ancient temple. The door of this ancient temple is tightly closed, and the walls are covered with strange totems, full of mystery. Push harder. Chen punched hard. With a loud bang, the heavy ancient door collapsed. A world full of weirdness unfolds before everyone's eyes. The interior of the ancient temple is dark, damp, and covered with cobwebs. Chen immediately lit a torch to light up the way forward. I saw a huge stone platform placed in the center of the temple, which was covered with mysterious totems. Behind the stone platform are stone steps leading underground. Chapter 46. The style of these totems is extremely ancient and has existed in distant times. Chen looked at it carefully and judged. There seem to be more secrets hidden underground, and we must explore carefully. Chen took the lead and went down the stone steps, followed closely by Tony and other family disciples. The underground space is extremely wide, and there is a huge amount of underground city in front of you. The buildings in the city are intricate and full of ancient atmosphere. It's really unimaginable that an underground city of this size exists under a jungle cliff. This is not something people from this land of Africa can do. Tony sighed. Yeah, not bad. Very smart. Chen nodded and praised. Judging from Chen's experience, there must be a secret left behind by a lost ancient race hidden here. However, they soon discovered that this underground city was not deserted. Be careful. There is an ambush above. Chen was once again keenly aware of the crisis. Just listen to the sound of strings, and countless iron arrows are shot from all directions in the underground city. Golden Bell. Chen roared fiercely, and his inner strength burst out to protect the entire team. The iron arrows were as dense as lightning, but seeing the golden light around Chen, all the arrows bounced away, unable to penetrate the defense of the Golden Bell. Rude outsiders. How dare you trespass into the Holy Land? A cold voice sounded in the dungeon. He saw dozens of warriors in ancient costumes slowly walking out of the darkness around him. They seemed to be the guards of an ancient bloodline. Chen said in a deep voice, "We have no malicious intentions. We are just here to explore this historical site." Chen quickly added in a calm tone, "What the hell? Just came to dig some minerals, but they actually engaged in such a big battle." Chen complained secretly in his heart. This is a forbidden place for our ancestors' bloodline, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. The cold voice sounded again. In this case, we will leave via this road. Please take a detour. Chen didn't argue with him. The purpose of this trip is mainly for Wakanda's resources. At the moment, there is no need to start any dispute. After all, Chen has no interest in the history of this land. In Chen's opinion, the only value of this land in the Marvel world is its rich minerals. Chen also wanted these minerals to be used by the future Iron Man next to him to develop equipment for the Sioux family. Want to leave? There is only a dead end, the man said with a cruel smile. A group of soldiers immediately gathered around. Okay, if you force me to do it, then don't blame me for being rude. Chen's eyes flashed with fighting intent burning. Just hearing Chen yell loudly, he punched the ground like an angry tiger. Boom. There was a loud bang in the dungeon, and the whole thing shook under this punch. Many opposing fighters fell to the ground. What the hell? I didn't want to take action. There is always this kind of leisure that makes one's life longer. A fierce battle broke out in the dungeon. Those soldiers were also very skilled, but they were still hard to beat Chen's strong internal strength and superb martial arts. The punches were in place. The internal strength exploded again. Almost all the soldiers in the dungeon were annihilated. The cold voice was also defeated. Stop! We surrender, the man shouted. Chen then stopped his attack and waved his hand to order the family disciples to stop attacking. Your force is unparalleled, and we are no match for it. Now that you have entered this place, you might as well let me explain this historical site to you.
The man said respectfully, "Humph, I'm not interested in your history, but since you've become so knowledgeable, you might as well lead the way for us." Chen also said with disdain, "Sure enough, when you come out to hang out, you will always listen to whose fists are forced." There was a bit of shouting just now, but now he immediately became polite. Then the man led Chen to the deepest part of the underground city. I saw that this place turned out to be an underground altar. This is the altar worshipped by our tribe. On it is engraved our monarch, who is also our creator god. The man explained. Chen carefully examined the statue of huge amounts of gods and found that the carving on it was actually a god with 6 arms and 6 eyes. The great ancestor of your ethnic group turned out to be from Indian mythology? Tony said suddenly. To say that fighting in war is not Tony's strong point. But this future scientist has a very broad understanding of various histories and cultures. Exactly. We are the heirs of his bloodline, and we will guard the secret of the bloodline here for generations. The man responded respectfully. Can you explain this history? Chen suddenly became a little interested. So the man explained to Chen in detail the origin and history of their ancient bloodline and the origin of Sherway Underground City. However, Chen felt a little disappointed along the way. After all, there is no or in this place where birds don't poop. But Tony was quite excited along the way. This may be the unique potential of a scientist, more curious about all knowledge. Chen then led everyone to leave the underground city and return to the jungle. "Father, I have benefited a lot from seeing your strength and wisdom along the way," Tony said excitedly. "Very good. You need to understand how hard your father has put into you and practice hard." Chen smiled and nodded. The group embarked on a journey of exploration again. "Father, from what I understand, we still need to move forward for a while. I have studied this land for a long time. Only by going deep into the hinterland of Africa can we find extremely rare minerals." Tony analyzed with a serious look on his face. This sentence made Chen suddenly realize. It seemed that bringing Tony here this time was the right choice. So Chen and everyone are about to go deeper into the hinterland of Africa and uncover the mysterious Wakanda. Chen led Tony and everyone out of the underground maze on the cliff and embarked on a jungle adventure again. The careless jungle is full of unknown dangers and mysteries. "Tony, there are countless strange creatures lurking in this jungle, and there may be more treasures left by ancient times. We must stay vigilant and curious. Who knows what surprises are waiting for us ahead?" Chen said with a smile. "Yes, Father teaches well." Tony is also enthusiastic. "Cut. This guy is so glib now." Chen looked at Tony and couldn't laugh or cry. The group of people continued to walk through the jungle path with knotted trees. Chen checked the direction of the sun in the sky from time to time to make sure that they were still on the correct route. The jungle is full of strange sounds, sometimes the chirping of monkeys flying between tall trees, sometimes the sound of a rare giant bird flapping its wings overhead. The sunlight casts mottled light and shadow through the layers of tree crowns, making it difficult to tell the difference between east, west, and north. There is light ahead. After walking for about 2 hours, Tony shouted excitedly. Chen and the others quickened their pace, and sure enough, the trees in front spread out, revealing the exit. They filed out of the trees, and suddenly an open canyon appeared in front of them. Chapter 47. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon stand as steep as a knife, and below is a winding mountain river. The river meanders in the canyon, making a pleasant sound. The terrain here is extremely dangerous, and we must be very careful, Chen said seriously. Indeed, this kind of narrow canyon surrounded by mountains can easily become a place for gangsters to ambush. Everyone tiptoed along the river bank. At this time, Tony suddenly noticed a flickering light on the shore. He walked over and took a look, and found a small piece of purple-red crystal exposed in the crevice of the rock. "Father, look at this." Tony picked up the crystal and gave it to Chen. "Good guy, this is the spirit vein stone," Chen said in surprise. "I have seen this kind of ore when I was in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. Legend has it that it contains extremely powerful spiritual power and is of great benefit to our practice. It seems that there may be huge amounts of stone veins buried in this canyon." At the moment, everyone also noticed similar light spots flickering on the rock wall. If the source of the spirit vein stone can be found,
It will be huge amounts of wealth for the development of the Sioux family. We must go deep into the canyon to search for traces of the spirit vein stone. If this is the legendary spirit vein mine, it would be a coincidence. Chen's eyes were burning, and he ordered everyone to speed up the exploration. A group of people walked along the canyon river and found more and more traces of spirit vein stones on the rock wall. This shows that they are not far from the location of the spirit vein mine. While everyone was excited, they were also more alert to the surrounding environment. Chen asked Tony and the family disciples to be on alert and be ready to deal with emergencies at any time. The group of people followed the traces of the spirit vein stone and finally came to an open mountain basin. The basin is surrounded by huge amounts of spherical walls, and in the center is a high mountain that reaches straight into the sky. The shape of this mountain is really strange. It looks like a giant sword pointing straight into the sky. Tony said, looking up at the mountain in the center. You found the key. The map shows that this mountain is called Jianfeng Mountain. Legend has it that the spiritual veins that reach the sky are buried here. Chen explained, it seems we are not far from the finish line. While talking, the group of people had already arrived in front of the mountain. I saw the cliffs of Jianfeng Mountain, piercing straight into the sky, seemingly impossible to climb. How do we get over such a steep mountain? We didn't bring enough climbing equipment. Tony was a little worried. Don't worry, the others are on standby here. You and I can reach the top of the mountain by using our sword skills to reach the sky. Chen said calmly. So, Chen asked Tony to stand behind him, mobilized his internal energy to form a wall of air to protect him, and then jumped hard, and the two of them moved briskly from bottom to top, straight to the top of Jianfeng Mountain. The strong wind hit his face, and Tony felt the scenery around him recede rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were standing at the top of Sword Peak. Here you can have a panoramic view of the surrounding areas. Chen also sighed secretly at the moment. It seems that the power these 99 descendants have brought to him seems to have far surpassed most of the superpowers in this world. My father's physical skills are so powerful. We reached the top of the mountain in just a few breaths. Tony couldn't help but admire. Haha, this is just a little trick. If you practice to a high level, you can also do this. Chen said with a smile. The two people traveled along the Jianfeng Ridge and soon saw a cave in front of them, with a faint red light flashing at the entrance. That must be where the spiritual veins are. We have found the end. Chen was overjoyed. The two hurriedly ran into the cave to investigate. The cave is unusually wide, and the passage winds downwards, seemingly leading to the ground. Mineral veins large and small appear constantly on the way, and aura fills the air wherever you go. This place is full of spirit vein stones. With such a large vein, we have found a treasure, Tony said excitedly. This spirit vein stone is not our purpose this time. What I said is good for cultivation is just a rumor from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. The main purpose of our trip is the ore of URU metal and the ore of adamantium. The two of them went deep into the mine and came to a stone room in the innermost part. I saw a huge amount of purple-red crystal in the center, from which surging spiritual power emanated. Adamantium. This piece of adamantium is much larger than the ones I collected before. It seems that this is the source of the entire mine. It seems that the legends are true. Chen was extremely happy. Father, how do we transport such a large amount of adamantium, or? It would take a dozen strong men to move it. Tony felt a little embarrassed. After all, only Chen and Tony were here. You think I didn't think of this as a father? Chen smiled, casually took out a file-sized space bag from his arms, and pointed at it. See, this bag is no ordinary bag. Chen said with a smile. This was the reward for having many children and many blessings when Alice gave birth to Chen's 10th son. This bag seems to be connected to a different space and can hold several tons of items. Chen was also puzzled at first as to what the purpose of this bag was. Then I remembered the space magic of the Ancient One magician in the Marvel world. I'm afraid it's similar to the technology of folding space. Chen then smashed the adamantium into pieces and put them directly into the bag. It's amazing. Father, can you? Tony's eyes widened at the moment. Don't even think about it. Just work honestly for me. Chen looked at Tony with a dark expression on his face. Tony, this little guy, must be like studying technology again. No need to guess. I just want to borrow my bag and take it back for study. Tony curled his lips and began to put the pieces of adamantium ore into the bag. With this large amount of adamantium ore, Su Chun and Tony returned to the surface from the mine. Except for this type of ore, they did not take away other minerals. Father, we have found such a precious mine. Why don't we extract more resources and take them away? Tony asked, confused. That's not necessary. Su Chun explained. We only take the useful ones. As for other ores, we don't need them yet. Besides, our Su family is not specialized in mining. Why are you bringing a bunch of broken rocks back? Su Chun smiled bitterly. You brought these adamantium ores just so that you, little guy, can make equipment for my Su family in the future. As for other ores, in Su Chen's eyes they are just a pile of ordinary stones. I see my father is wise. Tony smiled awkwardly. The two returned to the mountain. The others were relieved to see them returning safely. Su Chun gave a brief explanation, and then led everyone to leave the basin and go deeper into the jungle. Father, where are we going? Don't you just go back? Tony asked curiously. Didn't you just ask why there aren't more mining resources? Su Chun smiled. Because there are other races living in this land. We should at least go and say hello. Everyone was confused but had no choice but to follow Su Chun forward. Chapter 48. In fact, Su Chun had already made a plan in his mind. If he would travel across mountains and rivers to come here in person every time he needed ore, that would be too much trouble. We must know that if the Su family continues to develop like this, the demand for various types of ores will inevitably increase in the future. It would be better to form a cooperative alliance with the local tribes. Exchanging profit for profit is more efficient. After another 2 hours, cracks began to appear in the jungle. They came to an abrupt cliff, and a brightly lit scene could be vaguely seen behind the cracks. This is where the underground inhabitants of the jungle are, an ancient underground city. Su Chun said. This was something Su Chun had considered before coming here, so he had already asked James to investigate this place. Outsiders, why did you come to our holy land? As soon as he finished speaking, several alien warriors walked out of the crack, holding spears and asking warily, Fellow warriors, we are friends and have no intention of disturbing your home. We just want to express goodwill and say hello. Su Chun said respectfully. In that case, please come in. But our king will question your purpose of coming. The soldiers discussed for a moment and moved out of the way. So everyone followed the warrior through the narrow crack and entered a huge amount of underground space. I saw that this place is of extraordinary style, with splendid buildings everywhere. Pedestrians were coming and going on both sides of the street. All of them had pointed ears and seemed to be some kind of high elf race. This is the legendary underground tribe. I didn't expect it to actually exist. Tony was amazed. They call themselves Wakanda and have lived in seclusion in the world for many years. We are fortunate to be the first batch of foreign guests. Su Chun explained with a smile. Su Chun and Tony followed the warrior to the palace of the underground elf king. The palace is extraordinary and dazzling with brilliance everywhere. On both sides stood attendants in gorgeous attire. Welcome two guests from afar. I am T'Chaka, the ruler of Wakanda. The elf king on the throne spoke, his voice loud and kind. It is really an honor for me to meet the king of Wakanda. My name is Su Chun, and I come from distant London. Su Chun saluted respectfully. London? It sounds mysterious. What is the purpose of your visit? T'Chaka asked with interest. We have no intention of disturbing your beautiful country. We just passed by here and discovered the glorious civilization of your ethnic group, so we came here to visit. Su Chun answered humbly. Haha, since we are friends, please sit down and talk. We at Wakanda are always hospitable. T'Chaka smiled. So Su Chun and Tony were led by the attendants and sat on the thrones on both sides of the throne. T'Chaka made everyone speak openly, and Su Chun also told his life experience without hesitation. The two quickly became familiar with each other, and T'Chaka confided in Su Chun and expressed his desire to communicate with the outside world. Su Chun immediately proposed to become Wakanda's bridge to the outside world, providing various high-tech weapons from the outside in exchange for the supply of Wakanda's rare resources. T'Chaka was overjoyed after hearing this, and immediately formed an alliance with the Su family. Wakanda opened up part of its territory for the Su family to garrison troops. and Chen also sent his confidants to lead the troops there. Abundant ores were shipped to Su's factory, which greatly enhanced its strength. However, Chen also invested a lot in this. After all, he promised to provide Wakanda with a large amount of arms. After returning to London, Chen began to seriously think about the future development of his family. You must know that America at this moment has become a continent that all Western countries are competing for. In recent years, there have been constant wars between various forces on the American continent. At this time, the power of the Sioux family has fully developed the strength to form a huge army of its own. As for the underground forces, let's leave it to the Ice Wolf team. But at the same time, Chen had already formed a huge Sioux family army. Since ancient times, whether it is the army or the political power, there will inevitably be the power of capital involved. And Chen also knows this truth very well. If the Sioux family is to have the final say in the entire Western continent in the future, it must follow this path. Chen led a group of Sioux family elites to the east coast of America, where a colony that had begun to take shape stood beside the bay. "Sir, we can establish a base on this coast, and then push west along the inland," James suggested respectfully. James has fully matured in the past few years, and the Wolverine name has already been established in this land. "Yes, we will build our first strategic base on this coast." Chen nodded with satisfaction. Soon, the disciples of the Sioux family chose an excellent valley as a base on the coast. Logs were quickly transported from the interior, and the Sioux clan and the newly liberated black slaves began to build fortifications. "Make the fence stronger. I don't want anyone to trespass on my property," Chen said while giving instructions. "Don't worry, sir. We will turn this place into an indestructible fortress." Several men responded quickly. Soon, a magnificent Sioux family cottage rose up on the coast. In the stronghold, troops were trained to prepare for war, and grain and grass were stored to wait for the use of force in the future. At the same time, James also followed Chen's instructions and went deep into the interior and began to negotiate with the Indian tribes. "Great Chief, I am here on behalf of Chen and want to establish an alliance with your tribe," James said respectfully to the Apache chief. "With what kind of power can Mr. Chen convince the Indians?" The chief looked James up and down. In fact, James had already come to this land with Chen in the early years and had contact with these Indians. It was to solve the werewolf incident. But the Indian tribe at the moment seems to have changed its leader long ago. "My lord has learned divine power in the East, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people," James said with a smile. "Okay, I want to see your magical power." The chief spat on his tobacco and said. So James asked the chiefs to select the warriors for a test. I saw James using all his inner strength, sometimes smashing trees with his palms, sometimes catching flying arrows. In comparison, the Indian warrior looked like a child wielding a wooden sword. This was just a little gesture from James. "You must know that if you used the bone blade, you may have died long ago. Good power. Good power." Seeing this scene, the chief was overjoyed and quickly expressed his surrender to Chen, becoming a loyal ally of the Sioux family from then on. In this way, James gained the allegiance of various Indian tribes through a series of amazing performances. For a time, the power of the Indian alliance headed by the Sioux family continued to expand. However, at the moment in distant London, the leaders of the Holy Place Knights were extremely wary of Sioux's ambitions in America. In order to cut off the Sioux family's retreat, they dispatched a fleet to attack the Sioux family's base in London. After Alice received the bad news, she quickly ordered people to stay and at the same time sent an urgent message to Chen, who was busy opening up the border. Chapter 49. I think that when Alice first married Chen, she was just a 16-year-old girl. Now, in addition to helping Chen take charge of London's economic power, if Chen was running around elsewhere on weekdays, Alice could completely take charge of it alone. He does look a bit like the head of the family. Chen usually has the help of this kind wife, which saves him a lot of worry. After a long flight, the messenger crow finally sent the crisis to the American coast. "Sir, an urgent military report has just been sent from home." The disciples rushed over to report. Chen opened the letter, and his expression suddenly became solemn. "The old guy from Holy Place. How dare you do something small when I'm not around?" Arrange for me to take a boat back to Dachau immediately, and I will teach them a lesson. I've long wanted to see this legendary holy place. Su Chen immediately took his personal bodyguards with him and returned to Dachau by boat to provide support. At the same time, Alice relied on the city's defensive advantages to resist the attack of the Holy Place army. After the fierce battle, Holy Place had to retreat temporarily. Just when Alice breathed a sigh of relief, the enemy was approaching, but James reported an urgent military situation in America. It turned out that the native white colonists in America learned that the Sioux family's power was temporarily empty and decided to take the opportunity to encircle and suppress them. 13 states and colonies jointly mobilized troops to attack the Sioux family and their Indian allies. The empty position was quickly lost, and James led the remaining troops to retreat inland to join their Indian allies. Seeing that the Sioux family was weak, the colonial army continued to pursue them. James judged the situation and decided to retreat to the Rocky Mountains in the west, where he would hold tight and wait for Su Chen's return. So tens of thousands of Indian warriors began to migrate westward, and the colonial army pressed forward step by step. At the moment, Su Chen was still halfway through the journey. When he learned that James was in critical condition, he could only speed up his trip. Finally, when he arrived on the east coast of America, he found that it was deserted and in a mess. The past few months of my absence have actually allowed a group of colonists to succeed. Are you all just losers? Su Chen was furious. He immediately organized the remaining troops to pursue him. Traveling to the Rocky Mountains, Su Chen finally met James. At the moment, the colonial army is stepping up the siege, and the Sioux coalition forces are in desperate situation. The situation was critical. Su Chen personally went into battle and attacked fiercely, knocking the colonial army off their feet with a move of Xianming Palm. The morale of the Indian warriors was greatly boosted, and they also joined in the counterattack. Just as the fierce battle between the two sides was in full swing, a trumpet sound suddenly came from the east. I saw a huge fleet approaching from the East Dachau Sea. It turned out that Alice led the Sioux family's British fleet to come to support. The colonists saw that the situation was not good and had to retreat. Su Chen took advantage of the victory to pursue the victory and regain the lost territory on the east coast in one fell swoop. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, James and I would have died in a foreign land this time. Su Chen smiled and hugged Alice. I won't let you take risks alone. Alice was also smiling happily. It seems that no one can be as good as my good wife, Su Chen said with a smile. Oh, really? Alice's eyes turned cold. You have taken in more than 10 concubines in the past few years. Have you thought of me now? Alice said and pinched Su Chen hard. Ouch. It's been more than 10 years. Can you change your habit of pinching people? Su Chen complained. But I'm curious. I always carry this e-mini with me. Why don't I think of giving it to her too? Alice seemed to be expressing her dissatisfaction with Su Chen not always being by her side. Oh, why don't I discuss it with you when I take a concubine? Su Chen said with a naive smile. Don't talk nonsense. I have more than 10 concubines, except Jenny from the beginning. Which one have you discussed with me? Alice glanced at Su Chen and then waved her hand. However, Su Chen also thought about giving Emi an identity, but this Emi has not been pregnant for so many years. During this period, Huxiao medicine was taken every day. The current Su family can be considered a huge family. If Emi doesn't give birth to an heir for Su Chen, he will give him a formal title. Then I'm afraid that Emi will also be squeezed out by other members of Su Chen's harem. Su Chen was also thinking about Emi. After the small talk, several people quickly discussed countermeasures. After the 3 people discussed it, they decided that Su Chen would stay on the east coast to rebuild the base. James returned to the western battlefield, joining forces with Indian allies to fight against the colonists and reserve strength. In order to avoid being raided again, Su Chen ordered people to set up outposts all over the east coast, build fortifications, and reserve grain and grass in case of unexpected events. At the same time, Alice led people to Mexico, buying local people along the way and seeking a first-generation position on the southern front. In this way, the Su family and his son acted separately. Su Chen sat on the east coast. James and the Indians clung to the western mountains, and Alice accumulated strength in Mexico and developed towards encircling the colony. Although the colonists had a large population, the states were not affiliated with each other, and it was difficult to form a united front. In order to resolve this disadvantage, George Washington of Virginia proposed the establishment of a colonial federal government. But the states had different opinions, and it has not been implemented for a long time. Chen saw the opportunity and sent envoys to visit various states to bribe important officials and create divisions. As long as you join the Sioux Alliance, we will provide weapons, wealth, and protection. You can manage local affairs autonomously and avoid oppression by other forces. Soon, New England, New York, and other northern states fell to the Sioux family camp. Seeing that the situation was over, Washington had no choice but to temporarily retreat to the second line. In this way, the Sioux family's sphere of influence continued to expand. Over the past few years, Chen's power has basically made every political power in Western countries fear the Sioux family. As a major force, the Sioux family basically has the right to speak in all countries. When the two countries often have wars over resources, they rely on the Sioux family to mediate in the middle. In the past few years, the road of the Sioux family has basically been paved. Chen basically ordered James and Genos to handle most of his daily tasks. At this moment, Chen was handling family affairs in the study. Suddenly, Emi knocked on the door and came in, looking a little shy. "Mr. Chen, I have something to tell you." Emi's cheeks were slightly red. "What's up?" Chen put down the documents in his hand and looked at her with a smile. "I am pregnant." Emi lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. "What? I'll go. This is true." Chen stood up excitedly and stepped forward to hug Emi. After all these years, Ilmi hasn't gotten pregnant. At this moment, Chen was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. "I will soon have my 100th son." "Great. We are having a baby." "Yes, I'm 2 months pregnant." Emi also smiled happily. "Then don't mess around in the near future and put all the things in your hands aside. I will send someone to take good care of you on weekdays." Chen gently stroked Emi's hair. "In addition, I will definitely give you a formal title and bring you to me." Chapter 50. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will always follow you." Emi was deeply moved. "Bah, why do you still call me sir? I am your man now." Chen teased. At the moment, Emi was so excited that her eyes were a little red. After all, in the Sioux family for so long, he stayed with Chen as his secretary and lover. "I have been waiting for this status for too long." The next day, Chen summoned important family members to the study for a meeting. "I have an important decision to announce." Chen said seriously. "Yilmi has become pregnant for me. I have decided to officially take her as my concubine and treat the children born in the future as the flesh and blood of my Sioux family. Please hold a formal concubinage ceremony for Ilmi." "As you command, my lord." Everyone responded in unison. "Ahem, this Emi will be a family from now on. Don't be embarrassed if anything happens in the future." Alice seemed more enthusiastic than usual. No wonder, Alice and Jenny always get along very well. But Alice ignored Chen's other concubines. But he seems to be very concerned about Emi. It seems that these 3 sisters can get along well now. Chen was also relieved to see it. 3 days later, a lively concubinage ceremony was held in the Sioux family manor. Emi was wearing a gorgeous red dress and looked full of energy. "I declare that from today on, Emi will officially become my concubine, and her flesh and blood will continue the lineage of the Sioux family." Chen solemnly announced. "Congratulations, sir. Congratulations to Mrs. Ilmi." The subordinates and maids all congratulated him. After the ceremony, Chen personally put on the necklace for Emi. "This is my gift to you. I hope you like it." "Thank you, husband. I will always be by your side." Ilmi responded softly. This husband's cry was very gentle. In fact, this was what Chen requested. "You must know that Emi is a standard Oriental beauty. Naturally, it would be better to use the name of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom to call my husband." Time flies, and Emi's belly gradually becomes rounder. In order to allow Emi to prepare for her childbirth with peace of mind, Chen specially prepared a garden villa with the most comfortable front yard for her. "The scenery here is pleasant. You will stay here for the first time to have your baby. Let me know about the birth of the child at any time." Chen said. "Thank you, husband. I will make sure to take care of my health. I will be taken care of by Mrs. Alice and Sister Jenny on weekdays." "Don't worry," Emi said with a smile. Chen also nodded with relief. On the other hand, the metal or Chen brought back from Wakanda also came in handy. As Tony grew older, his passion for machines and inventions grew. Chen discovered that this child was born with the talent and inspiration of an inventor. It's no wonder that Chen was also a little excited when he thought about the armor and various technologies made by Iron Man in the future. In the afternoon, Chen was sitting in the study sorting out the recent documents of Sue's industry in America. Tony excitedly found Chen and took out a set of armor design drawings that were still under development. "Father, this is the combat equipment I have recently researched. It can greatly enhance the strength of warriors. You must know that it uses steam power and various mechanical devices to cover the surface of the human body like an exoskeleton. I want to make this suit of armor for your Ice Wolf team to make them more brave and invincible on the battlefield." Tony introduced with excitement on his face. Chen saw the design drawings and his eyes lit up. He was keenly aware that this was the prototype of Iron Man's mark armor in the future. "This is amazing. If the armor on the drawings can be mass-produced, the Sue family army will be invincible in the future. And once this kind of high-level armor appears on the battlefield, countries will definitely rush to buy it." Although it is still relatively crude and rudimentary now, as Tony's first work, it has already shown his extraordinary creative talent. "Okay, you can start making it immediately. Equipping the Ice Wolf team with this suit of armor will definitely greatly enhance their combat ability." Chen nodded with satisfaction and patted Tony on the shoulder. Chen looked careless, but in fact he was already extremely excited. He has two great generals, Wolverine and Iron Man. Why worry that our Sue family cannot occupy all of Europe in the future? In order for Tony to concentrate on researching new weapons and equipment, Chen ordered Alice to build a studio on the high tower on the north side of the manor and equip it with various mechanical equipment, tools, and materials. The studio occupies a vast area, and the entire exterior wall is covered with huge amounts of glass windows to let in light. The interior is paved with red carpets. The furniture is all dark mahogany, and various engineering design drawings are hung on the walls. This is also a studio built by Chen according to his own ideas, and the style is also full of originality. As soon as he arrived at this studio, Tony felt like a fish in water and was immersed in the fun of invention and creation all day long. He first made simple robotic hands and legs for testing, and then gradually improved the entire exoskeleton-style mecha. After repeated trials and improvements, this set of mecha was finally successfully produced. Tony excitedly tried it on for the captain of the Ice Wolf team and saw that he could lift hundreds of kilograms of heavy rocks with a wave of his arms. After putting on the mechanical stirrups on his feet, he could cross several feet in one step. "Great! My vision came true." Tony happily shouted to Genos beside him, applauding his invention. "Tony, your ability is unparalleled. From now on, all new equipment will be developed by you." Chen also looked at Tony with admiration. Soon Tony completed his first suit of armor. Chen also went directly to Tony's studio to inspect it. Chen's eyes lit up at this moment. As soon as he entered the room, he noticed the designed armor beside him. This suit of armor is somewhat like a medieval steampunk style. It seems to combine the elegance of ancient knight armor with the innovation of steampunk technology. The exterior design was full of complex mechanical structures and decorative metal parts, which also made Chen confused. After all, Chen didn't know much about this kind of mechanical research. But looking at the armor, it seems that there are a lot of steam exhaust ports and various staggered gears, and it seems that it should have some other functions. "Genos, go and select an elite from the Ice Wolf team. I want to find someone to try Tony's invention." Chen excitedly ordered to Genos beside him. "Yes, I'll do it right away," Genos said and hurriedly left the studio. Soon a burly member of the Ice Wolf team came to Tony's studio. "Ice Wolf team, Thomas. Come and report." Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.